Welcome to what is the 5th day of the Champions Chess Tour, but which is also the 24th birthday of our beloved Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Let's get ready for him to enter in just 3, 2, 1. Surprise! Happy birthday to you! Happy birthday to you! Happy birthday, dear Jan! Happy birthday to you! So what we have here is a Jan-Krzysztof Duda who's gonna celebrate his 24th by playing chess today. And how is the combination of those two?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Actually, it's my first time. I have birthday and I have to play chess, so hopefully it will work for me. But
I'm wondering whether Liam has to suffer here, because he looks quite upbeat and quite ready to go, and so are we.
8 players gathered in the Oslo arena.
He's quite a cool customer still, isn't he? I mean, like, he's not looking that cool, actually, is he?
We thought the night was going to go backwards. It's been offered up again.
What?
Here comes the breakout. Magnus has released the light square bishop.
Wow, look at the evaluation bar just shot up in Black's favour. Duda could not stand the tension. He took this pawn. Black, I think, has got a winning attack.
And there's a big threat on the board. It's going to be checkmate.
He's shaking his head.
As,
Oh, look at the bar!
3 seconds.
1 second.
Has to make a move.
Whoa, okay, crazy tactics. This is just one of the most beautiful games I've ever seen.
It's day 5 in the Oslo Esports Cup, and the birthday boy, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he is in 3rd place, 2 points behind Magnus Carlsen and Pragnananda in shared lead with 3 rounds to play in this very first major in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour 2022. Imagine if the 16-year-old wins the whole thing. Well, Magnus Carlsen, he is still a favorite, and yesterday the two faced off in an epic battle on our podium.
The evaluation bar says +1 for White. White is 1 pawn up. White has a 3 versus 1 advantage now on the left half of the board, and if the queens come off now, it's just game over. Really interesting decision by Prag there. I like it though. Not materialistic. He's already 1 pawn down. He's happy to go 2 pawns down as long as he gets his rook active.
And he has allowed the rook trade. Okay. He's gonna bank everything on this queen and pawn ending.
Wow, Magnus, what a move. He's given up Alice the A-pawn because White can go for checkmate if Black now gets greedy and captures that pawn. +61 now for the evaluation bar for White. That means a new queen is coming.
It's over. The king, Magnus Carlsen, using his king to strike first in the battle with Pragnananda.
Oh, Prag really, he's trying to move into the kill. He's slowly gravitating the play towards the Black king. For example, if we see a capture of this White bishop that's just moved, White's knight will replace it. And we know about knights on f5, they do thrive. So looking very good for Prag right now.
He's going for it. I mean, this is really brave stuff.
You need to be brave, you need courage. That's the only way you'll get rewarded against Magnus Carlsen. The only Achilles heel he has is sometimes he neglects his king safety.
Oh, wait 1 second. Isn't there
Okay,
knight takes rook?
Yeah, I was expecting the white rook
And
to
now
move.
there's a big threat. Rook takes knight.
Oh, look at the bar. Oh no, is it a blunder by Prag? Look at him.
It's a big blunder by Prag, unfortunately, and he's just missed that Black can actually sacrifice a queen on the next turn. He thought that the white knight could come and check the Black king, but it doesn't work.
It's over. Magnus Carlsen winning game 2 as well. He is up by 2 points in the big match against 16-year-old Pragnananda. It was a dominant match win for Magnus Carlsen, winning all 3 games and taking all 3 points in the match against Pragnananda. Also 3 points for Liam Le, beating Erik Hansen. Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Shakhriyar Mamdyarov, they had to play tie breaks, and in those blitz tie breaks, Duda, he won both of the blitz games. So did Jordan van Foreest against Anish Giri to gain 2 points, 1 point for Anish Giri. So on top of our standings in the Oslo Esports Cup, Magnus Carlsen and Pragnananda both on 9 points. In 3rd place, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, the birthday boy. But it is Magnus Carlsen and Pragnananda currently fighting to win the Oslo Esports Cup. And as always, in the studio to guide us through day 5, International Master Houska, Grandmaster Simon Williams, and Grandmaster David Howell. And David, wow, Magnus yesterday, 3 wins. How dominant was that?
Magnus really showed his class. He looked back to his best after being unwell for a few days, and it was a tough lesson for the youngster. It was a tough lesson for Prag, but Prag will be better for it, and now it is a race between those two. Magnus, of course, he's going to start winning, going to start cruising, and Prag, it's all about whether he can recover from that tough defeat.
How will Prag recover, do you think, Simon? Obviously, he was the world champion. Before he lost to Magnus yesterday, he had played 3 very dominant matches, actually. So how should he recover now to do more of the same?
I think he's going to be fine, generally, because we saw that interview yesterday, and he was very upbeat after his loss. So I think he's, mature enough to realise he's playing the world champion. This guy's pretty good. Just got to get on with it the next day. So I'm going to be very interested to see how he gets on against Erik, because they're both sort of, well, I say Erik's having a bit of a struggle occasionally. So it's going to be a very interesting match. And I think Prag will be feeling quite confident because, Erik is the lowest rated player.
And, well, 2 players in shared lead. Ivanka, what do you expect from the final days here in the Oslo Esports Cup?
Oh, it's going to be incredibly thrilling. And like Simon says, I do think that Pragnananda will be able to battle through yesterday's defeat because he has a very calm disposition. And Magnus, of course, is the champ. So I think it might be a bit of a head-to-head race.
Magnus Carlsen, he definitely is the champ. And after beating Pragnananda in 3 games yesterday, he did stop by our studio. It's a dominant win for you. All eyes were on this match because of Pragnananda's performance so far in the tournament. Were you feeling some sort of extra determination to show who is best?
Yeah, I want to win the tournament. but I am the best. I mean, I don't have any doubt about that. But I mean, you gotta prove it when you play. So clearly, for the tournament, this is very, very, very important.
You will now be in shared lead with Pragnananda with 3 days to go in the tournament. Are you feeling now excited for the end of the Oslo Esports Cup?
Yeah, it's going to be a few interesting days now. On paper, maybe I've already played some of my tougher opponents, but every match has its own life. But I'm happy with the way I managed to recover after day 2.
And today, Magnus Carlsen is up against Jordan van Vries. Remember, there is a total of 4 rapid games to decide each match, and if they are tied, we will head straight to tiebreaks with Blitz and Armageddon. Now, after game 1 today, we're going to show you something very cool. Magnus Carlsen, about a month ago, met up with another Norwegian top athlete, Karsten Warholm, to talk about motivation and what motivates them.
We're both in a situation where, you know, only the best is good enough both for ourselves and for everybody around, and it's actually a difficult situation to be in all the time. That's why you need these individual goals that you set yourself, because you need to have something that drives you forward.
Yeah, exactly. You have something that has to motivate you to do all of the right things. So now my new goal is to reach a 2900 rating. And for me, it's not so much about reaching the goal. It's about having a goal, because that motivates me to do the right things.
Be nice to hear more from Magnus Carlsen on motivation. And out in the lounge today, Sverre, a very cool tournament will be going on.
In the background, there's going to be a tournament from Magnus's own club players who's here to play. And amongst those who are a part of his club is also the second of Magnus's opponent today, Jordan van Vries, because his second, Johan Sebastian Christiansen, is also a member of what is called the offering player offerspill in Norwegian. But Jordan, today we're going to focus on the Magnus game. Do you feel that your win yesterday gave you extra confidence?
Yeah, for sure, a little bit, especially considering my start of the tournament wasn't very good. So winning against Anish definitely gave me a lot of confidence, but I guess I'll need it very much today, because against Magnus it's going to be very tough, of course.
How does it feel when he not only beats but destroys Pragnananda yesterday, and then you have to face him the next day?
You're used to seeing Magnus destroy people, so it doesn't change much for me. I know it's an uphill battle, but I'll just try my best like I always do, and then hopefully some good things happen. But in general, it's just going to be a very fun experience, I hope.
Does it help to have a second who knows him so well, both personally and chess-wise?
A little bit. I also worked with Magnus myself for quite a bit, so I know a bit of the insights, but it's when the game starts, usually it doesn't help too much. So you can use it a little bit in preparation, but you know, when you both start thinking about chess, it all goes away, and pure chess skill matters.
Good luck to you, Jordan. And I'm also just going to have a quick yes or no question to your second that we introduced. Do you have any special sauce planned for Magnus today?
I can't say too much, but...
That means yes, right?
Yes, exactly.
That means that he is very much ready for the Magnus game, but someone else who is ready today is Liam Le. Liam, today you're playing against the birthday boy himself, Jan-Krzysztof Dura. And do you think that is more difficult to play against someone on his birthday?
No, for me it's the same, but my experience is playing on your own birthday can be a little challenging, because like during the day you want to prepare, but you might be distracted by other people congratulating you and stuff like that. But I mean, it depends on each person. Maybe for him it doesn't matter.
So you're not planning to give him any special presents on the board?
We'll see, but I plan to play my best.
But if you make a mistake, you're going to pretend that was the present you already planned for him, right?
I can always say that, right?
Good luck to you, Liam.
Thank you.
Hey, Anish, how are you feeling so far, or how are you feeling after yesterday's match going into today?
Yeah, every day I'm hoping to play well. And before the game, I don't know how to feel. I will know how to feel after the game.
Have you made any special preparations for this day?
Every day I'm trying to think about what my opponent does, what I want to do, what he wants to do. Every day the same kind of thing.
Good luck to you.
Thanks.
Anish Giri lost in tiebreaks to Jordan van Vries yesterday. Today, Anish Giri will face the very entertaining Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. It's going to be Magnus Carlsen against his World Championship second, Jordan van Vries. The birthday boy, Duda, against Liemle. And then, of course, Pragnananda fighting to win the tournament today up against Erik Hansen. So, David, where are you expecting the drama today?
I think there's going to be drama in every single match, actually, but yeah, for me, it's got to be Pragnananda against Hansen, just because I want to see how Pragnananda recovers. The mark of a true champion is normally how you bounce back from defeat, and Erik, of course, will have something to say about that.
Anish Giri, he was super just upset yesterday. He made some terrible mouse slips in the Blitz tiebreaks. How will he recover against Mamedyarov today?
Yeah, I mean, it's all about playing the game on his own territory rather than allowing Mamedyarov to initiate these wild complications. And we saw him there on the camera. He looked a little bit down, I have to say, a little bit nervous. So it's going to be very interesting whether he can actually recover from yesterday's defeat.
Definitely. We're going to have 4 very cool matches today. Pragnananda, he is up against Erik Hansen today, Sverre.
He's definitely, and those are 2 of the most talkative guys we actually have on this tour, and I've gotten one to join me right here. Erik, how do you view the match against the young Prag who's doing so well so far?
I mean, trying to figure him out. I mean, Magnus has been the only one so far, and I'm hoping he slows down a bit after. I mean, with some of the younger players, it's very momentum based. When they're confident, when they're feeling well, they can do anything, and I'm hoping that after yesterday things have calmed down a little bit and it'll give me some chances, because he's hopefully off of cloud 9, let's say. You know, he won his first 3, but yesterday at least Magnus helped the rest of the field out to slow him down, and yeah, I'm just hoping myself to play better than yesterday. Yesterday was my worst day of the event so far, so I'm mainly focused on how I'm playing, and because that's the main concern for me right now.
So that's Erik right here, who's definitely thinking that he can strike back better, but also he mentions that losing 3 games in a row, that takes you off cloud 9.
But it is Erik Hansen who takes on Pragnananda today. This is the Oslo Esports Arena. Players are coming in. Anish Giri ready to make a comeback. Today we see some handshakes, people congratulating Jan-Krzysztof on his birthday. I have to say, you know, I've not been in the chess community for a long time. It seems like a great community, Simon. Just a lot of great people.
It is, yeah. I mean, it's amazing, to be honest. I mean, I started playing when I was about 6 years old, and I still have lots of friends which I met, including Jovanka, actually from around that time period, which is a long time ago now. And everyone's, you know, you fight over the board viciously, you try to kill each other, but as soon as the game's over, it's like, you know, let's go and get a drink or go for a meal or something like that. So, and everyone looks after each other as much as they can. So it's a lovely community, and great friends can be met. So yeah, very nice.
And Jordan van Vries, he is a good friend of Magnus Carlsen, who will arrive at the Oslo Esports Arena very soon to face his World Championship second. Do you have that impression as well, David, that Magnus and Jordan, they are quite close?
They're good friends, of course. There's a lot of mutual respect there. Jordan, of course, knowing, okay, it's the world champion. But Magnus, he was the one who asked for Jordan to join his team for the World Championship match. These 2 have faced off in previous tour events, in Vaikansé over the board earlier this year. There were a few really hard-fought draws there, so it's definitely not going to be easy for Magnus. It's hard to sometimes play against your friends. As Simon mentioned, you have to have that kind of brutality to your game if you want to be the best, and it's not easy if it's someone you like, someone you respect.
And can you describe Jordan's style? Because we've seen some super entertaining games.
Jordan is wild. He's a warrior. He likes to fight in all kinds of positions. He loves to sacrifice if he can. And normally he's all about momentum, all about seizing the initiative early on and not letting it go. If you can catch him maybe in a drier endgame, still he's not quite at the same level as someone like Magnus, but Jordan, he's always entertaining. It's never, ever boring with Van Vries. Magnus, meanwhile, more universal in his style.
And here he comes, the world champion, to face his second. It's going to be Jordan with the white pieces in game 1 here. It's going to be a cool match. Magnus Carlsen in shared lead with Pragnananda, and here we go.
Here we go. It's 1e4, a King's Pawn opening, and Jovanka, you'll be happy to see this.
I'm speechless. This is amazing news, and especially not
I guess
just
that
for
means
me.
the Caracan.
It is the Caracan. You know, I'm such a fan of the Caracan. I actually, don't judge me, anyone, but I actually went and bought a sweatshirt from the Chess 24
those are very
store,
cool.
and they're saying the Caracan.
Sato.
I know. But, you know, I thought this is my opening. You know, I've got to run with the whole branding. So, yeah.
Yeah, and Caracan and Jordan's taking a pause. Big surprise, because Magnus, he does employ this from time to time, but not that often. It's much less common than him playing the Sicilian defense, 1e5. It's maybe Magnus's third or fourth favorite first move. So, okay, the advanced variation of the Caracan, one where Magnus himself has a lot of experience from the white side, and it'll be interesting to see what they have in store. Jordan himself played the Caracan earlier in this event too, so mind games already. And Black's bishop developing outside of the pawn chain before Black locks down the centre, putting his pawns on light squares. The bishop comes out first. Good strategy. And will Jordan develop a knight now?
Well, I would be incredibly happy if actually Jordan didn't develop a knight and maybe picked up the Harry, the H pawn, or if he did pick up a knight, he maybe chose one of the more obscure lines. You know, maybe picking up the knight sitting on B1, because these are hyper aggressive openings. And maybe Magnus.
He's gone for the Tau variation. Is it the Tau variation? I mean, I remember looking at this, and it's a very exciting way to play. And Jordan's a very exciting player, so it's not really a surprise, this, I guess?
No, it's not really a surprise. I mean, this has now become very, very trendy. And the main response is actually for Black to copy. I mean, you just pick up Harry and move it 2 squares. It is also possible to pick up Harry and move him 1 square, but that's a little bit passive. And there you go. Magnus copies.
Yep, just stopping the continued advance of White's pawns. Also, there was a small trap in the position. If Black had been careless, then White's pawns could have actually gone forward and attacked Black's bishop that's out there, and Black's bishop was in danger of being trapped. So that's no longer the case. The Black bishop couldn't be harassed by any pawns, so we did instead see a bishop trade. The light squared bishop's now off the board, and Magnus, he has a decision. Is he going to bring the Black queen out and give a check to the White king, one of the main moves, or is he just going to push a pawn in front of his own king, in front of the Black king? Okay, he gives a check.
Is there a B4 move here? Yeah, this is a move.
Pawn sacrifice.
I've seen Jordan play this before. This exact position with the white pieces, and I remember looking at this move, which the computer actually approved of at a deeper level, and it's a very interesting idea because you're trying to open up the position, and this is really exciting already, right? This move. But Jovanka, you must know more about this than me.
Yeah, I'm trying to recall my theory, actually, because there's 2 times that you can actually play this pawn move, and one of the times you grab the pawn, the other time you actually reject it. You just slide the queen and to challenge its counterpart. And I'm checking the database, and the main move here is actually for Black not to get greedy and just step the queen backwards and offer herself up for a trade.
Yeah, just
already?
Just to show the idea, this pawn is loose. It's actually up for grabs. You can take it, but after White blocks with the knight, you have a problem for Black. Suddenly, all of your pieces are still asleep, still at home, not working, and White has 2 threats. One is a very simple threat to bring the rook across, hit the queen, and OK, Magnus has done this. He's grabbed the pawn to hit the queen and the rook. Also trying to snack on the pawn behind the queen. The other threat is actually to push White's pawn forward in the centre to really break open the defences around the Black king. And this is the current position on the board. This, as far as I know, is the main move, pushing forward with the pawn, because this is actually the bigger threat. You can't allow White's pawn to march forward anymore. And after the White rook steps across, I think Black should, develop his queen, or retreat his queen even, back. And this is actually happening on the board, defending this pawn from the White rook. And it's crazy, this position. Look at Black's pieces. They're all fast asleep. Meanwhile, White will accelerate their play by pushing pawns forward, bringing his knight out. It's very difficult for Black, this type of position, despite having 1 extra pawn, because White's momentum is already starting. This is a position I would hate to have against Jordan van Foreest.
Great start to the game, right? Great start, very exciting, and yeah, pawn sacrifice already. Well, one thing I've noticed is that actually in this tournament, Magnus is grabbing a lot of pawns. He's doing this in, he's taking those pawns. He's not backing down. If his opponent offers him a sacrifice, he will take it and defend. So it's a sort of a new strategy that I've seen him do. I don't think he does this as often in previous tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, he's gone through phases in his career, Magnus, I think. When he was younger, he was very much a pawn grabber. He used to take pawns and try to survive. And then he went through a phase in the late 2010s where he was just sacrificing pawns left, right and centre, maybe inspired by AlphaZero and other computer engines, and now back to grabbing pawns, as Simon says. So, yeah, he's... I can't fault his strategy as black because it's very, very ambitious, but then again, it's also very risky. And sometimes you've got to choose your opponent in chess. And Jordan, he would rather be a pawn down than a pawn up in most positions, a bit like Daniel Dubov. And therefore, it's risky in this position.
So Dubov was also a part of that second scene for Magnus. Why did Magnus, do you think, choose to have both Daniil and Jordan in his team with these styles?
I think it's just about having the right blend, the right mix of players. And of course, Jordan and Daniel Dubov, they're very young. They're very kind of creative, ambitious players. So it's nice to have that spark. And also in the training camp were players like Laurent Fressinet and Jan Gustafsson, who are very solid players, who are kind of more kind of meticulous and detail-oriented in their preparation. So Magnus has the perfect mix, really. He's got the young spark, which you need, especially as you get older. But you've also got the kind of the players who will be very sensible, solid, if you need that type of strategy in a game. And meanwhile, Black's queen just getting out of the way of the black dark square bishop.
Yeah, I'm still surprised he's done this against Jordan, because Jordan must be very happy here, and it's like you're kind of giving your opponent what they want. As you say, Jordan loves sacrificing pawns, he loves the initiative. We saw him play the modern Benoni yesterday when he only needed a draw, which was incredibly brave. It paid off great. And the one thing, though, in these positions is black is fairly solid. There's not any obvious targets. It's like when you sacrifice a pawn, normally you have an obvious target, like a weak square, something to come into. OK, you have a bit of a development advantage here, but you need to make a pawn break to have some attacking chances. That is a key idea. You're going to have to, as white, do some pawn break to open it up. Otherwise, I don't think it'll be enough. So I guess C4, F4, this kind of stuff, Jovanka.
Yeah, well, actually, the way that white, in my experience, handles it is actually to kind of play on the fact that black has pushed Harry 2 squares. And by pushing Harry, then basically black has given itself a very weak square on the G5 square. So often that is the springboard for an attack. So for instance, a knight could come to that square, the bishops come to the square. Having said all that, your move on the board, pushing forward with the pawn.
Yeah, and white has pushed forward with the pawn trying to open lines, and the lines are coming open now. And this is extremely dangerous for Magnus Carlsen. The more lines that open up, the more access white gets to squares, the more his development advantage will count. And if you look at white's position, the compensation for the one pawn sacrifice is the fact that this rook is on an open line. This knight is really nicely placed now. As Jovanka mentioned, this bishop is kind of come out to a really strong square.
I mean, David, there's a nice trick here. I mean, very quickly, if the knight had come in front of the king already, OK, knight check is good, but rook takes pawn just shows how dangerous this kind of position can be. So Magnus trying to swap pieces off.
Yeah, you can't allow the white knight into your camp like this. That is why Magnus played his last move. And he's desperately trying to exchange pieces. If these knights disappear, at least some of the tension is released. So Jordan, either he'll try and dodge that, he'll duck that, or he'll try and start improving his pieces quickly, bringing his bishop out, maybe as Jovanka mentioned, or I was about to say bring his knight towards the centre. Maybe the knight is headed to this really beautiful square with which it can kind of have its eyes on both sides of the board. So interesting position. White's still a pawn down, but look at the white pieces, just fantastically placed right now. Still uphill struggle for Magnus to defend this one.
I mean, where's he going to put his king? I mean, in order to castle kingside, it's going to take him at least 3 moves. He has to move the bishop, the knight, and then castle.
And even then, it's not secure.
And even then, you're right, because you've got the pawn on H5 and it's open. If you castle queenside, well, one of the advantages of sacrificing a pawn is it gives you open lines, and there's ready-made open lines there. If you leave the king in the middle, well, that could get hit and you can never connect your rook. So this is a real long-term problem, positional problem, just as well as the tactical problems. I mean, I obviously would take white in this position all the time, 100%. I would never play this way as black. I mean, Magnus is going to show us how it's done, as always, I'm sure, but it's brave.
It is certainly brave, and it's a promise of it's a sign of things to come. And I also love it how everyone on Twitter is getting involved, following the action. cheering for the favourite players. I can tell you there's a lot of support for Magnus. Everyone's saying, go Magnus. But we really love it when people send us their selfies and show us how they're watching the show, where you're watching it from. The more extreme, the better. And Will Water Polo says, while training for my Ironman, he's watching the real champs. And yeah, I like it.
40.
Well, he's training for his Ironman in his bedroom there. I thought he'd be out running.
Yeah.
This is the most extreme shot we've got. I'm training for my Ironman. I was like, great, we're going to get an extreme shot.
It's a reference to extreme ironing. This is.
Oh, he's ironing.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's this thing that was like super popular a few years ago, where you do extreme ironing, and so you pack up your ironing board, your iron. Off you go to a mountain and you photo yourself
and in
ironing.
reference to Ironman, the actual what is it called?
Marvel superhero.
Marvel superhero, and also Iron Man challenge.
The Iron Man. It's what do you call it when you have three? So you
have to try it.
Swimming, and then
swimming, and then running, and then cycling.
you cycle, and then you run a marathon.
Exactly, and you also
triathlon. Is that?
Yeah.
That Ironman, that is a competition, yes.
Yeah. That's what I assumed he was talking about. But no,
and that's what I thought as well.
I thought
ironing.
so too, but my eyesight is not great, so I have to check the screen here. And as we can see, Jordan occupies the weekend square with his bishop. So Magnus needing to navigate some potentially very tricky waters.
Yeah, Magnus still needs to develop the black bishop at some point. OK, first he trades a set of knights. This was part of the plan all along, but now there are ideas of white's central pawn, the white pawn on the d-file, pushing forward, exploding the position open even more. Actually, that's a serious threat right now, Simon.
Yeah, I like it.
A bunch of threats already for Magnus to face.
Definitely. I mean, I guess Magnus has looked at his position because the moves are pretty logical, what we're seeing so far, and he's moving very quick, but it's very brave to play this way. So he had to move the queen because that was kind of pinned. There was even ideas of the white knight jumping in and attacking that queen in the last position. Can white open up the position somehow here? This is the key question. If white can, it's going to put Magnus in real difficulties. But I can't see an obvious way to do that.
Yeah, no way to push pawns forward productively at the moment for Jordan. That's why he's pausing now. I just want to say as well, this is I think it's the 5th time the queen has moved, and that was only Magnus's 16th move. So he spent nearly a third of his moves with the black queen, and she's landed on a square that's not even that great. So he's lost a lot of time, Magnus. He's been very greedy grabbing a pawn, but yeah, often giving up 4 or 5 moves with one piece is not really the way to play. So this is one you shouldn't try at home too much. Don't get greedy unless you can really justify it. But for now, it looks just about OK.
All right, and Jordan, he is now thinking. So we're going to head out to the lounge, because not only in the arena will there be a big chess tournament going on today, Sverre.
No, this is actually Lawrence Trent's dream scenario, because yesterday he was posting this new course where he started with the knight to c3, and today he's created a tournament where it's all forced moves to begin with, so that they actually match the course that he was giving. And he claims that he's not the favorite, but if you're not your favorite in your own tournament like this, I'm a little bit unsure who is. But the rest of the players, they're part of the Norwegian club Offerspill, which is also the same club that not only Magnus Carlsen is a part of, but also Jordan van Foyer's second, Johan Sebastian Christiansen. So, Jon Christian Hoare, who are you cheering for here, except for yourself in this game? Who are you cheering for between then Van Foyers and Magnus?
Well, normally we Magnus, but yeah, I think maybe Van Forest can have a point today. Yeah.
By the way, I just saw Johan Sebastian walk by as well, and he was saying that whatever is on the screen now, it looks very, very familiar to him and his preparation.
In his course.
All right. It's going to be super interesting to follow the C3 tournament out in the lounge with Sverre. We have 6 great players out in that tournament. We have 8 great players in the arena. And we did have a move on the board. The queens, they keep moving.
Yep, they're dancing around, and white's queen stepped back. Look how the white queen was lining up with her rook on the b-file, attacking one of the black pawns, and that black pawn has just moved to a safe square. So Magnus, he's been forced to weaken himself very slightly. And if you look at the black pawn on the c-file now, just shift your focus there. That black pawn only defended by black's queen, it could be a target. later on. Jordan, however, with the white queen retreat, feels like he's losing a bit of momentum, maybe running out of ideas about how to press directly for an attack. And the white rook next to the king needs to move. He needs to generate something now.
I think it's quite useful in these positions when you're trying to attack. You have to look at the breakthroughs, but you sometimes ask yourself, well, if I had 2 moves, and I think this is the move David mentioned, I was also thinking, how would you proceed to open the position? And I think if I was white here, I'd be pushing that d pawn and sacrificing a piece in this position, which may be extremely dangerous for black. That'd be the logical move that now Magnus has to deal with, and he does now try to get castled.
Yeah, if black had done nothing here, it's hard to not really do too much. But for example, if black had played a very natural move, bringing the knight forward, I think Simon's idea of pushing forward, breaking open the position, this is what you have to try. Even if it comes at the cost of a knight, giving up a piece just to open lines for the white rooks towards the black queen, for example. And if black isn't careful here, for example, putting the queen on the wrong square, then we could see a very quick end to the game. The king trapped in the center of the board, and this would end in checkmate next move. So that's the danger that Magnus Carlsen faced. Instead of bringing his knight to the center, he tried to meet the threat of this pawn push forward by trading pieces. Very sensible if you're on the defensive to try and trade pieces, trying to get rid of this very strong bishop. And Jordan, he's saying, OK, you can trade, but it's on my terms. And now Magnus, if he does take this bishop off the board, he has to worry about potential knight checks, hitting the black king, making sure that the black king can't castle. I think this was too dangerous, so that's why Magnus didn't trade yet. He first brought his knight to the center, guarding this key square that the white knight wants to use itself. So the more trades that happen, the more that will favor Magnus. But it's about whether Jordan can disturb Magnus. He's only 1 move away now from castling to safety when he will be a clear pawn up. So Jordan, he's running out of time on the board to find justification for his earlier sacrifice.
Yeah, and it was Magnus himself who had like a golden rule of thumb on king safety, especially when the king is in the middle of the board. Okay, so Jordan improves the positioning of his rook, and he said if the king is 3 moves away from castling, oof, the king in the middle is in danger. If it's 2 moves away, then it might be in danger. If it's 1 move away, then it's usually quite safe because it can just dash out. And okay, Magnus actually not committing his king. I mean, it does feel like this is the right approach because, you know, if the king does run over to the right, it's not that safe there either.
Yeah, if the king had castled on the last turn, then maybe you could think about some sacrifices for white. For example, jumping in with the white knight, giving a check, hitting the black queen. And yes, it might come at the cost of your knight, but suddenly you've opened up the black king as it's going to come under fire. White's rook might lift over to start attacking it. There's still some serious threats in the position. So Magnus just delaying that decision and instead bring his rook across, actually threatening another pawn. This is actually a backward pawn in the position for white. It can't move forward without being captured and lots of pressure on it right now. Still, pressure's all on Jordan, on the clock as well as the board now, to find something. He needs something very direct and very fast.
I mean, can he get his pawn back now just by taking the bishop? I mean, I think this would be one way to play, but unfortunately, even if you win the pawn back, if black can get castled here, then positionally black is just better, I guess, because of white's pawn in the middle of the board.
Yeah, and some calculation to be done about after rook takes pawn, whether black can kind of get greedy and take in the center. It does look like a lot of calculation, but maybe black can get away with this because you're hitting the queen now and hitting the rook and you're defended. But yeah, a lot to be calculated here. For example, sacrificing the rook and chaos on the board instead. Jordan.
Did you look at that move?
We didn't look at this move. Surprising one. The white queen coming across, switching her kind of gaze towards this black pawn maybe. So now if black castles on this flank, then this pawn might drop off. And also some slight threats against this pawn indirectly. If black again is just waits, then white can maybe play rook takes pawn indirectly, protected by the queen. Some ideas for later on.
But so this is Jordan trying to force Magnus to not castle or delaying it for Magnus?
He's tempting him, he's daring him, he's saying you can castle, but it might backfire on you. I think Magnus won't castle anymore. It's just too dangerous with the queen nearby.
So he's, for the whole game, not going to castle?
At least for the next few moves, not going to castle.
All right, well, it's heating up in this game. And look at the bar in game 1 for Pragnananda against Erik Hansen. Prag is in shared lead with Magnus Carlsen, and he seems to definitely have recovered from losing 3 games to Magnus yesterday. The bar all the way over to his side already in game 1 against Erik Hansen, nodding his head, looking confident here, Prag. And also in Anish Giri's game, against Mamadjarov, the first game, the bar is liking it so far for Anish Giri. And in game 1 between Le and Duda, so far the bar is roughly to the middle. And remember, everyone, if you are watching us on Twitch, you can design your own show. You can have up all 4 games if you want to. You can follow 2, you can follow 1, whatever you want. There is a command center on Twitch that allows you to design your own show. Very cool feature. But we are following now Jordan against Magnus. Who would you choose if you saw this board?
I'm going to answer that question first, and I'm actually going to say black.
Okay. You
Why
liked
black?
it for Jordan first, but now it's...
Yeah, you know, this is a Kara type of position, you know, where you just have to buckle up and just hold on for dear life. And the kind of moves that kind of do spring to mind is maybe to centralise the queen, just to park her in the middle of the board. And again, ask Jordan, what are you going to do? Another thing that I was thinking about is, can black get greedy and capture the pawn? After all, I am a pawn grabber. I have to live up to my name. Yeah, so those are the kind of 2 things. And the reason why I quite like black's position is because, you know, white doesn't have too many minor pieces left. And this just means that white is in danger of maybe running out of steam.
Yeah. I mean, I'm more used to having these positions from the black side, I guess. So I would maybe say the same. I mean, just not looking at the evaluation bar if I didn't know what the evaluation was. But then again, from a blitz or rapid point of view, it still feels like white will have some chances, some tricks, some momentum. So, yeah, I am still, well, I'll reserve judgment. I know which side you're choosing, Simon.
I don't know, I'm actually tending towards to go to black side, actually, here, because it just feels like a lot of pieces have been exchanged off, and I can't see any logical breaks. And I really like Jovanka's move of Queen D5. Maybe we can just show one line, which is, yes, this last move I wasn't such a fan of, but I mean, okay.
What's that?
I think there was I think I really like Jovanka's Queen D5. It's just such a nice move, putting the queen in the middle of the board. Because I think he could have sacked the exchange at some point if the knight check had come in some little line.
OK, so let's show this, Simon, just to reiterate your point. So if the black queen parks herself in the middle.
So I was thinking a very good tactic when you're material up is to give some material back, but take the initiative. This is like a key strategy. And here, after bishop takes bishop, which David has shown, you can maybe just go knight takes. And this looks like terrible because of knight d6 check. But now you can give up your rook and take that knight. And this is the kind of position I think would be a dream position for black. So giving the material back to get the initiative. Magnus obviously did not like that check because he's kept the knight on f5, so maybe this is still absolutely OK. Same idea, he's got his queen to that great square. Yeah. How's Jordan going to break through? He is a pawn down. Black has hold of some really lovely squares here.
And there's threats, right? Like the knight can take the pawn. I mean, white could try to get really fancy and go, hey, what about, like, I can play rook takes pawn. You know, it looks pretty, yeah? Yep. And
a trap.
It is a very neat trap. Queen takes rook is going to be met by a discovered check, which is really unpleasant, winning a queen. But you don't have to take the rook. This is the problem with chess. Your opponents have choices. And unfortunately, knight takes pawn looks to be quite good.
Yeah, it's still very complicated here. For example, if white gives up the rook for the knight and then jumps in with his own knight, still a lot of work to be done. Black here has to take this knight off the board and chaos ensues. I think the main problem for white is that you have to take back with your pawn and black can eventually castle, but very complicated. Still a lot of work to be done here. So this is what Jordan's thinking about. He knows that knight takes pawn is coming. It's just whether he can flick in rook takes pawn and get away with it or not. Jordan, knowing him as well, he's just looking for pawn sacrifices such as this one. This is quite a thematic idea just to ruin black's pawn structure. Unfortunately, I don't think it really helps too much. Black can still castle safely on the next turn. Yeah, it just looked like Jordan running out of ideas, and he's a pawn down. That's why the evaluation bar says +1 for black. Yeah, Magnus in control for now, it looks like.
Yeah, one of the really amazing things with Magnus Carlsen, you know, he's a great world champion, as we all know, is that sometimes when he wins, you're never sure what his opponent's done wrong, you know, and that's kind of like the game here. It's like I was getting quite excited about the position. I think we all thought, yeah, Jordan's in his element, and already it's like, what has Jordan done wrong? Jordan's got a bad position. How did that happen? And it's like I'm not even sure. He's played very natural moves, Maybe the move David pointed out, retreating the queen, was a little bit passive, but even that didn't look terrible. And it's, OK, well, he's gone for this very sharp line, but I'm not sure where he went wrong. But it does seem the position's not nice now.
One of the things about Jordan, I wanted to say at the beginning, is that he rolled the dice pretty early on. And when you sacrifice a pawn, OK, well, the moves are actually coming thick and fast. And now we see a queen trade.
Yep, so the queens are off the board, but look at the white pawn structure. It's completely ruined now, and it might get even worse in a moment if we do see knights leave the board. White has these doubled pawns now on the f-file. White's pawns are all weak. There's even an isolated pawn. Alice the a-pawn over there, feeling very, very lonely. In any type of endgame, it feels like black is going to be the favourite. So white has to somehow justify the ugly, kind of strategic kind of weaknesses in his position just by somehow dynamically forcing a draw. If the knights do come off, white is going to have to quickly get the king active, quickly push some pawns, quickly get his rooks to good squares. Endgame maestro Magnus Carlsen, though, he should be the favourite. Evaluation bar, less convinced about what Magnus has done, but I think he's transformed his kind of short-term advantage, the extra pawn for black, into something a bit more long-term now.
So Magnus now, he's sitting there looking for a winning plan.
Ideally, yes, or at least one where, I mean, he's taken all the risk out of the position now. The queens have come off. He wants a plan where he can start probing at those weak white pawns.
What could be a good plan for him then?
A few of them, I would trade knights probably here. Okay. And, OK, one of the ideas, we can show this on the board now that the queens have left. One of the ideas would be, for example, to trade a set of knights. I'm assuming white takes back with a pawn. Firstly, look at the pawn structure, doubled pawns, isolated pawn. And next, it's about whether maybe at some point you bring the king forward to start targeting some of these weak pawns. That would be one plan. Another plan would be to just step your rook forward, kind of line up your two rooks together against this kind of foremost pawn for white. So those are the two main plans. In the current position, if he doesn't trade, then he might regret allowing this knight to live for too long. So also black can't use, for example, can't challenge this white rook as long as this knight survives. The only thing that Magnus could consider is maybe dropping his knight back and planting it in the centre, but I think white's knight is just too strong. You have to get rid of it. Most likely he's wondering what to do after the trade, rather than...
It's a very ugly pawn structure, isn't it, for white? After you trade there every single white pawn, OK, maybe the G-pawn is just about OK, but even that's a target. Look at them, they're straggling like all over the place, like drunks trying to get home, aren't they?
Wow.
Well, didn't take the knight.
No, he didn't. He left that knight there.
That was surprising, because
surprising,
I was just going to say that the position that you showed looked like it had great long-term prospects.
Why this?
I'm very surprised. Yes, he's planted his own knight in a good square, but now it's Jordan who's grabbed a couple of pawns. And suddenly, if we do a quick count, I think Jordan's one pawn up. So he's been one pawn down previously, now he's a pawn up. I think Magnus's justification is he's going to try and explode open the position.
Has he got rook a8 as well?
I was thinking maybe do like Simon says, and then use Reginald the king.
Reginald?
Yeah, well, OK, that was the first name I thought.
Like, he seems like a bit of an old man.
Exactly.
And Reginald's a bit of an old man name, isn't it? Really?
It is.
Alfred as well?
Alfred, Benjamin is normally my...
OK, either way, whatever you call the king, he has activated it, and he's bringing the king forward. He's going after the pawns already. Very brave by Magnus there. The more I looked at it, the more I liked your last suggestion. Why not trade off your opponent's most active piece, trade off this rook, and go for the pawn, this weak pawn now. But instead, activating the king feels shaky somehow. It feels a bit too ambitious for Magnus, but maybe it's OK. Maybe white's pawns are just eternally weak.
Yeah, I mean, if he can get his rooks active, I think he's going to be doing pretty well, but he just wants to put his king one square forwards, trying to get his rook in the game. I mean, white's pawns are still horribly weak. That's a very interesting move from Jordan there. I mean, you know, giving that pawn up, his only good pawn. No, it's actually not now because he's got those ones in the middle. But wow, that's an idea to try and get some counterplay on the G file against the king, isn't it?
Very creative idea, right?
Typical Jordan, right? Typical idea.
Yeah, and this is the kind of thing that you've got to control your opponent's dynamism. But I love this type of move. Look at it.
I mean, you could take it in two ways, can't you? Yeah. So it's like a move where you have to look at both options. But yeah, very creative. I agree with you there, Jovanka. Yeah. And I think a nice idea to get counterplay.
Yeah, and sometimes people ask me, you know, why didn't you push harder to become world champion? And I thought, I've never had a chance because there are geniuses out there who've come up with moves like this that I would never even consider. I mean, you just put a pawn on a square, it could be
Dave, you can still do it.
No,
you can still do it. You've still got time.
I just want to say the creativity from Jordan, it's another level, though. I mean, I would never consider a move like that one. Giving up a pawn for free on an empty square. I mean, maybe that pawn was doomed anyway long term, so maybe that's the justification. But yeah, it's so clever. And look at this now. He's jumped into this empty square with his knight, where he could have actually captured a pawn of his own on the last turn. But the whole idea now is that the white knight attacks the black rook, but also threatens to jump back to the g5 outpost to attack the black king.
I think he'd be a lot more confident now. I think you can see that in his body language, that he's bouncing around a bit more, and the confidence is showing. And he's managed to get the knight to a better square. If he can get his last rook into the game, well, he could win this one.
Yeah, exactly. All three results definitely possible here. And he does give a check. Now, big question for Magnus. Unless Magnus puts the black king on the g8 square, back where it came from, then Jordan will have the luxury of repeating the position. Could we about to see a draw? Because now if white's knight goes back where it came from, that's the second time it's landed there. Another check. Remember, the white knight protected by its rook on the 7th rank. Black has to retreat. And another check from Jordan would indicate that he's happy with the draw. Is Magnus teasing him, or is he willing to repeat here? What do you think, guys? Are we going to see a draw or not?
I'm not sure why Magnus is not going back to g8 after the check. Is there any reason why not?
I don't think he's entirely happy with his position, because I think he's been totally caught offside by Jordan's pawn sacrifice. And, you know, you kind of called it when you said, you know, the white king is going to activate, the rook that's sitting on d1 is going to get mobilized, and it could be really, really dangerous. So I think he's just trying to bait Jordan with a draw offer, kind of say, hey, let's repeat moves. Let me get out of this hot water, and let's start again.
I think Magnus will be kicking himself if this is a draw, though, because he will have known earlier that he was doing very well. Jordan's pawns were so ugly. OK, moment of truth. Is Magnus going to go towards the knight? If he brings his king down the board, just like he did earlier, we will see a draw, most likely. So if Magnus goes back to the top of the board, he's playing for the win. Moment of truth.
I think he's going to play for the draw.
I think he'll play for the win. I mean, I don't see anything wrong with king g8, so why not play it? There's nothing immediately wrong.
Body language-wise.
OK, yeah, maybe. I'm changing my mind quickly there. Bit late there. Bit late. Yeah,
I won the bet there.
Yeah, you certainly won that bet. And it's
We have a draw, you guys, in game one with Jordan and Magnus. Some impressive play by Jordan there. Some amazing compliments by Magnus to David, to some of his moves. Players are leaving the Oslo arena. They now have almost 30 minutes to prepare for game two, where Magnus will have the white pieces. Let's see if any of them stops by Sverre in the lounge.
I'm here with Jordan right now. And Jordan, how would you summarize this?
Yeah, I think I didn't really get a good position out of the opening, so a draw is a fine result, I think.
And was this your main line going into this white game?
No, I didn't have any main lines going into this game at all. He caught me by surprise with the opening, and I just decided to do something I vaguely remembered, but it is a hard line to play for white because you're trying to get compensation for the pawn, and it's not easy to prove.
Thank you, Jordan.
Thank you.
Magnus is really focused today. He'd rather not have a chat right now, but it seems like he's really determined to deliver optimal chess today.
That's fantastic news for us. We're going to get more entertaining chess. And also in this one, Pragnananda shared lead with Magnus in the tournament. Already fighting for a win here in game one against Eric.
It's looking very good for Pragnananda. If we do a quick count on the board, we see that white has an extra bishop. Black only has one pawn in return. A bishop worth way more than a pawn, especially in a position like this. And if he's accurate, he should be winning. The only danger for Prag here is if Eric can somehow start pushing pawns towards the white king, open some lines up towards that white king. But it looks like a distant dream right now. White's rook there, just retreating out of the eye line of the black bishop. And, OK, the evaluation bar not so keen on that. I'm surprised it only says +1 for Prag, despite having this extra piece.
So it's not completely clear.
It's not completely clear yet. White's pieces still aren't the best. Maybe if white can open things up, trade off a few more pieces, then it should be guaranteed. But some work to be done. Also, 3 minutes against 1.5 minutes. We could still see some surprises, some turnarounds.
OK, you guys, I'm going to make it even more interesting right now. Praggnanandhaa. He has been so impressive in this tournament. He scored a performance rating of over 3,000 in the first 3 rounds. He was beaten by Magnus yesterday, but he is in shared lead. And if Praggnanandhaa wins this game, I'm looking at the bar, Chess24 will give all our viewers 1 month of Chess24 Premium for free. If you use the code GOPRAG, if he wins this game, he has to win this game. We're gonna give you 1 month of Chess24 Premium for free so that you all will be rooting for Pragg. Not that we're not rooting for Erik, but if Pragg gains all 3 points in this match, well, the fight is really on with Magnus. So will he win this game for all our viewers to get 1 month of Chess24 Premium for free?
Okay, and just as you say that, Kaja, it's really livening up. Simon, what do you think of these last pawn pushes?
Well, I mean, I think Erik's in one of those all-in positions. I mean, he's pieced down. You're probably going to lose, and that's when you can be completely fearless. I mean, Erik's pretty fearless anyway, but you might as well just roll the dice, throw everything at your opponent's king. And what do people at home get if Erik wins? Do they get like? I don't know, Jovanka to sing a song? No, I don't know, maybe.
I like it. I like it. Should we put that in the mix there, Jovanka?
Yeah, let's do that.
Let's do that.
You have to agree, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you're looking at a position now.
Why me?
I don't know. I'm still trying. You don't
We'll
want.
put that in there, Jovanka.
No one wants to hear me. That's why. So
Okay.
everyone wants to hear you. I'm sure.
It's an okay from Jovanka. So.
Oh, sorry. I couldn't think of anything else to suggest. So it's like,
Thank you, Simon.
That's
You're
all right.
my best friend.
I will.
Well, it's looking good for you, Jovanka. The bar is liking it. For
Yeah.
You're okay.
Well,
You're safe.
okay.
You're safe.
In order to save me from singing on live television, well, can you all tweet "Go Pragg" and just channel, some positive energy?
Yeah.
We want Pragg to win. Also, 1 month's free membership of Chess24 Premium is incredible.
With all that, I mean, it's the podcasts tomorrow. Jordan van Fore's podcast will be released. Anish Giri podcast is out there today. Jovanka's Chess Talk with Praggnanandhaa is released for Chess24 Premium users. So 1 month free if Praggnanandhaa wins this game. What do you think, David?
It's looking very good for Praggnanandhaa. Earlier I mentioned that White had an extra piece. That extra piece still exists and things are clarifying. And I don't think Erik's getting any closer to the White King yet, at least. White has a complete control over the light squares. White's rooks are now lining up towards the Black King. 1 extra knight for White, and it should decide the game later on.
Yeah, I think Jovanka's safe.
I think I'm safe.
I think, I wouldn't. I wouldn't have
draw?
done. What happens if it's a draw? David sings before anyone else suggests anything. So get in there quick. If it's 0-0, then I will sing. How about that? That's if there's a double default because they both pull out the leads or something. then I'll sing a little bedtime song for everyone. Whatever you want, it's fine. So, but I don't think that's going to happen. I mean, Pragg is playing so well in this competition as well. I don't see him dropping his one position at the moment. Erik's doing his best to complicate. The only danger is White's king is a little bit exposed, but you've got a lot of pieces around the king. You've got the extra piece, and you're attacking as well. So it'd have to be something pretty dramatic here to get Jovanka to sing.
And we did see a small grimace on Erik Hansen's face as well. He knows that with best play, White should be winning this game. He's trying his best, though, now actually attacking the White Knight with that Black Rook, because there is a pin. Black's Rook at the top of the board. He's kind of eyeing up the White Queen. I'm expecting the White Queen, though, just to move out the way, maybe offer a trade for the Black Queen. A few safe squares for her to sit on. And also Erik down to 50 seconds. Meanwhile, we did see Mamedyarov, as well, leaving the arena after a loss to Giri.
Yeah, a loss for Mamedyarov in game 1. He is struggling. Mamedyarov in the tournament. He won the first match on day 1, but after that has been losing his matches. But Giri, of course, great start to the day for him. He was devastated yesterday after losing in blitz tiebreaks to Jordan van Foreest. A great start to the day with a win in game 1. And probably, maybe for Praggnanandhaa as well. It's looking good. The bar is loving the situation on the board for him.
Yeah, the situation is good because of his extra piece. But on the other hand, as David and Simon have pointed out, White's shaky king is giving me cause for concern. I will not rest. easy until...
Do you think he'd be allowed if I sort of quickly get a board and just stand in front of him and say, if you throw this game, Jovanka will sing? Do you think that will excite him? Probably not, will it?
Just saw the arbiter.
Oh, it might be the double default. No double default. Don't do it. Don't do it.
But it's
We can't
another
have that.
game. This is game 1 between Liam Le and Jan-Krzysztof Duda. The arbiter has been over there. I wonder what that is about. The bar is loving the situation with Liam.
Yeah, it looks like Liam's about to win, but yeah, maybe some tech issues, or maybe he spilt some water there. And Jovanka, you were surprised by this last move?
No, I was actually surprised by Eric's clock time. He went down to 1 second on the clock.
Wow.
But now it's a whole rook as well.
It is now
It's
a whole rook.
You must be feeling quite secure now.
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
But meanwhile, we can see Jan-Krzysztof Duda's screen. He's shaking his head and about to resign, I think. We're about to see a result. Liam on the brink of winning.
And that was, that was Liam earlier when he called for the arbiter. We'll have Sverre ask them what that was about. But it looks like Liam is taking the first point in that match against Duda, turning 24 today. But we're following Pragnananda Erik Hansen. Remember, if Prag wins this game, free Chess24 Premium for everyone.
Yeah, and he's on the brink now. No longer just one knight up, he's a whole rook up. Black only has 1 pawn in return for the rook. It's not enough, despite White's king being slightly airy, slightly open. OK, Erik just going through the motions here, going to try and grab another white pawn. That white pawn irrelevant, though. And we do see a result. Liam has beaten Duda on his birthday.
Yeah. It's quite hard to play on your birthday, is the general feeling, isn't it? I mean, I think most people say they don't like playing on their birthday. It's happened to me once, and I didn't really enjoy it. So it's a bit trickier.
Yeah, I play on my birthday nearly every year. There's always a tournament that clashes with my birthday, and until recently it was OK, but it's always the Olympiad or the European Team Championship. Okay, yeah. And last year I lost on my birthday with White, so it was...
Yeah, it's not nice when you go in the bar and you have to, like, everyone's singing happy birthday, like, get out of my face. Get out of my face.
7 seconds for Erik to find some desperate resource.
Ooh, down to 4 seconds when he made that move, but it's just a queen move, no threat, no point really behind that last
Well, maybe rook c7 is a little nibble here,
okay.
But Erik plays so well when he gets lost positions. If he didn't get lost positions, I mean...
He did get low on time as well.
It's low on time, yeah. I mean, he's a fantastic player, and we've seen that with some of his games that he's played. I hope he bounces back to make a good match of this one.
Yep, so White's knight going forward just to stop any black rook attacks against the white queen. Yeah, the black rook hasn't really got anywhere good to go. It ends up blockading one of White's pawns. But it's time. I mean, everything's protected for Prag now. The white queen is the only piece that's not protected, and she can fend for herself. And there we go. He's just put everything curling up into a ball on this left side, consolidating his advantages there. The 2 white rooks are better than the 1 black rook.
It is, and also White has just a very straightforward plan of just pushing Alice the A-pawn. There's nothing really to be done here for Erik. He's trying, which we have to applaud.
The white king is so safe, isn't it? But if you can't protect your king with your pawns, then bring your pieces around to protect it is a good idea, and that's exactly what he's doing here. And he might even better force the exchange. Well, OK, not force it, but...
He'll offer at least the exchange of queens. There we go. Queens coming off the board would signal the end of the game. So Erik has to stretch his defences. The black queen defending her bishop right now from afar. It might be time for White's A-pawn to start running, as mentioned. Prag, it looks like he's a bit... kind of just surprised that the game's still going on. He wants to get out of here with the 1 point, and he's on the brink. With the win, at least, he's on the brink of that. But
yeah, I mean, you could
easily
easily resign this position as black if you wanted to.
If it was a long game, I think we would have seen that.
Definitely, yeah.
But Erik is a fighter, you know. I have to say, when I played Erik just the once, I mean, I got a winning position and I was a piece up. And he still made my life incredibly difficult.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, when he gets these bad positions, he seems to up his game. The pressure is off, and I think the pressure maybe affects him a bit more than some of the other players, actually. I mean, he does get very short time because of the pressure, and I think he blunders. But when the pressure's off, then his play gets seems to get stronger even. So it's something, you know, I'm sure he'll deal with, but he hasn't got much experience in these tournaments.
Well, this is probably why his routine works for him, you know, because, you know, he can just enjoy himself. He's done the hard work beforehand, and it's just about relaxing and enjoying the moment.
And I don't know if it's just me, but Prag does look a bit nervous with his last few moves. Visibly, I mean, he's normally doesn't react too much with body language, but his last few moves look really nervous. White's king's gone to the corner, but it sits on a dark square, and the black bishop at least now pointing towards it. It doesn't feel like Prag's done too much to get closer to that win over the last 10 moves or so. Erik still sticking in there, still fighting. And yeah, it feels like Prag, maybe because of the ghosts of yesterday, losing 3 games in a row to Magnus, maybe a bit hesitant, maybe a bit less sure of himself. The black queen was attacked by a rook. She centralizes herself, and still some work to be done. It's now hard to push white's a-pawn forward because that's where the white king lies. You don't really want to weaken the white king anymore. Still some life left, and also Prag down to 30 seconds.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. It's getting a bit shaky. Oh, yes.
Oh, no.
So what are you going to sing, Ivanka?
Well, you know, thankfully, I'm just checking on Twitter, and I can see some people are cheering for Prag.
Yeah.
Go, Prag. They're channeling all their positive energy. And if we want the free 1-month Chess24 premium membership, we've all got to hope that Prag wins.
And remember, so the code, you have to sign up for Chess24 Premium on Chess24 and use the code GOPRAG when you sign up to get that 1 month free. Also in there, 40% off all the other months after the first month. But what's happening, David? Is he winning?
I think Prag is winning. Well, of course he's still winning. He's got an extra rook, but he's found at least a plan. The white queen continues to offer these trades, and black is actually running out of ideas. If the black queen avoids the trades for too much longer, then white's queen can actually go up and capture the black bishop, because the pawn protecting that black bishop is actually pinned. Look at white's rook on the g-file, staring down at the black king, and Erik we only see the back of his head, but he looks off to the side there. He knows it's hopeless. You can't keep queens on the board anymore.
This could be the final move of the game.
The final move.
As soon as the queens come off, there's not really any point playing for tricks.
1 second, and OK, he makes a last-ditch move. Yeah. OK, but the queens are going to come off.
Yeah, this is
completely hopeless now. We're going to see a result any moment. And Erik resigns, a whole rook down.
And that means Pragnananda takes the first point in the match, and it also means 1 month Chess24 Premium for everyone. So go ahead into chess24.com, sign up for Premium, and you get the first month free of charge for everyone, thanks to Pragnananda's fantastic win. He is fighting with Magnus Carlsen to win the Oslo Esports Cup. And let's see if he stops by Sverre to give a reaction after that first great win.
Let's hope so. Prag is walking in right now, and he's coming up to us. Prag, first of all, congratulations on a very good game.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not sure if it was a good game. I got a piece very early on in the game, but then I think my technique was not so good. I didn't play really well after that. Then I allowed this counterplay, which was not needed. But okay, somehow I won in the end.
Are you sometimes too hard on yourself because you find fault with a lot of your wins?
No, I think this game, it was not a good technique by me. Because I allowed a lot of counterplay. My king was very open, and with less time it could go either way. So I'm just happy to win.
I have one more question. There's some of our viewers who's very curious about your mark in your forehead, the white mark. Can you tell me what that means for you?
Like, I do it because my mother said it very early on, so it's just my practice. I do it every time, every day.
And does it bring luck?
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm just not sure. Sometimes not.
Good luck to you, Prag. Thank you.
Thank you.
So that was a very upbeat Pragnananda, who is not necessarily happy enough with his wins after he gets them, because I don't think I've heard him say it's a good game once.
Sounds like someone else I know, Magnus Carlsen, and that must be a great sign. Pragnananda, very strict with himself, but a great win, David. How did he get it?
A great win, and actually it all started in the opening. We joined the game when he was already 1 piece up, and I just want to show how Prag won the piece early on, and it was started here. White had just pushed a pawn forward, and he's actually trying to trap this bishop. This is a very common motif, a very common pattern, and Erik just couldn't find a way to save his bishop in a good way. He brought his bishop out, but after a trade of knights, suddenly, look, the bishop was trapped. The pawn pushed forward. There's only one safe square for it to run to now, but the trap closes, and this bishop caught in the middle of the board. No matter where it goes, it loses itself for just one pawn. And a really nice move just to show by Prag after the black queen came across, trying to zigzag her way in to check the white king. Prag said no. Closing the door completely, he brought his rook up the board to cover this key square. Next move, he won this black bishop, and as we saw later on, he guided his piece to victory.
Still 3 games to go in all the matches, and next we're gonna follow Eric against Prague. Game 2. Will Prague get another win in this match? He is fighting to win the tournament. So as I mentioned, still 3 rapid games to go in all of the matches. And if someone are tied, we will head to tie breaks. Now, after the next game, we're gonna see how Jordan van Vries did when we challenge him in our Champions Challenge.
Okay, blocking things up, that's always a good idea.
Good strategy, Jordan. You're doing my favourite thing. Storm.
Bishop for knight trade there.
I want to take with that guy.
Is it possible to checkmate Magnus in that time?
I hope so, but it's already slipping.
Watch out.
Oh no, I blundered.
What is the blunder?
A pawn is dropped.
And a bishop.
Got greedy.
Oh no!
Oh dear me, that's a devastating check because the queen is going to fall.
That's Jordan against Magnus 10 coming up after the next game. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Hello everyone and welcome to this short introduction to the Roy Lopez. So the Roy Lopez is a chess opening that appears after the move e4, like replies e5, you play knight f3, like replies knight c6, and now bishop to b5. This is the Roy Lopez. We intend to castle next, and we are building some initiative in the center later on by playing the move c3 and hopefully d4. It's a very solid and reliable opening. It has been played by basically all the world champions throughout the history of chess. It has been around for hundreds of years, and it can definitely last you a lifetime once you learn it. So I really recommend you all to try out the Roy Lopez.
Welcome back to the Oslo Esports Cup. Now, Magnus Carlsen has been hinting lately that he is ready to give up his World Championship title, but don't think for a minute that he is not motivated to keep up his chess career. About a month ago, he met up with his fellow Norwegian top athlete, Karsten Warholm, who set a new world record in 400-meter hurdles in the Tokyo Olympics. And those two, they have a lot in common.
I like to place my toe like just on the ground. Then it's all about, getting there, and then it's go.
When you reach your goals, and I guess when you won the World Championships for the first time, a lot around your life, it changed, and the same for me, especially after Tokyo, and it's you need to find your place in that new world or that new scenario. We're both in a situation where, only the best is good enough both for ourselves and for everybody around, and it's actually a difficult situation to be in all the time. That's why you need these individual goals that you set yourself, because you need to have something that drives you forward.
Yeah, exactly. You have something that has to motivate you to do all of the right things. So now my new goal is to reach 2900 rating. And for me, it's not so much about reaching the goal. It's about having a goal, because that motivates me to do the right things. And frankly, the last World Championship, it didn't really motivate me that much. I couldn't really, I feel, force myself to do the things that I needed to do to be at my very best. And I was more focused on, I want it to be over. I want to not lose this time so that I can do other things that I like more. When it comes to this new goal, I'm much more motivated to do the right things, to have at least a chance of achieving that goal, because I feel achieving that would be special. That would be an historic achievement. Frankly, in some other tournaments, like, I know that I can do 90% and probably win. But if I want to achieve my goal now, it has to be 100% every single time. And that is motivating.
I'm actually a bit nervous. Me too, man.
We're gonna play a game called Hand and Brain. So I'm gonna be the hand. He's gonna tell me what piece to move, and I'm gonna move that piece, and that's gonna be the same over here.
I'm obviously the brain.
He's obviously the brain.
Big brain. Pawn. Okay, that's good.
Boy.
I like it. I like it.
Going for a gambit. Pawn. Pawn. I don't see a single pawn move that I like.
I will go pawn. Nice. You saw the threat. That's good. Oh, that was important. I didn't see it.
Okay, we're getting a bit short of time.
Pawn.
Running out of time.
Runner.
Runner.
So, 1 second.
Running out of time.
Queen.
We lost the time.
I think I have to take the blame here. I do know.
Do you find it inspiring, Magnus, that Karsten has broken that magical limit and now you're aiming for your own magical limits?
Yeah, for sure. Because he didn't need to break the world record, he needed to completely shatter it. And that's what I'll have to do as well. The difference between the rating I have now and the goal is it's not that big. It's just that the others are so like far behind that to actually gain rating on what I had.
So your problem is actually that you need others to be able to be ranked.
Exactly.
How you want to be ranked.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a problem. When you were ranked at 2,880 or something, that's a world record, right?
Yeah, that's the world record. Yeah. But those were like different days. That was back in 2014, and back then I knew a lot less about chess than I do today. But I just had so much willpower. Every single time I sat down, like I expected to win every time that I play, and I would work tirelessly for 5-6 hours every time to get there. So that's what I'm trying to get back to.
Magnus and Karsten are both a part of the great Puma family. Karsten, he broke the magical 46 limit when he set a new world record in 400-meter hurdles in the Tokyo Olympics. And as a chess fan, David, how happy are you to hear just how motivated Magnus is to break that 2,900 record?
It's exciting, and it goes against some of the other stuff I guess he's been saying to the press.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously the World Championship title has a different meaning, different pressures that come with it, but to see Magnus still pushing himself, he still wants to give everything in every game, which we've seen in this event, yeah, it's a really good sign for the future.
Yeah. What do you think, Simon, to hear Magnus so motivated now to fight for that next goal in his career?
I think it's really important for everyone, not just Magnus. I mean, I remember when I became a grandmaster, you become a grandmaster, you've worked all your life, and it's like, what do I do now?
Yeah.
It's like, what's next? And you kind of like
attacking the knight with the rook, and then Black, instead of retreating the knight, will actually either defend that knight with the pawn or attack the bishop.
Yep. And I think I played this one back in 2006 once in a rapid tournament.
Oh,
that's
your memory, David.
I know.
But that's the extent of my knowledge. The rest, I mean, I'm not up to date on this one at all. The computer, notice how it really doesn't like this for white, but Prag, look at his body language. He's clearly studied this before the game. This was clearly cooked up by Ramesh, one of his coaches, along with Prag, as a surprise for the Canadian, for Eric Hansen. And yeah, early days, but what is that a philosophy you like there, Simon, just surprising the opponent?
Yeah, I think it's so important nowadays, especially when everyone's incredibly well prepared. If you can get the first surprise in, make your opponent the first, thinking straight away, that's a big advantage. And you can see how his confidence will be affected as well. He's like, he's looking very happy. He's got his move in. And as you say, David, I'm sure they've looked at this position for hours this morning. And here we go, Erik playing the main move, which Jovanka mentioned.
Yeah, so attacking the black knight in the middle of the board with the white rook, and black doesn't move it, just counterattacks against white's bishop.
Okay.
And either the white knight will, otherwise either the black knight will disappear now, or the white bishop will step back.
All right, so Prague winning game 1. That was great news for all our viewers as well, because we did launch that Go Prague code you can use to get 1 month free. Chess24 Premium. Now, I hear rumors there are some technical issues with that code when you do sign up for Premium, but they are working on it. So it will be fixed. Using the code GoPrag will give you 1 month free of charge Chess24 Premium with a bunch of exclusive content. Now, in the other games, I actually noticed already in game 2 now against between Jan-Krzysztof and Liam Lea, the bar is liking it for Liam. He did also win game 1, Liam Lea, and we did see there were some technical issues. The arbiter was over helping Liam with something, and he did stop by to tell Sverre what was happening after that game.
Liam Lea, you start out very well today with a win with white. How would you summarize the game?
It was a very complicated game. I think I played some interesting idea with h4, and then at some point it got very double edge, and I'm not sure who was better. But I think his mistake was when he took on d4, knight takes d4, and then after c6 he had to sacrifice the queen, and that was not a good position for him.
It seemed like Duda was having some technical problems. Do you think that affected your game at all?
No, not really, but fortunately the arbiter fixed it very quickly, so it didn't really affect our game.
It's a good start for you today. Anis, what went right in this game?
Yeah, finally played a good game, I think. I'm very happy with that. I don't think I played such good games so far in the tournament, so I'm very happy.
And how does that define? You now have 2 white games going in. Does it leave you with a good confidence as well?
Yeah, I don't care so much about each particular result, because results, it's not like a sprint where you run in a certain amount of time. In chess, you have an opponent, so your result depends on your opponent and other circumstances. But I'm happy, at least I played a good game today, and now no matter what happens, I will always know I'm capable of playing 1 good game in a row.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Anish Giri, the humor is back. We love to see that. He lost yesterday, but a win in game 1 against Mamedyarov, and the bar is already liking it for Anish in game 2 with the white pieces now. But we're following Erik Hansen against Pragnananda. What do you think? We did have a couple of moves here now, David.
We did have a couple of moves, and I think this is still within the realms of what is known, what has been played before. This position looks very familiar. I remember some battles between Caruana, Carlsen, some very, very elite players. And right now there is a couple of pawns up for grabs. So actually the black pawn in the middle of the board can be captured by the white rook next to it, or the white knight can even jump forward, take a pawn in the center, or even take a pawn on the side of the board. But either way, black will get compensation long-term with the bishop pair. It looks like Erik is about to take this pawn on the edge of the board with his knight going out to the rim, capturing a pawn there. Compensation, though, in the bishop pair. Black will most likely kick away white's rook from the center and start trying to create threats. It definitely looks like Erik is not familiar with this position compared to his young Indian opponent, just judging by the clock times.
Yeah, you'll be right there. Actually, capturing that pawn with the knight is actually the second choice. So only been played 6 times before. It's much more popular to actually grab the pawn in the middle of the board. But if you're unfamiliar, this is the dangers, you have to assess. Opening up the light squares and...
Erik shaking his head a lot there just a moment ago, head in his hands already.
I think this is a real problem that Erik's actually had here. His openings. I mean, his opponents are so well prepared because they play all the time, they work all the time. Erik is a streamer. He streams, so he doesn't work on his openings as much as the other players, and that is showing a little bit. When he gets into the games, he's absolutely fine, but he's uncomfortable here. He's walking into preparation. He realises that he doesn't like it, and okay, I'm going to win a pawn, but I'm going to come under some pressure. And that's another thing I think which is very clever from Prag's decision, is that Erik loves the initiative, and when he starts defending, he's not as happy, and that's most likely going to happen in this position.
And I was going to say something. We were asked on Twitter a few days ago how many of the players have come here with seconds. And actually, I think everyone here is working with seconds, except Eric. He hasn't come here with anyone, and I don't think he works with anyone on a regular basis.
I mean, one of the other chess bras, Aman Hambleton, maybe they work together, but he's, I guess, back in Canada right now. So if they work together, it'll be remotely. But Aman, he's got the same thing. He's a streamer. And as a streamer, you play a lot of online chess. You play hundreds of games a day sometimes, which is great practice, but it's against all levels of opposition. So someone like Prag, who's training just to play against the very best, someone like Magnus, who only competes against the top few in the world, it's a different level of consistency, different level of play. And
perhaps we could, yeah, sorry, David.
Sorry.
I was going to say, it could maybe be interesting to see the aim chess stats. I just
Yeah.
got curious to see Eric's sort of opening percentage.
Yeah, maybe we can bring up those aim chess stats. And Eric in the opening, he's always been quite good, but his repertoire is very narrow, so it's quite easy to predict. That's the only thing. So Prag, clearly, I mean, it's move 13 now. Prag has actually gained nearly...
I've never been. I'd love to go. Have you been?
No.
No, never. No,
never.
Only
Yeah.
Durban.
And Ayompio is watching from Nigeria after a long day of work. And also cheering for Magnus. So Magnus actually getting a lot of support, but so is Pragnanda as well. So it's gearing up to be a very nice two-horse race. And if you want to send us your questions, your thoughts, and even your selfies, we love those. Then remember to tweet us using the hashtag #ChessChamps.
And Eric, we know he is a huge fan favorite as well, being the chess bra super streamer and also a fantastic chess player. He's playing such entertaining chess for us, but he doesn't look too happy so far in this game with the white pieces, although the bar is liking it for Eric.
Yeah, that's the thing. Maybe with perfect play, White has a small advantage here, but how is he going to play perfectly? He's only got less than 7 minutes now. He knows he's facing this deep, deep preparation from Prag. I just think he's already beaten himself up psychologically. I think it's already, big favourite now for Prag.
Do you know what he should have done, David? He should have gone one knight c3.
Yeah.
I mean, like...
Get out of the opening.
Yeah, on move one. I mean, we're speaking, we've got Lawrence Trent over here as well, who's just brought out his latest chessable course. And that is on a very interesting way to start the game with one knight to c3. And I love these little moves. They're very good because you can get your opponent thinking from a very early stage. And he was even showing me some interesting ideas, novelties he had in that earlier on. So he's obviously done a lot of work on that course.
Yeah. And that's the thing, right? It's not even about the moves themselves. It's just getting the game onto your home territory. And
yeah.
I mean, this is clearly Pragnananda's home territory. Eric is fighting on his opponent's terms. Okay, he brings his rook to the side of the board. It looks like a nice aggressive attacking square, but that rook is a lone ranger, and it's going to get hit by some pawns, maybe by Black's bishop later on. Or look at the clock times as well. Eric is 10 minutes down on the clock already.
It kind of reminds me of this rook move, of the move that Pragnanda played against Magnus yesterday, the losing move.
The rook really offside and...
totally offside.
It's semi-aggressive. It looks semi-aggressive, but actually you're not going to checkmate just with a rook and a queen, really, with correct play.
It was a really interesting observation from Pragnanda's coach, Ramesh, on Facebook, where he said when he described that rook move as, showing that Prag is just 16.
Well, and he also has almost 16 minutes on the clock, Pragnanda, thinking right now. So let's head out to Sverre. So much going on in the lounge right now. Are they still playing chess there, Sverre?
Oh, yeah, this is still Lawrence Trent's home field advantage, because you guys were talking about how it must feel to play against Pragnanda's prep. Imagine being all the time playing against Lawrence Trent's prep and his chessable course, because that's practically what they're doing. But the big question is, Lawrence, when everyone is playing against your prep, are you winning?
We've had a few accidents, but that's nothing to do with the course. I seriously recommend it. Somehow a piece left the board. I missed a discovery, but it's all going well. We're all having fun and enjoying the chess.
So if anyone wants to learn how to speak Trent, that means it's going absolutely terribly for him. That does not mean you should not take his chessable course, but it's interesting though, because I'm going to walk over to the other side of the table here and check with perhaps one of the other players if he gets his pawn move going first. Are you experiencing any fun positions out of this opening so far?
Yeah, like rich positions, and it's a bit not so mainstream, so you get your opponent to think a lot earlier than you normally would. So it's not like you're playing 15 moves and don't have to think. So yeah, I think it's interesting concept.
Interesting concept, and as we saw yesterday, even Fanforis decided to use it in this Champions Chess Tour game. So I mean, it's clearly workable. I'm enjoying seeing all the frustrated faces here right now.
All of them have to play one knight c3. Thank you, Sverre. That chessable course with Lawrence Trent was released yesterday. One knight c3, so they all are playing that in the opening move.
It was quite funny. It was quite funny actually because
one often, and you can see this is exactly what Pragg has done in this game. Not on move one, but he's taken Erik out of what he knows, and he's got this massive time advantage. So it seems to have worked pretty well. How should he continue now? I mean, I'm thinking of some strange moves like moving the f pawn even, just to really tie that rook off. You know, stop it coming back into the game. And I think the big advantage that Pragg has is his light squared bishop, because he has a light squared bishop and white doesn't have a light squared bishop. It's quite an open position. Look at that lovely diagonal there. And you can really try to use that piece. That's something which you've got to bear in mind for the rest of the game. You know, again, I'm not entirely sure the right way to continue, and Pragg is now thinking about that himself.
Yeah, lots of very tempting moves, as you mentioned, Simon. This one, very nice, just cutting the rook out of the game. Another one you could make an argument for is maybe pushing this pawn forward. When I studied this many years ago, this was quite a common theme, just to destabilize white's knight for later. You had weak pawns anyway, but suddenly you look, this knight, no defenders, it could become a tactical weakness.
It's a really nice trick here, David. If you go f5, knight takes pawn, there's queen e8. Ooh. And I've only just seen this one, which is a really weird visual idea, because
but wait,
the queen.
1 second.
I just realised the queen does defend
There's
it.
Another queen.
Yeah, that's a pity. But it's still
nice.
still attacking that rook and hitting the knight. Could be useful for the queen to dive in.
Yeah, interesting tactics there. And the other alternative I was about to mention is that you can immediately kick the rook away. And actually, where is this rook going to go? There's not many safe squares at all. You can't go back to this square, which is covered by the black queen. You can't go to this square, which is covered by black's light squared bishop. You only have 2 or 3 safe squares. You can go up the board, you go across one square, or you can go all the way across. And no matter where you put the rook now, okay, Erik has chosen that latter option. No matter where you go,
look at that rook though. You've got to laugh because the rook is just swinging around crazily, isn't it? It's all over. It's all over the shop. Drunken rook. Yeah, I would try that side of the board. No, that didn't work. Back to the other side. All right, where next? Where next, my friends?
Literally a moment ago in this position, he went this way, and then as soon as he got kicked, in this position, he went the other way. So yeah. Weird, wacky times for that white rook.
I wish it was the bar going from side to side.
I think it will be in this game, Kaja.
Ah, cool.
And meanwhile, white lost a move, but black's last pawn push maybe weakens the dark squares around the black king. So white's bishop could maybe use this square. That's Erik's rationale behind his last move. But down on the clock, he still needs to be very careful that this rook, this white rook, the drunken rook, doesn't get trapped behind enemy lines later.
Nice idea, though. I really like what Erik's done here. He had a long think. He wasn't looking very confident, and he did tempt Pragg to move the pawn in front of his king, as you mentioned. And he's playing one of the most critical ideas here. He didn't have to grab a pawn. I think a lot of people, if they fall into preparation, wouldn't have done that. But now he's grabbed the pawn, and he might even grab a second pawn. So he's playing critical chess, brave chess. And I think that's something you should always strive to do. Play the most critical move, even if it's scary, because that's how you get better at chess, by testing yourself and testing the position.
Yeah, we say scary because black does have ideas. For example, black's queen. This is a very typical idea in this type of opening. Black's queen could come in, attack this pawn in conjunction with her bishop. This is fine for now. White can just block by pushing a pawn forward, hitting the queen, gaining time. But either way, there will be some attack brewing maybe against the white king, because white's king is a bit lonely right now. No pieces around to defend it. And if black can get these bishops working towards it, for example, lining up the other bishop is another option, then yeah, it's a lot of trouble maybe on these lines later on. Erik still has to defend very well. But every minute that Pragg spends thinking, Erik will gain in confidence.
Yeah, it looks better now then for Erik, at least on the clocks. Pragg, he did win game 1. Let's just quickly take a look at the other matchups as well. Magnus Carlsen against Jordan van Foreest. That was a draw in the first game. Magnus now with the white pieces, and the bar is over to his side. Is it looking good for the world champion?
Yes. I just looked at Jordan's last move, and he's just given up a piece for seemingly nothing. So, crazy times for Jordan, but that's the world that he lives in. And there's clear ideas behind Jordan's sacrifice, but the computer thinks Magnus can just grab a piece and hold on for victory.
All right.
So we'll check back in on that one later.
Absolutely. And we did have a move on this board.
Yeah, and very sensible start. Prag just centralizes the black rook. That black rook on an open file, far more kind of traditionally placed than the white rook, which has gone kind of crazy on an adventure. So yeah, nice start there by Prag, but computer not liking it. Maybe thinking that white can continue getting greedy and grabbing another pawn. White is one pawn up after all.
I liked your A3 move, David, actually. A3 looked like a clever idea. And Eric now starting to move a lot quicker, which is a great sign. And he might even bring the queen out next. And he's completed his development. He's a pawn up. He's got also some squares he can attack as well. So I'm thinking like Eric's done a really good job of meeting this novelty, which is incredibly hard to do over the board.
You maybe show us. So why is it that Eric is and should be feeling more confident about his position right now? What has changed?
It's many factors, actually. It's the fact that he's getting active and gaining time. Normally, momentum changes when you can start to create a series of threats. White's rook did start to threaten some pawns, but more importantly now, you're gaining time against the black queen. Of course, this rook as well, it looks offside, but it's doing a great job of protecting its bishop, and therefore this black queen now, it's got a dilemma. Do you move? If you move out the way, then, you could run into trouble. The white knight might jump in. You could be heading for these weak dark squares. If the knight gets there, for example, then this is a family fork, as we call it, a royal fork. You hit the king, you hit the queen, and you hit the rook.
Wow.
And you just win everything. You win the whole house. So you can't really move the black queen. Prag had to block, and now the white bishop steps back. And Simon, you were maybe considering bringing the white queen forward.
I was thinking about that, as long as it didn't,
hitting the rook in the corner and hitting this pawn. And
that's the critical move, definitely.
Move.
And he didn't spend long, did he? So on that one,
he instinctively retreated the bishop.
Yeah,
I mean, why did he reject her moving the queen?
I mean,
maybe just didn't want to calculate. Very complicated position. Yeah, there are weird ideas such as pushing this pawn forward, hitting the black rook. Everything's under fire. Hitting the white rook, sorry. And instead, Eric just kept things simple. We can't fault him for that. Low on time. He retreated the white bishop, and now black's bishop, as mentioned. The two bishops combining to peer down towards the white king. Yeah, and suddenly it's all gone in white's favour. Why is the computer saying this? Can white maybe just get greedy, grab a second pawn, go 2 pawns up? Will Eric just take a time out, maybe lift his queen up the board, just kind of try to get at the black king from a different angle? Definitely the black king, for now at least, is weaker than the white, than its white counterpart. And okay, Eric just getting greedy, grabbing a pawn, 2 pawns up now for the Canadian. Prag needs to do something with his bishops in order to justify his earlier sacrifice. Also, the clock times are starting to balance out. Momentum black.
Yeah.
Eric Hansen.
Momentum white, yeah.
Momentum white.
I think he's done very well to get this, and it's Prag who has to prove something now. Otherwise, he's just going to lose. So how does he do that? He has to get his queen in the game, I would imagine. Get some kind of pressure somewhere. Eric's developed well.
Definitely. I did check the computer lines to see why it gave such a big evaluation, and it was just because Eric could get greedy.
I like what he's done as well with the white bishop. White's bishop is a really annoying piece for black to deal with, and worst comes to the worst, he can drop back the white bishop, trade off one set of pieces.
Yeah.
The more trades that happen, if you can get the 2 dark square bishops off the board, you're close to victory already.
I mean, the rook is still a little bit funnily placed, but it's not a major issue at the moment, I feel. And you might be able to push the white pawn in the centre to swing that again. I'd love to see that. Push the white pawn and swing it back over to the king's side again.
And I'm just noticing the bar between Magnus and Jordan. It's gone all the way over to Jordan van Foreest's side.
Wow, his hustling has worked.
I mean, he was really... Oh, and look at Magnus's. He has a big reaction.
Wow.
Wow, I think Magnus just missed a couple of moves there, and not even that difficult moves. Yeah, full 360, that game has turned completely. Jordan on the brink of victory. He's just going to be a whole rook up. Yep, Magnus just going to be a rook down for no compensation at all. Wow. Game over almost.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah, maybe we'll show a highlight from that one a bit later on, but heartbreak for the world champion. Jordan, bravery does pay off.
Well, this is how you've got to play against Magnus without any fear. You know, I mean, Prag tried to do this, but it's very hard to do. But you've got to go for him. I think it's the only way. Complicate things. But Magnus just missed a rather simple idea, which I'm sure David will show when we've covered the Prag-Eric game.
But do you expect that one to be over quite soon?
I think, judging from Magnus's body language, it could be any moment. I just don't really know what Magnus is going to do next. OK, he's trying some last tricks, so yeah, it shouldn't work, and it might be over within the next 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we should, because this one should last for a long time.
This one will last a long time for sure.
We should jump over to Magnus against Jordan to take a look at what's happening there, and then go back to this one when this gets more dramatic. All right, they are working on bringing us over to Magnus against Jordan to see if Magnus actually will lose to go down by 1 point in that match. Remember, he is in shared lead with Prag, and Prag is in the lead in his match. So this could be a very dramatic moment in the tournament.
Yeah.
Prag,
yeah.
It's over.
It is over. It is over. So, wow.
Yeah, wow, indeed. We will show that on the board, how Van Foreest beat the world champion, beat Carlsen, but it was all self-inflicted. Carlsen had a big advantage. And
with the black pieces.
Yeah.
I mean, beating the world champion with black is really rare, extremely rare.
25 moves as well.
Must be one of his quickest losses ever.
Especially with white.
Yeah. And I think Sverre will get a reaction. I don't know from Magnus, but maybe from Jordan in the lounge. What's happening, Sverre?
Yeah, Magnus already passed me here, but I know I have Jordan with me. And I almost want to say it's a shame with Magnus's blunder, because your defense prior to that move was unbelievable.
It was desperation. I was thinking it's going to be a quick defeat for me. He was playing so fast and I didn't know what to do, and it was more desperation than anything, just trying to confuse it a little bit. I guess he just missed it. I could take on a2 with my bishop.
I think you forgot about your bishop.
Yeah, actually I missed it myself too for a little bit. Yeah, the bishop on g8, it's maybe a little bit hard to see, but yeah, it's very surprising, just I had no words.
But I'm curious, because the resources you've found now 2 games in a row, even though you get in very poor position from the beginning, this is about as opposite to the Van Foreest we expect to see with his opening theory games and things like that. You're finding resources mid-game now.
Yeah, I'm getting surprised in the opening myself here every game, so I have to change my game plan and the way I play. Yeah, I guess maybe resourcefulness is one of my strengths. It might be, I mean, to me, it just seems like luck at the moment. I just didn't know what to do, and I thought this might be a try, but it felt like it should be losing for me somehow.
Thank you so much, and good luck.
Thank you.
So that was a Dutch player here who's very excited about getting the win, even though I think we can all agree that it came in a uncharacteristic fashion for Magnus Carlsen.
Wow, dramatic for Magnus. This was Magnus's reaction after, I don't know, some sort of a blunder in his game. We'll definitely take a look. He's also laughing after that. And that was Jordan when Magnus made his move. We will definitely take a look at that game when Erik Hansen and Prag has finished their game 2. So Prag, he is in the lead in this match. But in game 2, the bar is really liking it for Erik.
Yeah. Erik is, after all, 2 pawns up, and Prag struggling for compensation. Right now, the main hurdle for Erik to overcome, that's not a pun because we saw Karsten Warholm there, but the main hurdle for him is that he does need to activate that white rook in the corner. Actually, both white rooks need to be improved, to be honest. Also, some small tricks against the white king. If white isn't careful, the white king lacks breathing space, so there will be checkmating ideas against it. Back rank mates, I'm thinking. So, yeah, need to improve the white rooks, first of all. Erik now needs to do that. I'm thinking maybe you can push your pawn forward in the centre of the board. Maybe you can move the queen, but you have to be careful where you put it.
I very much like pushing the pawn because it gives you, positionally it blunts out black's bishop, and you also maybe can push it again. I mean, maybe the simplest though is just to give the bishop a kick. A strategy you can always think about doing, if someone moves a piece into your half of the board, which black has just done, you should always look at giving it a kick, giving it a little boot, and you do that by pushing your pawn forwards, because simple is often good. I don't know, because it's opposite kind of bishop, maybe there's a bit of pressure against your king, but you want to keep it simple when you're material up. And OK, but he's gone for your idea. He's pushed the pawn. This is the most ambitious.
Very
certainly.
logical as well.
Yeah.
And as you mentioned, Simon, a couple of ideas. Firstly, to push your pawn forward to kind of destabilise, completely blow apart Black's coordination. But another very simple idea, to block Black's bishop. You've also created squares later, maybe for your queen. You have to be careful when you do that. But yeah, looking very, very good for Eric right now.
Yeah, I agree. And I also like the idea of actually moving the queen to the right side of the board and perhaps initiating some kind of a potential attack as well.
Yeah, there's a trick in the position as well. If Black centralises the rook, just going for White's pawn in the centre, then I think you can get away with capturing a pawn. Very nice trick there by Eric. Hitting the Black rook, and if the Black queen captures your bishop, you capture Black's bishop. 3-pawn advantage would definitely be enough for Eric to win this. So Pragg can't even play the move he wants to play. He can't even centralise his rook. Very nice play by the Canadian.
It's very tricky, isn't it? I mean, it's difficult to suggest a move for Pragnanda. The only thing I can think of is, you know, you guys mentioned it, that the white rook was offside. It looks a little bit clumsy. You know, you are only as good as your worst placed piece. So maybe push your a-pawn and stabilise the bishop and try to lock the rook out. Because one thing we have seen with Pragnananda is that he's so resourceful. We've seen him time and time again have losing positions, and he's found ways to generate, to keep the game going. He's turned those positions around. And, well, the clock is ticking down.
The thing is, Pragnananda has turned things around in many previous games this tournament, but it's always to do with his opponent's king. And here, White's king is pretty safe right now. So it's hard to imagine a turnaround, to be honest. OK, the Black queen does activate herself. Nice move, nice square. But Eric leaning forward, peering into the position. Has he spotted something in this position? I'm just looking, I'm scanning, trying to find a move. Maybe it's time for White's queen to join the action, join the game. Eric, what has he got up his sleeve? Both sides around the 2-minute mark. It feels like it's on the brink of something great for White, but he still needs to be accurate before Black's able to maybe grab some pawns back.
I mean, it also looks quite murky, though, doesn't it? Just on general glance, because that rook is frankly ridiculous, isn't it? I mean, this move. I mean, why one square? Push it 2. At least push it 2, so you've got some chances of attacking Black's position. But a logical move here. But now Black can, you know, maybe start winning some material back, can he?
Yeah, very minimum now. Black can just get rid of the white knight. And look at Eric's screen. He's actually pre-moved the white pawn on the b2 square, getting ready to recapture on c3. OK, he took away the pre-move. Very surprising there by Eric.
2 minutes left as well each, so it's getting to that stage. And OK, a very nice move there, I feel, from Pragg, just bringing the rook in, even if the evaluation bar does not like it so much. And maybe now Jovanka, the queen, comes in, that back rank is more covered somewhere.
I'm just trying to work out now what happens if that idea that I showed a few moments ago happens. White's bishop going and taking a pawn, staring down at this black rook. Maybe it's possible, but it's risk involved. Eric hasn't got too much time to calculate anything too flashy now. Can White get flashy, or does White just have to move the queen out of the way, keep things simple? If you keep things simple, though, Pragg is back in the game and might well turn things around. So Eric looking for tricks, looking for tactics in this really sharp position. It's definitely livening up.
I mean, I was just taking a look at what my computer is saying, and it's saying the best move, top move, is actually go bishop takes pawn. Second move, oh my goodness me, I don't think any human would ever get it. It's actually to slide the queen to sit next to its own king. That is so passive, so ugly. Or were you thinking about it?
I thought about it. Just because I was scared there were some other variations. For example, if you push your central pawn forward where there are direct checkmating threats against the white king, using black's light square diagonal.
Actually, it might have the intermezzo if bishop takes knight of a rook move as well. So it could be a really clever idea.
Yeah, we have to show this.
Pulling off here.
So there's two main ideas in this position. The computer, as Jovanka mentioned, actually loves a really complicated move. Bishop takes pawn. Looks like you're giving away a bishop. You're attacking the black rook. He doesn't play it, but this has the idea that if black's queen goes back and takes your bishop now, then she loses the defense of her own bishop, and white would be 3 pawns up. This was very strong for Eric, actually. The other move we mentioned, the sneaky one, the non-human type of move, was to put the queen on this square. A nice safe square, but the idea is that she actually guards the pawn in front of her king, because, for example, after bishop takes knight, firstly, you can have this idea of sliding the rook across, as Simon mentioned, the rook guarded by the queen on this idea, on this square. But at least, worst comes to worst now, you stop any attack against your king because the queen's quite a good defender here. So this is very minimum for Eric. Instead, he's put his queen on a different square, but this feels a bit loose somehow. The queen stared down by the black rook. And, OK, after this trade, what are we going to see? Are we going to see Eric recapture it on this square? Oh, Eric, I don't like this. He's just playing for safety, but we're heading towards slightly more drawish positions. Eric's still better, but after the queen trade now, look at this. Everything's disappearing. And once this pawn is captured, it's just opposite colour bishops. And white's extra pawn is a doubled one. Yes, maybe white can take this pawn, but black's rooks get active as well. And, OK, black's rook would here get active on the second rank. Not what he wanted. So Eric flicking in a different move first. He's attacking this black bishop. Still, white is the only one who can win. He's taken all the risk out of the position, but his advantage not as much as it was.
I quite like what he's done in a way, though, because he is short of time and he's taken a simple solution where really he should never lose now. You know, it's what we call a two-result game, where, of course, it might be a draw, but you've got winning chances, you've got the extra material. So when you're short of time, safety-first approach is not a crazy way to go, especially if you can't see anything better, obviously. So, yeah.
Yeah, no risk, no reward.
Yeah.
I do this kind of thing all the time myself, even in longer games with white, just take the safer approach. But against the very best players in the world, they defend this type of position quite often.
Right.
So, yeah.
Maybe it's just that lack of playing against the top guys that Eric is going to fail here. But now also, you know, there are other black rook as well. Now that you said that, David,
might come in.
Can suddenly come in, can't it? And that's dangerous.
It is dangerous, and I'm just looking at the white king, and I'm also looking at those pawns on the right side. You know, they can advance quite nicely and start putting pressure on the bishop.
Yeah.
And it doesn't take too long before suddenly things have turned around.
30 seconds, under 30 seconds of Prag now. We will mention that he's getting very short time, but I'm seeing that with that rook coming in, black is very active. Very active.
I guess white's next move, if he gets time, is to push one of the white double pawns. If you look at the C-file, white has double pawns there. Push one of them forward and force a rook trade. And that will definitely remove the final... OK, there we go. It did happen. A quick check from black. The black rook kind of doing a bit of a dance. And one set of rooks has disappeared, but white's pawn structure is no longer doubled. They are all connected. And this is Jovanka's idea. Pawns marching forward to destabilise white's bishop. Prag desperately looking for counterplay. OK, both sides playing really well, I feel.
Yeah, they're playing well. I mean, Eric needs to get that rook back in the game now. That's been his problem all along. If you can somehow get your rook to a decent square, you've got chances to win this.
I think the game is going to fizzle out into a draw. I think they're just going to shuffle the king and rook backwards and forwards.
Prag looking very confident now. Look at him bobbing up and down, even taking time out to sip water, despite having only 1 minute on his clock. And that's because there's a huge threat in the position. Black's f-pawn wants to come down one square, kick away white's bishop, and then the black rook is going to actually start taking pawns towards the white king. And as Jovanka mentioned, the only way to stop that really is to retreat the white king, and we'll just see a check and a repetition of the position. This is actually the second time we've seen this position already. Will we see a draw? Eric, I want to see his face now because he must be shaking his head, surely.
Maybe you can push the c-pawn here. That doesn't help at all, does it, really? No, it doesn't. Oh, well, maybe, possibly. And then try to centralise your rook. But, I mean, you're risking a lot then. You could lose the position even if you do that. So sometimes you just have to say, it didn't work. OK, draw, next game.
That's why I was talking about just a few moves ago. Sometimes you take the risk out of the position, but you just don't end up winning. You also take out all of your advantage. And Prag defended really well. We've got to give him credit. But Eric, just one or two small slips and the advantage disappears. That's what it's like at this top level. You might play a perfect game, one or two tiny inaccuracies, and it's a draw.
I always remember that kind of saying that grandmasters are really slippery customers. You have to kind of knock them down 15 times before they finally admit defeat. And Eric is actually playing on. So he's not repeating the position. Instead, he's picked up Harry, moved it one square, and, well...
That's definitely, I think, the motto of all top chess players these days. When in doubt, push Harry the h-pawn. And, OK, we do see that threat we mentioned by black, pushing a pawn away, pushing a pawn down, distracting the white bishop. The white bishop has been distracted, but black's rook is feasting on all the pawns right now. It's going to go that way and capture another pawn. So now it's 3 versus 3 in terms of pawns and opposite colour bishops. If the rooks disappear, it's a dead draw. The bishops will be like ships passing each other in the night. No chance to break through on your opponent's colour complex. But while rooks remain, chances for both sides. And Eric, he does have a very dangerous pass pawn. This white pawn that's running down the board, shaking his head there, though, Eric. It's because this pawn can be blockaded on light squares. First, Pragg might throw in a check with black's bishop. I still would choose white, I must say, but draw with best play is likely.
I think he's done the right thing. He's found a way to play on. Obviously, it should be a draw, but he's on the better side of the draw. He might even be able to bring his king forwards. The black king could be a target later on, and he does have the only pass pawn in the position. OK, it's a block pass pawn, but it's still a pass pawn. So play on, why not?
Exactly. I mean, in the perfect world, you know, maybe white manages to get a rook to the 7th row, get the white king in, then danger times. OK, so Praggnanandhaa retreating his bishop.
Yeah, I do get the feeling if Eric doesn't win this game, then he's in big danger in today's match because he'll have to defend the next game with black. He'll need to survive that one just to keep the match alive. And last game, it was a bit of a disaster. And look at this, Eric shaking his head again. This pin is going to win a pawn for black.
Yeah, this is probably the end of his winning chances, isn't it? I mean, now, so...
Well, maybe,
you know. Still bring the king, yeah.
This is a great idea. You know, the white king is perhaps going to snake its way over to the h6 square.
And then get checkmated.
Who's going to do the checkmating? That's the question.
So, yeah, the white king could certainly get checkmated, but it's I mean, I like the idea. You've got to activate your king in the ending, and you've got to bring it forward.
And
Why
you're
not?
still posing problems for Pragg.
And Pragg under 20 seconds as well.
Exactly, make him think.
Yeah. OK, Pragg, I think he just needs to capture this pawn with his rook. Eric will not trade rooks. That would just end in a draw. He takes a pawn. Still 2 versus 2 now in terms of pawns. OK, Pragg attacking white's very far advanced c-pawn. And just defended. It's all about the white king. Is it a strength or a target?
Yeah, I mean,
it's a dramatic mood, definitely, in the Oslo Esports arena right now. I'm looking at the bars in the 2 other games going on. It's just swinging from side to side. Duda maybe making a comeback against Liam Le and Anish Giri. Wow, the bar just went over to his side. It's been over to Mabjaro's side. Crazy stuff happening in the Oslo Esports arena. But in this one, what do you think? Will it be a draw?
Very close to a draw now. Still some life left, but 1 pawn versus 1 pawn. They are starting to disappear slowly. And yeah, it just looks like the white king is too far away now, cut off, can't really support its own pawn. Black at some point can offer rook trades, I was about to say. Just bully Eric with the thought of trading rooks. If the rooks disappear, dead draw, not enough checkmating material left.
I think he might exchange here. I think he might realise that, OK, I mean, he's tried everything he can. It's probably time to take that draw, surely, here.
I have to say, Praggnanandhaa has defended extremely well.
Yeah.
You know, he's thought about Eric's plans and he's simply just put a stop to them. Very impressive play.
Yeah, and young players are always the best defenders because they're optimistic. Even when Pragg was 2 pawns down, probably with a losing position, he wasn't frowning, wasn't shaking his head. OK, Eric plays on with a rook move. We could see maybe another rook check from black. Here we go. The white king forced even further back. But yeah, young players, they defend so well because they just never know when they're beaten. They always think they're doing well. At least I did when I was young. I could be a rook down and I still think, OK, I've got 1 chance to try and checkmate.
Do you think life drags you down then when you get older?
Yeah, old age.
Basically, as soon as you get older, you're like, hang on a minute, things are a bit trickier than I thought, you know, and yeah.
We're cynical and realistic.
But we shouldn't lose that optimism, should we?
It's inevitable.
No. Oh, dear.
You know, as a child, as a baby, you know, we learn to fail. We just pick ourselves up. We try again, and I do feel that we shouldn't lose that optimism.
I think it's good to have a balance, isn't it? In chess, at least, you know, and probably in life. But there's certainly pros and cons of being optimistic and pessimistic. I'm a very optimistic player, but sometimes that means I sacrifice pieces for absolutely no reason whatsoever. But then pessimistic people will always think they're in trouble, and they won't sacrifice pieces. So it's like, you know, it's a fine line between the two, I think.
But pessimistic people are always negative and they bring you down.
A bit vampirish, sucking your energy away.
Yeah, sorry guys for doing that.
No, David, you're certainly not a pessimist. You're not an energy sucker. So,
Energy vampire.
that's it.
Anyway,
Colin
a
Robertson.
few moves, but nothing much has changed. That's why we're not talking about the moves too much. Basically, black is blockading on the light squares, white is blockading on the dark squares, and yeah, just a bit of a standoff here. No status quo being broken anytime soon.
There is a
Are you saying this is definitely a draw, David?
Pretty much, yes.
Because Asker is telling me there's huge drama between Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Liam Le. So let's jump over to the ending in that game. Liam Le, he won the first game, and it looks like Duda is making a big comeback here on his birthday.
Wow, yeah, the birthday boy is in charge and should win this game. Still not clear. We've seen the evaluation bar swing side to side to side. If we do a quick count, however, white has an extra rook for black's knight. Black does have a pawn as well, an extra pawn, but that pawn is about to disappear. I was about to say black's very far advanced b-pawn. The white king might just go and grab it, and blunder by Liam. He drops a pawn. That white rook checked the black king, taking a pawn in the process, but it couldn't be captured by the black pawn because of a nasty pin.
The thing is, he's such a nice guy, Liam Lee, and he realises it's Duda's birthday, and he thinks, look, yeah, I'll give him his birthday present now. That's your one and only birthday present. But he is so polite, isn't he? I really like his interviews, whether he wins or loses, and it's looking good for it. White, isn't it now? Certainly, Duda.
Looking very good for Duda. Duda's rook is going to overpower the black knight, and okay, you're just going to bring every piece towards the black king soon and overwhelm the black army. But yeah, I just want to say as well, on move 6, there was a shocking move from Duda. Shocking in a good way, surprising type of move. He went straight for the attack, and eventually it has paid off. So fortune does favour the brave. We've seen that so far in the Oslo Esports Cup. And yeah, it's so refreshing. No one in the whole tournament has played really for a draw yet from move 1. There have been a couple of draws here and there, but it's because of fighting chess. Players balancing each other out. Here, there's so much drama. Queens have left the board now, but that just consolidates white's advantage.
Yeah, Duda doesn't have too much time on the clock, but he's done some great things. You know, he's traded off queens, and now he's put his rooks on open lines, and now he's mobilising the one piece that didn't work, the bishop. This is exactly how you need to play the endgame.
And a recurring theme we've seen so far throughout the tournament. White's a-pawn, Alice the a-pawn, often the deciding factor, right? White's a-pawn is actually free to run at some point very soon, and it's going to be very hard to stop. It looks like black is running out of ideas. Black can maybe create some kind of blockade, some type of fortress, but it will be broken down eventually. Black has weaknesses on all sides of the board. The black rook already a bit overstretched. Yeah, it's maybe just a matter of time before white's army crashes through. But Liam now down to 30 seconds as well. His time advantage disappeared.
Wow, such a dramatic round. Magnus Carlsen losing to Jordan van Voorhees. Duda probably making a comeback here against Liam Le to tie the match. And the bar between Giri and Mamadjarov is going crazy. From side to side, I can see on the clocks, Anish has 2 minutes on the clock. Mamadjarov is down to 25 seconds.
Wow, and that game is just as crazy as this one, even maybe even more crazy. Wow, Giri and Mamadjarov. Yeah, 2 entertainers there for sure.
Definitely. And Giri did win the first game, so maybe Mamadjarov as well is making a comeback. Look at Anish, super focused. Is he in huge trouble here?
It does look that way, but very complicated. We could still see another swing of that evaluation bar. Giri has a queen against black's pieces in that one. And yeah, again, we'll keep you guys updated if results do come in.
I'll give you a little spoiler, because I had a good talk with Shakhriyar Mamadjarov, and one little spoiler is he's used to playing with 20 seconds on the clock. So
yeah, he really thrives in kind of chaotic positions, chaotic handling of the clock as well in that game. So okay, in this one, Liam now is down a rook and a pawn for a knight, but he's making life difficult. The black rook kind of just marauding, trying to attack pawns. White's rook's doubled up, but nowhere to go for them. Still some hard work to be done.
We've seen he's done this before, hasn't he? When he gets a losing position, he's so hard to put away. And I think as you mentioned, Jovanka, that is the rule when you're playing Grandmaster. They say, you have to beat them like 5 times. You get a good position, you have to win the opening, middle game, ending. But these guys, you have to beat them like 10, 15 times because they just don't give up, and you have to be so accurate. One mistake I often did when I was playing was get a really good position, and then you relax a little bit. you know, just relax a little bit, because chess is a really hard game and you just want to have a breather. And that's one of the biggest mistakes you can do, just relaxing. You can't relax until the game's over, because as soon as you relax, you sort of, you know, you let your opponent, you know, come at you. And it's, you know, the animal who's got his back against the wall, who's the most dangerous animal, you know, in the corner fighting for his life. And that we can see that a lot in this tournament, you know, lots of fighting going on.
And Duda, he made that move with 3 seconds on the clock. I mean, the bar is loving it, but could he make blunders with that time?
Most certainly.
Definitely possible.
I mean, we've seen it happen before. We've seen mouse slips. We've all seen all kinds of errors.
Yeah.
And, OK, I don't think Liam is going to win, but it's possible he can save this.
It's possible he'll need a lot of luck and a lot of creativity to save this. Liam, he's down to around 30 seconds now as well. And the problem is the Black King. The White Rooks are going to go for this Black King any moment. Checks are starting. Black want a pawn back. And Kaja, you reacted there.
I was looking at the bar in Giri Mamedyarov. It just went down. It actually went over to Giri's side. What a crazy game there as well.
Yeah, that one I would be surprised if we don't see a winner. But then again, often that's the way. A crazy game going side to side.
7 seconds, sorry.
In a draw.
5 seconds for Duda. 3. Oh.
Okay, he shoots the White King attacking Black's Rook, but not a step in the right direction. That King retreating. And Liam allowed to improve his Rook. Okay, we were about to see a bishop trade, most likely here.
And look at that, a draw between Anisha and Mamedyarov. You just said it, David.
That's just, it's years of chess, right? Often the craziest games, somehow you end up balancing each other out. Normally it's whoever makes the last blunder, but there it was a blunderfest, and a draw was a fair result. Giri Mamedyarov.
Yeah.
Wow, what a round of chess, you guys. And can Jan-Krzysztof Duda take this all the way into a victory to make a comeback in the match and tie the match? Liam winning game 1. It's looking super good, but that clock is ticking well for both of them.
Yeah, and okay, Liam needs to decide, does he trade off this bishop? If he doesn't, I think there might be bad consequences for him. Some calculation to be done, though.
Yeah. Definitely, it's an unpleasant choice because take a look at Black's King. It's kind of saddled on the back row, and that means that there's checkmating possibilities for the double rooks.
I thought this wasn't possible because White's Rook can now, on the second rank, swing across to threaten some checkmates, but maybe Black has some tricks there too. Okay, ooh, Duda, Rook takes bishop, very strong move. Now, no matter what Black does, there's going to be a check next turn. White's bishop is going to hit the Black King. If the Black Rook takes the White Rook, then White's Rook just sidesteps, discover check, winning the game.
3 seconds, 2 seconds.
Liam is going to lose. He's going to resign any moment now. This check, hitting the Black King, will win the Black Rook. And there we go, game over.
It is eventually over. A win for Jan-Krzysztof Duda on his birthday, turning 24 today. He makes a comeback and ties the match against Liam. Now Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he is in 3rd place in the tournament. Erik Hansen and Pragnananda, they are still... no, they just finished as well. And that was a draw between those two. What a round of chess, you guys. Fantastic, so much drama.
It was incredible, wasn't it?
Yeah. Oh, and Sverre, ooh, is someone stopping by to have a chat after that dramatic round?
Yes, I got Shakhriyar Mamedyarov to stop with me here, so I'm going to have a quick talk about what was probably one of the craziest games that we may see in a long time. Are you happy with the draw? Are you unhappy? How do we summarize?
Of course, after first loss, I wanted to try to win. I think it was absolutely winning position. In the end game, it looks absurdly. I think any moves is winning, and I just miss every move after. Like I mean, the last few days. I mean, I just miss winning positions. Is okay. I mean, just miss winning.
But you had a partner in crime today. It seems like Anish also missed a lot of opportunities. Is a draw a fair result?
I mean, when you lose match, of course, it's very good. You got winning chance and also your opponent. I mean, it was a very good game. I tried to play for win, and I think I got very good chance to win, but I just missed. I mean.
Thank you, Jacques.
Thanks.
So that was Mamedyarov, who may not be too excited about this, but we also had a chat with Giri right as he walked out. That was an absolutely crazy game, Anish, and is draw a fair result at the end?
Yeah, I mean, when both players play this bad, I think draw is fair. No, it was a crazy game. Of course, the crucial thing was that I had seconds. When I was up a queen, it's completely winning, I think, at that point. But maybe I gave this check on f6 for no reason. But I just had, like, literally, if I had, like, 30 seconds maybe, but I had, like, seconds going down and I just made some move, not to lose on time.
But it's crazy to actually see those kind of back and forth games end with a draw. Were you both happy at that point?
I don't know. I think both unhappy probably. But I have to check how many missed opportunities I had. Maybe it was not that easy. I don't know. I have to see.
Good luck to you.
Thanks.
That was Anish Giri, who drew in what was a crazy game. Didn't look quite as crazy with Erik Hansen's game right now, but you were pushing for a while.
I was pushing, but he defended really well and couldn't come up with anything. So gotta play catch up still.
How tiresome is it to play that much catch up in a week?
It's very tiresome, but I knew what I signed up for. That every match was going to be a bit of a struggle. Today's match though, I mean, he's really good. Like it feels like he's getting stronger every month, which I can't say.
He probably is. He's 16.
Really is, and that's scary. I'm trying my best, but hopefully I can do a bit better the second half of this match.
Thank you, Erik, and good luck to you.
Thanks.
So there's some draws going on, but there's still a lot of action here by the tables.
Definitely a lot of action, Sverre. Thank you. Let's take a look at the results from Game 2 today. What a dramatic round. Magnus losing to Jordan, and Jordan is in the lead in that match. Duda making a comeback. He tied the match against Liam, winning Game 2. It was a draw between Giri and Mamadjarov, so Giri is still in the lead, but a dramatic Game 2. And also a fun Game 2 between Hansen and Prag. Prag still in the lead in that match. And that is dramatic for Magnus in the tournament situation, because Magnus losing to Jordan. And what happened in that game, David? I mean, we saw a big reaction from Magnus. He blundered?
Drama in that game, Kaja. And actually, we have to give full credit to Jordan for making it complicated. This is the position of the blunder. Magnus with the white pieces, Jordan with black. And Jordan has made it chaotic. Black, though, is in trouble. White has several good moves. Actually, taking this pawn is a good one, just checking the black king. Taking this pawn apparently is even the computer's best move, computer's strongest move with chaos, but very good for White. Magnus, though, a moment of chess blindness. He hallucinated. He forgot about this bishop at the top of the board. It's weirdly placed, and therefore he just lifted his rook up one square. He thought he was pinning this bishop and winning this bishop due to this pin on the second rank. He simply forgot that Black's bishop, all the way on the other side of the board, could zoom down and take this piece. And after bishop takes rook, we saw Magnus just fall back in his chair and realise he was losing. Actually, the final position, Magnus was even a rook and a piece down. And there we go, the reaction from Magnus, just a moment of madness, missing that bishop.
Wow. How strange that a world champion, that hallucination, forgets to actually check where that bishop is.
Happens to us all.
Yeah.
Even the world champion is immortal.
You've got to be careful with those sleeping bishops. Starting on the back row.
Wow. Magnus Carlsen, even with a smile on his face. But this is dramatic, not only in his match situation. He is down now by 1 point to Jordan, but Prag is in the lead in his match. And imagine if Prag wins his match today and Magnus loses. With 2 rounds to go in the tournament, Prag will be in sole lead in the tournament. Magnus and Jordan, they will start Game 3 now in a minute. It's going to be Jordan now with the white pieces. So, Simon, what do you expect from this game?
I don't really know, to be honest. It's going to be, I mean, that round, the evaluation bar went up and down more than any other round with all the games. It was crazy. And I think Jordan now, I mean, he's got white. If he wins this, he knocks Magnus out. So he's got to, I think, just do his normal thing, go for some very imaginative chess, try to go for the win, because we know how strong Magnus is at fighting back. This is his chance with white. So put the pressure on Magnus.
It's going to be interesting to see. All the other games lasted for a very long time, so they will be delayed a little bit, a few minutes. I think this is actually the only game starting this minute, supposed to be. Anyways, Jordan with the white pieces in the lead against the world champion and his boss. Jordan was a second for Magnus in the previous world championship match. and what will happen in this game. What would be a sensible plan for Jordan now in the lead?
Yeah, I like Simon's strategy, just embracing his true self, still going for the attack, still making it chaotic, because it paid off in the last game. But Jordan was losing in the last game a bit before that, so with that type of strategy, great risk is involved. Okay, Jordan has gone for the Italian opening, so a king's pawn opening from both sides. Magnus, this is where he knows everything. He plays this position with white, with black. He's played it in World Championship matches with both colours. Jordan, interesting choice there. Just pushing a pawn, black's knight coming out, it's very standard stuff. And okay, Jordan not going for a safe approach. This bishop move signifies that white is feeling ambitious. Pin on the black knight, and yeah, we'll see how the opening unfolds.
I was going to say, because in the Blitz tiebreaks yesterday, Jordan won the first Blitz game against Anish, and in the second one, with the white pieces, he didn't take a safe approach, right?
He didn't take a safe approach. He went for one of the most kind of, well, not dodgy openings, but one of the most kind of combative openings out there. So he's showing no fear. Jordan, full respect to him. That's why he's already kind of part of the world's top 20, top 30 players. And okay, Magnus adopting a safe approach. White's bishop has been forced back, and now defending the central pawn. This is still well-known territory. I've looked at this myself a few times. And Magnus, it's just about whether he can generate any play. He needs to strike back now after that kind of, yeah, that just big blunder in the last game. It's hard to call it anything else. And Jordan, meanwhile, gaining space with pawns on the queen side. It feels like Jordan is adopting Magnus's favourite strategy against him in a way. Just getting a position, pushing pawns, gaining some space, and asking the opponent how they are going to break out. Simon, much experience in this type of position?
No. I've never really played these long Raul Lopez positions where you have to manoeuvre around. I wish I had done. I mean, I'm a bit too old to start learning them now, but I think it's really worth learning this kind of opening as a youngster, or or if you're just starting off in chess, you don't have to be young, because it involves every aspect of chess. It involves manoeuvring your pieces to the right squares, long battles, and often the position comes to life. So they're very, very interesting manoeuvring battles. And also, if you're trying to learn an opening for black, e4, e5 on the first move is a great move, because it's one of the only moves where you can be pretty safe and you can just get into the game. And again, I kind of wish I'd learnt that when I was a lot younger.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll try at some point, but I think it's doubtful, to be honest. I can lie and say, yeah, I'll learn this, but nah, I probably won't bother.
You prefer more exciting openings?
It's a complicated opening, I have to say. You know, to begin with, you start off with this policy of copying. You know, the knights come out, the bishops come out, and then it's the first person to get a trick in. But then as you get stronger and stronger, it becomes much more subtle, and it hinges on small things like which bishop is going to be better. I mean, take a look at Jordan's dark square bishop. Could be a terrible piece. It could be locked out of the game. But take a look at his light square bishop. Could be a great piece. And, well, Magnus is not being subtle. He's moved his knight to the edge of the board. He's moved his king out of the bishop's eye line. That means only one thing. He is preparing to push a pawn forward.
I remember, like, when I was doing commentary at Gibraltar, a very big open, there was an amazing game where a player played this strategy with the black pieces, and this is Victor Korchnoi, and he played this against Fabiano Caruana, and Victor Korchnoi, I think at the time, was like 85. Wow. I don't know, and he played this and he beat Fabiano, this 85-year-old, just going for this aggressive plan against Fabiano, who was one of the top seeds at the time, and he crushed him. And this, literally this, dare we say, old man just playing super aggressive was quite a nice sort of thing to see.
Yeah, and that's the idea. Super aggressive play. Magnus needs to be aggressive because he is 1 point down on the scoreboard. And, for example, if white castles, the most natural move in the position, looks like the white king is very safe. But after this pawn push that Victor Korchnoi employed there, that is quite a typical idea. Now, there's a big, big threat in the position. Black wants to push his pawn even further and completely close down, trap this white bishop. We didn't see that yet. We saw first white push a pawn. OK, we're about to see this in action. White did indeed castle now, and it's happening. The pawn push, White needs to get this pawn off the board. You can't allow it to push forward and trap your bishop. So after this pawn trade, the black bishop comes out, and it's really, really dynamic right now. Black has the perfect pawn structure. This setup is rock solid. Also blunting this bishop. That's what Jan was pointing out here. Long-term, an issue for White. But White does have some advantages. White does have more space on the queen side, on this side of the board. Maybe the white queen can come out, for example, and start attacking some pawns. Also, black is slightly weak on the light squares. This bishop, a fantastic piece on this diagonal, cutting across the board. If White can break out in the center, this is normally the key. If White can break out successfully and kind of break down Black's stronghold in the middle, White is doing well. But if he can't get that, then Black is doing great. Black will just build up an attack using this kind of semi-open file for the black rook. So I'm expecting to see, hopefully, Magnus start pushing some pawns down, having some fun, trying to go for the white king. It's all about the attack for black. And yeah, this is shaping up to be another fun game for us to watch.
Wow. Yeah, Ivanka, are you seeing chances for Britain to win this game, or Magnus to make a comeback?
Any result is possible, but it's great to see the players just throwing their pieces and having fun. Because talking about fun, you know, I wanted to share with you a few tweets where our viewers are having a lot of fun. And Cuddles T Monkey is watching the games with a friend. There you can see his little monkey friend.
I know Cuddles, actually.
Do you?
Yeah.
I do, yeah. Cuddles, one of Cuddles' family. Works for G-Chess. So hello, Cuddles. Hope you're doing all right. And I know Cuddles likes his odd whiskey. So he's a whiskey drinking monkey.
Oh,
so, yeah.
Okay.
I never heard that sentence before. Whiskey drinking monkey.
You get that a lot with me.
Yes, that's true, actually.
And yeah, we've seen a trade, and Jordan has moved his knight to attack the bishop. Yeah, I'm going to quickly read out another cool tweet from KB_56, who says, after recent discussions on the Chess24 channel about animals as chess pieces, I was surprised to see this chess set on a flying visit to an airfield in Wiltshire. And have a look at those cool animal pieces.
Nice.
I want that set.
Yeah, that's a very cool set. Talking about Africa and animal pieces.
And we have a giraffe, we have a zebra, elephant, and lion. Beautiful.
Very cool. And on this board, we had a knight move, another animal.
We did. A knight move attacking one of Black's bishops. I'm not sure which side that piece trade would favour. If White's knight were to pick itself up and trade itself for Black's dark square bishop, but either way, something for Magnus to think about. He hasn't clicked a piece on his screen yet. The world champion played very quickly up to this point.
So why can't you pin that knight, David? I mean, that'd be the most logical move and looks quite scary. Is there a reason?
Yeah, that's a very good question, Simon, and that's maybe what Magnus is thinking about. We see him go deep into thought there. Let's check out that move you suggested as we see the players think. Right now, this knight, as we mentioned, attacking Black's bishop. Not clear whether that's a real threat or not. And this move, pinning and maybe winning, looks very ambitious. I guess the idea, you can't really allow this capture. For example, if White just makes a move, you can't allow this capture because White's pawns are just ruined now forever. And actually, this type of pawn structure is famous from a Capablanca game where White's bishop here is just locked out forever. So that would be a huge long-term strategic threat. I think White's idea is to just defend using his bishop in the middle of the board and defending this square. So a piece trade now less effective. White's bishops are pretty good. And there are also some traps and tricks you have to watch out for, I guess, of White's knights bringing out the way later.
Just trying to about knight e7 here, but it's probably a little bit too much.
I was thinking you could get greedy.
Giving up
maximum. You can take the pawn, and then once the rook moves, maybe even dodge. Oh, okay, yeah.
Or take this pawn, or
yeah, I was thinking of getting the queen out of trouble and trying to.
Okay, for example, in this position, bringing the queen out.
Yeah, also maybe one step and go on the counter-attack.
Ah, okay, interesting. Counter-attacking against this black bishop.
Maybe not quite.
Very complicated position.
Yeah.
This is the kind of thing I guess Magnus is trying to calculate now, because I expect he wants to play this move. He's a point down. He wants to complicate. He wants to win, and that will certainly bring about some complications. But maybe it just improves White's pieces.
Yeah, maybe he's just trying to find a way to maybe stop the white bishop entering the centre of the board to a very nice square. I guess the other argument, Simon, you could play the same idea, but maybe flicking this move first.
Yeah.
Kick away the white bishop.
That's a nice idea again.
And then once it retreats, maybe now your idea. Very complicated stuff.
because you weaken the other pawn in the centre, but you gain an initiative here. So
this does involve a pawn sacrifice potentially. That's why Magnus is thinking what he's about to do is potentially going to be very brave. Maybe he's going to channel his inner Van Fleurice and sacrifice a pawn. Let's go to the players. Magnus just staring off, it looks like away from his computer screen right now. Big moment if he wants to make a comeback.
Wow, dramatic moment then. So remind us, David, what moves are we then looking for if Magnus will be brave?
He's going to pick up his pawn in the centre on the d-file and attack White's light squared bishop. So expanding in the centre, very ambitious because you gain space, you gain time, create threats, but you weaken yourself in the process. So, yeah, that's the one we're looking for Magnus. 4 minutes now spent on this one move. We're not used to that from the world champion. Normally, he's quite instinctive.
He did say once that if he spends, in an interview, that if he spends over a certain amount of time, I can't remember what it was, that he doesn't like his position. So it was something like 10 minutes. If he spends over 10 minutes, you know that something's wrong with his position because he's not playing instinctively, and he normally makes a mistake then, actually. So it's so when he has a long think, it's actually not always a great sign in the position.
He actually told Sverre in an earlier game that he trusts his instincts. When questioned, like, why is he playing so quickly? You know, he had 10 minutes on the clock. He could have taken his time.
Yeah,
he knows what he's doing. Do not doubt.
This passive
Shake your
move.
head, David, yeah?
Yeah, that's definitely not his instinct, this retreating move. That's kind of a safety-first move. And yeah, I think Magnus inside as well, he'll be a bit annoyed at himself that he didn't find anything better, but maybe just having thought for 4 or 5 minutes there, just wanted to save some time. So it's not a bad move for Black. It's just a very solid one, but maybe there was better. And maybe once you start retreating pieces like that, maybe your opponent gains in confidence, and there we go. Black went backwards with his bishop, White goes forwards with his bishop, and now White has a lot of control on the central square. Still in the balance, but not the most ambitious from Magnus Carlsen. Okay, he's about to move his rook, the black rook in the corner, across one square to defend a pawn in front of it, just freeing up the black knight. If the black knight had moved on the last go, a pawn might have fallen to the white bishop in the centre. So just defensive play by Magnus.
And of course, if he loses this game, he's actually going to lose the match. He needs at least a draw in this game, and he has to win either this one or game 4 to take it to tie breaks, or he has to win both games to win the match. It is a dramatic moment for Magnus in the match and in the tournament, because Pragnananda is in the lead in his match. The bar all the way in the middle in game 3 against Eric. Ooh, it feels like it's, you know, a very important moment now, a very important day in the tournament.
Very tense.
Absolutely, isn't it?
Extremely tense, I think, in all games, and you can see it really on Magnus's face. I think he's often sort of smiling or chilling out or just putting his soundtrack on, but here you can just feel it. You can feel it in the air. He must respect Jordan a lot as well, just to have him as part of his team for the World Championships, and he probably knows a lot about his game and how talented he is as well. So maybe that's why he didn't want to go for these complications, because he thought, well, complications is what Jordan would like to have, so I'm just going to play a little bit slower. But that comes with some dangers. I mean, if the light square bishops come off here, David, at some point, I really like White's position, because there's a lot of holes around Black's king, all those light squares. I mean, it's worth looking at the structure, and because Black has his pawns mainly on dark squares, it makes the opposite colour squares weak, and you should look out for these kind of things. So if your opponent's got pawns on light squares, the dark squares are weak, and here you can see the exchange of light square bishops may well happen at some point, making those squares targets for Jordan.
Yeah, and Black just defending his bishop there with his queen. So the trade, when it does happen, it's inevitable now. At least the light squares and those weaknesses that Simon mentioned, they will be plugged up and kind of covered by the black queen. And yeah, I mean, it's normally in tournaments, at least from my experience, you can sense the nervous tension in the air when it feels like a critical moment. After today, we'll only have 2 days left to play, and it's going to be a sprint to the finishing line. And yeah, I mean, Magnus clearly not at his best. He had one day feeling ill, a couple of mouse slips, blunders here and there. So he'll be feeling the nervous tension for sure. And okay, trade of bishops about to happen. Also, I want to mention every single game today in all of the matches has been so exciting. I mean, it's a pity we can't cover them all.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, so many. I mean, we mentioned the blunders, but it's not just that. It's genius moves, kind of creativity, taking risks, every single player trying to win and trying to win in style.
Fighting Chess Index must be
Fighting.
loving this day.
Yeah.
Hopefully, yes. Yeah, I agree. You know, we've rarely seen such thrilling chess. And going back to the position, I do suspect that Magnus will be feeling quite uncomfortable, because this is a type of position that we've seen Magnus win with the white pieces. You know, he's kind of, yes, black has some open F line, but he can't do anything with it. The dark square bishop, both of them are bad, but white's bishop can potentially get out. And yeah, like as Simon mentioned, those light squares might start to tell.
I'm amazed he took the queen off there. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
I'm just so surprised that he went for the queen exchange. I thought
Magnus went for it.
Yeah, that Magnus went for it. I'm not surprised Jordan did, because we talked about that, but I thought Magnus would keep the queens on and try to push in the centre slowly. So that surprises me. I mean, obviously he knows what he's doing more than me, but it's still a bit of a shock. I mean, surely only white can be better now, or...
That's what it feels like to me, you know, because I considered this and I thought, well, okay.
So he's pushing on the king side and he's, okay, trying to do a minority attack. This is clearly his idea.
But I mean, you can be quite chill about this and kind of
Yeah.
say, yeah, you know, you're threatening to trap my bishop, but...
I mean, white has a
handle that.
lovely manoeuvre for his knight, doesn't he?
Exactly.
He can start bringing that around. But David, I mean, did that queen exchange? I mean, you're surprised, Jovanka.
I'm
but
surprised by that
did
too.
Did it surprise you, or do you think that was okay? Like,
I mean, it's the first thing I would have looked at as well, but I would have definitely thought for longer about it. So here, you guys mentioned now white has long-term advantage in the fact that, firstly, he has more space on the queen side. This pawn is really nicely placed because this black pawn is a backward pawn. Can't really move without being captured. It's a target long-term. Also, white's bishop doesn't look great right now, but once it reroutes itself, just starting with this move, Simon, yeah, once it reroutes itself, for example, onto a better diagonal, it's going to have much more scope than black's bishop, which is just completely locked behind its own pawns. It's just a big pawn right now itself. No real scope for that. And also, just to show the other point, white, okay, the knight journey has started. For example, if black is too slow, allowing the white knight back and into the center, then this is just going to be fantastic for white. Actually, you have an outpost here, you have an really nice post here, looking fantastic. So Magnus trying to prevent this by pushing forward with his pawns, and at least he's making this move slightly less attractive, maybe. He's trying to trap white's bishop, meanwhile, with his own pawns.
And this
Interesting,
is why Magnus is the champion.
Yeah.
I mean,
I must admit, I didn't see this move, did you?
No, G5, G4 definitely changes things, because also, you know, his bishop can try to get outside the pawn chain as well. David mentioned how the bishop could get stuck behind the black pawns, but with the highlighted moves there, it can go the other way. And the minority attack using two pawns on the king side against three is a very common idea. And this seems to, well, certainly give Magnus enough compensation in the position.
Yeah.
So
this is what we call the minority attack, right, Simon? Two pawns running down the board, and they really make these three feel uncomfortable. So Jordan trying to continue the knight's journey. As we mentioned, the knight wants to go back and in.
See, this is why he's the world champion. This is why I don't play this opening, because like I'm like, oh, why did he exchange queens? And like 3 moves go by, and it's like, aha, that's why. I see. So it's good for me to learn as well.
Yeah.
And one great way, if you're trying to learn an opening, everyone now is very concentrated on learning the first 15 moves, memorizing it, which is great, the chessboard way. But you've also got to look at the top players who play that opening and what they're doing in the middle game, and try to learn the plans in the middle game. Ask yourself why are they doing that? Why are they, because if you don't know the whys and the planning, it doesn't matter if you memorize the start moves, you won't know what to do. And that'd be my danger of playing this opening either side. I might get in the middle game, wouldn't have a great understanding.
Yeah, so black's bishop, meanwhile, going to that better square that you highlighted there, Simon. Very much turning in Magnus's favour now.
Wow, dramatic times again, Sverre, in this tournament. And what's happening out in the lounge?
Well, I tried to get a hold of Van Foytes the second here, but I had to go to the hot dog bar because there is a birthday party. Duda's 24th birthday. And in Norway, when you have a birthday party, it's hot dogs. That is pretty standard. So you found the goods here, Jan Sebastian.
Yes, well, I've been working all day today, so I haven't had too many breaks. So it's good to take some hot dogs in the breaks.
But have Jordan found the goods, or is he really struggling in this position?
I think it's not struggling too much, but I think Magnus maybe has a slight advantage, but not more than that. I think Jordan has some good chances of holding the position, but Magnus probably in the driver's seat.
You know Magnus so well, and obviously working with Van Foytes, you know him very, very well, and they know each other so well. How does that impact a match like this?
Well, in general, it's very, very hard to prepare against Magnus because you never know what he's going to play. I mean, we thought since we are in the lead that he will play more aggressive, but then he started with e4, e5, which we didn't really expect for exactly this game. But so that's the hard part with preparing against Magnus. Even though I know him, it's very hard to win the preparation against specifically him.
And then, what is the main objective, do you think, now for Van Foreest? Is it to secure this draw, or is it to try to do something with white?
I don't think he should take too much chances. I think he should try to defend his position and try to make a draw and then just move on to the next game.
But the most important question, what do you put on your hot dog?
Well, I like ketchup. I'm not into mustard, and then I like the
shrimp salad.
Yes, and this what do you call this? This onion. This I'm not sure what's in English.
The fried, the crispy fried onion.
Exactly, crispy fried onion. That's my go-to.
No pickles.
No pickles for me.
Johan Sebastian, he has the goods on the hot dogs, and I think he has the goods on what Jordan should do as well.
Yeah. Oh, you guys are lucky. Those hot dogs look super good. And Johan Sebastian, he seems to be a super good second for Jordan.
Yeah, they have the right chemistry. They know how each other thinks, how they work. They've got a very similar playing style as well. And that's important when choosing a second. So we have seen a few moves on the board. We have seen a trade of one set of pawns, and it's purely because of that minority attack. The black pawns marching down the board was too scary. Jordan trying to trade off rooks now. And I think we will see a trade of rooks after the black rook captures this white rook, the white pawn retaking. It's looking roughly level, but I slightly prefer black's pawn structure. Fewer pawn islands, after all. If we look at the position right now, white does have an isolated pawn in the center, and white will definitely have an isolated pawn on some part of the board. As soon as the black king starts re-centralizing itself as well, I think this is the Magnus type of position. It's definitely not a Jordan type of position. So even if it's balanced or roughly balanced, I favor the world champion's chances.
Yeah,
I think he'll be very happy.
And he's now starting to do some maneuvers here, and this is a very nice idea. Knight in the center, best place for the knight, and that knight probably is heading towards the f4 square in front of the white rook. It can come that way around. So yeah, I agree. This is, or maybe even to hit that isolated pawn. It feels yeah, a little bit better for black all of a sudden after everything I've said earlier, but I got that wrong, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, earlier it was definitely in the balance. It was very much kind of move-by-move basis. Things might change every turn, but now it's kind of a more simplified position where we can talk about long-term factors. I must admit, I'm surprised Magnus didn't trade a set of rooks earlier when he could have ruined the white pawn structure even more. Yes, white has this isolated pawn in the center now, but if you can't attack it as black, then you don't have too many other plans. Yeah, to me, it feels a bit odd. I was expecting this knight maneuver for black, but just one move later.
Yeah.
And now it feels like if white can reroute his bishop to a decent diagonal, maybe it's not so bad for Jordan, and the evaluation bar as well, liking white suddenly.
Yeah, I think it's not terrible by any means. You've only got one slight weakness, the pawn in the middle, so it can't be horrible at all.
And also, you know, let's not forget that those two right pawns on the right side, you know, they have the capacity to generate a passed pawn.
Yep.
Which can be a great decoy. And I agree with David, you know, just reroute the bishop to a better diagonal, and the game continues. I actually want to get the dark square bishops off the board.
I have to say, I'm a little bit guilty of looking at the players sometimes and not the position. So, OK, Magnus is black, Magnus is better kind of thing, rather than you've got to look at the position. If Magnus is white, I'd be like, oh, this is OK, probably. And Jordan now launching a pawn up the board. Moves like that are very committal because you can't move pawns backwards. But yeah, I mean, it actually seems, I'd say, fairly fine for Jordan at the moment.
But OK, this move has some consequences because that bishop was guarding a key square that the white knight could go to. So now, if I were white, I would be jumping in with my knight.
Definitely.
Back to e3.
And he has done. He's done
that, OK.
I mean, and now I'm thinking, yeah, I like Jordan's position. So it's like changing a lot. You know, it's like,
very fickle, Simon.
I know. I don't know what I'm thinking at the moment. I'm
weather friend.
Yeah, I'll just go draw, shall I? Equal, but no, but it is changing. I think slightly. I mean, it is kind of. I feel it should be roughly even, but getting this white knight in is a major thing. Which the black bishop, we talked about how good that black bishop was, and moving it to a passive square seems odd. And now maybe Ivanka as well, white can get a passed pawn at some point. So Jordan's manoeuvring very well here.
Yeah, he's played the last 5-6 moves really great, Jordan. I'm very surprised still, looking back to the past, that Magnus even went for this type of pawn structure. He could have had a superior version of this position, I feel. But that's the thing. If Magnus was white, we would say white is better. If Magnus is black, we say black's doing pretty well. But this last move by black, by Magnus, again, what is his idea, really? I guess this black bishop is kind of lining up with white's a-pawn on the side of the board. Maybe he wants to target that later on, but temporarily, at least, black's bishop just terrible.
I guess he's just stepping out of the way of some knight thing, but
he's losing so much time, Magnus. He's
very passive.
3 or 4 times.
You can't move the c6 pawn because you lose the one next to it. I mean, the c7 pawn. Yeah, I mean, it looks like Jordan has done very well so far. So yeah.
Just to prove your point, Simon, I mean, here, even if Jordan just kind of moves his king or moves a pawn forward, let's say he moves a pawn forward, what is black even doing? The main idea is to push your pawn forward, maybe expand in the centre, maybe attack this pawn, but you can't because of a nasty knight check. Knights on f5 will thrive, that's the rhyme. Check, winning a pawn. And yeah, if you can't play that, Jordan, okay, he's gone for a different waiting move, equally productive, just pushing his pawn forward, solidifying this pawn chain. It feels really tough for black right now. If you offer a trade of rooks, white doesn't even... Okay, he has played this. White doesn't even have to say yes. I think saying yes is fine. Trading off the rooks right now, I think that removes a lot of risk. But you could even make an argument for checking with the knight, blocking up the position, and still asking black, where are you going next? For example, if the king moves, then you do have an idea as white of maybe marching forward with your king, pushing your pawn forward, creating a passed pawn. And meanwhile, black is a bit stuck. So, moment of truth. Will we see a pawn trade, rook trade, sorry, in this position? Rook takes rook. This is also completely fine for Jordan, but maybe removing some of the winning potential.
So the more ambitious move, I mean, Jordan probably feels that if he changes rooks there, okay, he should get a draw, but if he goes in with a knight, it'll maybe even indicate he's trying to win this game and win the match, not just the game, but the match. So it's a big point here.
That is a big point.
And he's gone for the draw.
He's gone.
Well, I don't know.
He's traded rooks.
Yeah. Still a lot of life left.
Still a lot of life,
Yeah.
of course.
But
no draw at all.
Safer option.
All right, well, some drama again in this round, you guys. Jordan, if he wins this game, he will win the match. But look at the bar. Well, I just saw the bar. In the game between Pragnananda and Erik Hansen, game 3. It's all the way over to Prag's side. And if he wins that game, he will win the match to take all 3 points. Is he winning that game, David?
Yes. But
wow.
Still complicated, still some hard work to be done, but he's played perfectly so far, Prag.
Incredible. That's dramatic for Magnus Carlsen as well, fighting to win the tournament with Prag. And we have a few moves here in this game.
We have a few moves, both sides just improving their knights, their kings, and a bit of a standoff right now. Neither side can make easy progress. It just depends on whether white can push forward with pawns later.
And maybe the players are getting ready to repeat moves. And you mentioned the word kings, and Rishpa Shah, I have to share with you a little meme that he created, or she created. Me bringing my king out of the open because that's the only remaining piece.
Do you know what? We need more memes, I think,
we do
as well.
need more memes.
That's something we're lacking, actually. I mean, we've got some great selfies, but you get your good memes in. We'd love to see some great memes.
There were some great memes when
Definitely.
David actually managed to beat Magnus aged 10. And he was like, you know.
Oh, we need more of that. We need more of...
Definitely.
We need, get on the meme making people, definitely.
Yeah. Oh, the GIF.
Yeah,
the GIF is good, but maybe we can't show them.
You know what? They might even get 1 month free Chess24 membership. Well, they actually have already got that, haven't they? I think
for the best meme.
The best meme, but yeah, we'd love to see it.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
And, well, we see Jordan advancing his c-pawn. Well, he's breaking the integrity of his pawn chain, and having sat next to David now for quite a few months, I'm a bit... I don't think he's going to approve.
I really like this move.
Okay.
I think breaking the integrity of the pawn chain so they're not connected, protecting each other anymore, is risky, but here... White does have a dark-squared bishop, so putting pawns on light squares makes a lot of sense.
He's trying to win even here.
He's trying to win,
He's trying to make progress.
Jordan is the only one who can win this one.
Yeah,
for sure.
I totally agree. I mean, if I was white here, I'd certainly play on against anyone because, you know, even black's pawns on dark squares. You've got a dark square bishop. You can get a passed pawn on the king side by doing a pawn push. It seems like white has the pawn breaks and black doesn't have the pawn breaks, and that's key if you're trying to win the game. So I'm still still really. I say still. I'm changing every 5 minutes. But I'm liking Jordan's position
right now. Seconds,
give it 30 seconds, and I'll be like loving what Magnus is doing. Great player, brilliant. So, but yeah,
genius!
What a genius! At the moment, it's Jordan.
But that's the key term, pawn breaks right now. Look at Magnus. He's just having to kind of move his bishop back and forth. Maybe he'll start manoeuvring with his knight. But White can play on both sides of the board. White can play with pawns on this flank, on that flank, open things up. Risk will come if he does push the wrong pawn at the wrong time, but he is the one who has that option. Magnus, I think, not really doing anything too active.
And Simon, can I give you an extra job, as if you're not having enough to do here?
You can try.
Can you keep an extra eye also on the game between Prag and Eric, and just scream out, go to that game, if he is about to win, because we don't want to miss that moment, right?
Yep, I'll keep an eye on that one.
Yeah. Thank you.
Imagine Prag is on the brink of a 4th win in just 3 games out of 5 days.
That's incredible.
Against players of this caliber, that's amazing. Yeah.
It's ironic, that his matches have only lasted 3 games. 4 wins, 1 loss, 3 games.
Yeah.
Very efficient. And barring Magnus, no one else has defeated him.
He might win the tournament. I mean, especially as Magnus is struggling a little bit today. Well, clearly, if he draws here, he still needs to win the last game. So I think that means Prag will actually overtake Magnus and be leading the competition if it goes the way it looks like it's going at the moment, meaning a fantastic last 2 rounds.
Yeah, it's almost unimaginable that Magnus is going to win this position. So the maximum Magnus can get, even if he wins the next game, takes it to tiebreaks, is 2 points. Prag destined for the 3. So White's bishop now just improving itself slightly. Feels a bit slow, maybe. Black's bishop now is going to come and target the White knight. Most likely, I don't see anything else for Black in this position. But it's very much Magnus fighting for the draw.
Yeah, I do see that Magnus has maybe set up a little trap in the position. Like, it looks super tempting to launch the White knight onto the f5 square. After all, we say a knight on f5 will thrive, but it might be undermined if it gets there. And I'm thinking about the protector of the on the e4 square.
So just to show your idea, Ivanka, now or maybe on the previous move, if this had happened, White's knight jumping in, it looks nice and pretty, but for example, one idea could be to push forward, undermine this stronghold. And for example, even if we see a trade here in the center, then White cannot go and grab the Black knight now because Black's king gets active and grabs the White knight. And OK, he's done this, but in a different way. This would have been very good for Black. He's done it 1 move later. So now after the bishop moved first and Black's bishop came to the side of the board, hitting the White knight, the knight jumping forward, it looks like it should be OK for White. If Black does push in the center now, some calculation to be done, because I think you can take this bishop and some work here after pawn takes pawn check, hitting the White king, you can just sidestep and take this Black pawn at the end, hitting this pawn, hitting the Black knight, and probably winning the game. So setting a trap. Magnus setting the trap first, as you mentioned there, Ivanka, and now Jordan setting the trap. Black cannot push forward in the center, as we described. I think he first has to deal with this bishop. Either he has to jump into the White position, or he has to go back where it came from. Personally, I would go back just because I want to play it safe, and this White knight's still not entirely stable, as we just showed. It's always a common question, right? Who is dominating who? Is this knight dominating the bishop, or is the bishop dominating the knight? And maybe we'll have to see White retreat. Maybe we'll see a standoff where White's knight goes back, the bishop comes to attack it, the White knight goes forward, the bishop goes back, and a repetition.
So is this drawish?
It's heading that way. It looks like both sides are just too solid.
And let me know if it is very drawish, because then we will head into the very not drawish game that Prag is playing right now.
Yeah, looks very exciting.
Yeah, definitely. That game looks absolutely thrilling.
Oh, well, should we just go there, you guys?
I mean, this could be a draw in a second anyway, so...
it depends on whether they see the traps, though, because, if Magnus does step back or forward with his bishop...
He's going for the win, Magnus,
of course. He's going for the win. And maybe... The idea is still in the air, maybe not.
Yeah, but now Jordan can play for the win. Jordan can push forward with pawns, maybe. Maybe Jordan can jump in with the White knight, giving a check to the Black king. Lots of options.
So let's hold off a little bit to see what Jordan does, or...
Prag is on the brink of winning, though, so big decision.
Shall we go?
I mean...
David, you decide.
Yeah, OK.
Shall we move?
I
think we can jump.
You know,
I think this game might go on for a while even.
Yeah.
So let's go to Prag.
We're going to jump to Praggnanandhaa. He could be about to win the match against Erik Hansen right now, gaining all 3 points, possibly taking the lead in the tournament if Magnus is not able to make a comeback. What's happening on this board?
Yeah, it is chaotic, but look how much is happening. There's action everywhere. The black queen is now attacked by one of White's pawns. The black rook is also attacked by one of White's pawns. White is actually a whole knight down, but black can't save the queen and rook at the same time. I think Erik is even going to keep fighting because I don't see any single move in this position. If the black pawn takes this white pawn attacking the black queen, White will just win a rook.
He might have to sack his queen here, might he, David? I mean, everything else looks really bad. And we've seen Erik has fought on in very bad positions, so he probably will fight on here because otherwise he loses the match anyway. Why not? But great. I've been looking at this game, though. Prag's played a really, really good game here, using great tactics and opening knowledge. This is very nice. And he has sacked the queen here. Yep.
Giving up his queen because otherwise he would lose a whole rook anyway. You might as well get a rook for your queen. Slightly better material kind of combination there. So, OK, right now, White has a queen. Black has a rook and a knight in return. But look how open the black king is. The queen is definitely the better piece here. And Prag, head in his hands, he's calculating, he's trying to find a way to force and secure the victory.
It's such a tense moment, isn't it? Because, you know, there's still some life left in Erik's position, you know, especially if Praggnanandhaa is careless. And this was the move that I was worried about. And queen takes pawn, and Praggnanandhaa, he's calculated everything out so cleanly. Wow.
So complicated. If you move the king, you could get checkmated here. This is no, you don't want to do that. No, but if you could, you're in check, move the king. Yeah, okay, checkmate. No, I didn't want to do that.
Yeah, we should mention that if the white king goes to the H file, then the black rook just swings across to check it, most likely.
Yeah.
So that's the checkmate type of pattern you're mentioning there. So white could block. If we block, which way? So this is a check from the black bishop. Do you block with the white bishop or the white rook?
I would probably block with the rook. Are you going to go with the bishop? Tempting.
It's so complicated. Yeah, bishop is more forcing at least. So I would always look at the most forcing move because now black's bishop is under fire. Black's bishop.
If you take the rook, do you take the rook or the bishop? That's the next question as well.
White's queen is attacking black's rook in the corner. Black's queen is attacking the bishop in the middle. And Erik, I don't think he's resigned yet, but he's getting ready.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is terminal.
He's going to be down a queen for just a rook in most scenarios, or a queen for just a couple of pieces. And White's queen is just getting greedy and taking everything.
Yeah.
We say knights on the rim are dim. Black's knight has been offside the whole game on the edge of the board, not helping its army. And that knight is going to drop as well later on.
Prag still hasn't played 4 games in this tournament.
And he won't, at least until tomorrow. Yeah, it's...
I mean, do you think someone like Prag, because he's young, he has more energy than the other players? I mean, some of the older players, I mean, no one's that old in this tournament. It might help a little bit.
Saving energy by playing only 3 games a day helps.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, it must do, because you're playing one less game. So, yeah, everything helps at this level, I guess. So.
And also, you know, the fact that he's been victorious, even in those very bad situations, means that he's had great night's sleep, you know.
Oh, here it is. It's over. It's over.
Oh,
it's over.
Wow. It's 3 points for Praggnanandhaa, winning again. Another match win for Prag in only 3 games. He is taking the lead now in the Oslo Esports Cup after a dominant performance against Erik Hansen, winning 2 games here. Praggnanandhaa. David, how will you describe his performance today?
Smooth, classy, just, I mean, sign of a champion as well, that he could bounce back from yesterday's defeat, a heavy defeat against Magnus Carlsen. I mean, it's heartbreaking for Erik there. He's playing through the game now, wondering where it all went wrong, but Prag was just another level today.
And let's head out to Sverre. What is the reaction from Prag right now in the lead in the Oslo Esports Cup?
Let's hear for this guy. He doesn't like to play long matches, that's for sure, because it's yet to be a single 4-game match.
I think first game, as I said, I just got a piece, and I think second game, I was just worse. So I think that's what his best chance was in the second game to win. I think third game, I started to play passively in the opening, but then when I got this H4, F4, I think it's already a bit dangerous for black in rapid.
How do you refocus after losing 3 games in a row to Magnus yesterday?
Yeah, I think losing 3 games was okay because I played well in the first and second game, so I think it was fine for me. I just thought it's okay because I played well and let me play my best chess in the remaining tournament. That's what my mindset was.
But this is interesting because the matches you've won, you've usually said that you've played quite poorly, and the match you lost, you're saying that you played well.
I mean, probably not great, but good chess for Rapid, I'd say.
You're creating great entertainment for us. Thank you so much, Prog.
Yeah, thank you.
So that is a young gun who doesn't really need that many games to decide here.
Holy, well, yeah, wow, it's just so impressive. Thank you, Sverre. What a great talk there with Pragnananda currently in the lead in the tournament, and he might be in sole lead after today. The bar over to Jordan's side.
Yeah, and the bar was even more over to Jordan's side just a few moments ago. I think Jordan had actually a very big advantage, but Magnus is fighting back. Magnus is trying to eliminate all the pawns. So the position we see in front of us, white is temporarily 1 pawn up, but the pawns are disappearing. Black's king can take a pawn in a moment. It might well do so. The white pawn on the other flank, Alice the A-pawn, might also fall. And the more pawns that disappear, the closer we do get to a draw. The ideal scenario for Magnus right now, even at the cost of one of his knights or bishops, is to get rid of all the remaining white pawns. That would secure the draw. So Magnus very much fighting for his life in this match. Jordan pressing for the win.
Maybe also worth mentioning that Mamedyarov also levelled the score in that match. So it's going to be a very exciting last game between him and Anish.
A win for Mamedyarov. Wow. Interesting. Yeah. They are tied then before game 4. This is such an interesting day in the tournament. Liemle could be about to take the lead against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, the bar all the way over to his side. But in this one, Jordan van Voorhees, if he wins this game, will win the match. Magnus Carlsen, the pressure is on. Cannot lose this game.
Pressure is on, but we saw Magnus's body language a moment ago. He leaned back. He thinks the hard work has been done. And the more I look at it, the more I think, how are you actually keeping your pawns alive as white? Your central pawn can start marching forward, but it's under lock and key. Black's knight will keep an eye on it for now, and the black king can re-centralize itself soon. And that white A-pawn, I just don't see how you keep it alive.
I don't think there's enough material on the board, meaning there's not enough pawns now. Jordan may have missed a chance earlier on, but only with, 3 pawns left, you need to try and promote one of those pawns. And even then, if your opponent can give up a piece for it, it'd probably be a draw. So it just seems like it should be a draw now. And as you say, Magnus, I feel realises that. So.
Yeah.
But credit to Jordan. I mean, he created something out of nothing. Normally we're used to seeing the world champion do that, but Jordan has been the one pressing, and there we go. And Magnus, he removes the 2 white pawns forcibly. He even gives up his bishop in the process. And, OK, we're about to see the game end. That black pawn is going to disappear. White only has a knight left, but you can't checkmate with only a knight. Game over. It's a draw.
And that means Magnus Carlsen will be in a must-win situation in game 4. Wow. Jordan van Voorhees, he is playing some good chess today, right?
Yeah, great chess from Jordan so far, and he's secured at least the playoffs. So a great result for him. Magnus, meanwhile, not quite at his best so far today.
Let's see if any of them stops for a reaction out in the lounge, Sverre.
Yeah, I have Magnus walking by. It's see if we could have a quick question, or it's been a tough day today, Magnus. How would you summarize it?
Yeah, I guess that sums it up. But yeah, I don't think he made the most of his chances in the last game, so I'm still in the match.
And do you have a good feeling before your last white game?
Absolutely not.
Thank you. So he's not very inspired by his play today so far.
Wow, yeah, Magnus Carlsen is under pressure. Thank you, Sverre. It's going to be a must-win for him in Game 4 coming up in 17 minutes. What happened in this game, David? It was interesting at some point.
It was very interesting, but actually the chances there that Magnus mentioned, Jordan let them go in one move. In this position, Jordan could have kept the tension. White is doing very well, mostly because of this pass pawn, but he shouldn't have pushed it yet. He should have just kept the tension, brought his knight forward, actually gone after this black pawn in the centre. So it looks very, very good for White. But instead, Jordan got a bit too hasty, pushed his pawn forward and allowed the black king to step across and soon win this pawn. Once this pawn dropped, Magnus was able to secure the draw.
Must-win situation for Magnus Carlsen in Game 4 against Jordan van Vries, who is in the lead in that match. A draw or a win for Jordan means he wins the match, and that's dramatic in the tournament for Magnus Carlsen. Jordan today playing Magnus at 31 years old, but now it's time to see how he did when we challenge him against Magnus at 10 years old. Jordan van Vries will now play Magnus Carlsen at 10 years old. And Jordan, you're used to playing Magnus at like 30 years old. What will it be like to face him at 10 years old?
It's gonna be still very tough. I think I had a little bit of practice before, and I'm not sure at all that's what's gonna happen, because it's very good at tricks and stuff, and especially in these time controls with little time, it's gonna be very tricky, I think.
And you worked as a second for Magnus in the previous World Championship match. So obviously you've studied a bunch of Magnus's games, but have you studied and looked at any of his games at 10 years old?
So actually one of my favorite things to do is while growing up, I think there was an autobiography on Magnus when he just turned Grandmaster by his former coach Simon Aktestein, and I browsed through that a couple of times. So I may have a little bit of a feeling about his playing style when he was very young, but still not too much data to investigate.
What would you say was his style at 10 years old? Was it different than what it is
I would
now?
say more attacking, more tactical than now, of course, but that's normal at a young age, and only later he got more into the positional grinding and strategical play, let's say.
All right, cool. Now, Jordan at 10 years old, who was he? What did you like to do at 10 years old?
He was nowhere. I was playing a little bit of chess, but I was mainly going to school, hanging out with friends. I think I really started getting into chess like around that time, I think.
Okay.
So, because I won the Dutch Youth Championship under 10 at the time, so that was a big success for me, but otherwise I wasn't playing too much chess at all just yet, I think.
All right, well, because you come from a big Dutch chess family, so how big part of your life was chess around 10 years old?
I guess I like doing it, but I was mainly hanging out with friends, playing outside at the time and stuff, so it wasn't really a big part. It was more something on the side, going to the club maybe. I don't know, I was playing maybe a little bit every day, but I don't think it was more than like 1 hour, something like that.
So were you dreaming about one day becoming like a chess world champion, or was it more like a football world champion or some other sport you were dreaming of?
I was never too interested in other sports instead of chess, but I don't think I was dreaming of anything in particular. That probably came a little bit later, actually, for me, strangely enough. But I just liked playing. That was fun for me, and that was about it, I guess. And I was hanging out with people older than my age at the time at the chess club, so I thought that was a bit interesting as well, I guess. So yeah.
Cool. And now you're 22. Will play Magnus at 10 years old. What's going to be your goal in this Champions Challenge?
I wanna at least like play a lot of moves, not lose too quickly, and if I can win, that would be fantastic. But it's gonna be very tough because it's so tricky. So yeah. Yeah,
Magnus, 10 years old, super tricky. Now, this is the Champions Challenge. Jordan will have 2 minutes on the clock, and the goal for our Grandmasters is, of course, to win the game in those 2 minutes in as few moves as possible. But if they lose on the clock or are checkmated by Magnus 10, the goal is to last as many moves as possible. And are you ready?
Very much. Let's go.
All right, Jordan, make your first move, and here we go. This is the Play Magnus Champions Challenge. All right, what is the tactics from the opening here?
I was trying a little bit of e4 on the plane to Oslo, but that didn't go too well, so I'm taking a slower setup. I hoped for something in the King's Indian spirit, but it's not really there just yet, but I'll try something.
All right, well, playing faster, we know that's important. What do you think of the opening here, David?
It looks very, very solid, like Jordan has said. He's just got pieces on good squares. It's not clear what Magnus is going to aim for. That's always a good thing against such a tricky computer app. And, OK, blocking things up, that's always a good idea.
I'm very happy to see f6 here. This allows me to attack for free against Magnus h10. I just want to block the position and checkmate, but we'll see if it will work out.
Good strategy, Jordan. You're doing my favourite thing. Storm.
And we also saw Harry the H-pawn move forward there.
Yes, I learned that from Simon.
And Simon does hold the record actually at this point for beating Magnus in 50 moves, and that's a difficult record to beat. Okay, bishop for knight trade there.
I want to take with that guy.
Okay, still very blocked. Okay, Jordan, how are you gonna mate? How are you gonna get to that king?
I like what he's doing.
I want to get the bishop over, but
some nice trades that are in Jordan's favor.
how do I do it?
Open.
Yeah, it's looking very good for white, but like you say, it's hard to break through.
But playing super fast, still 1 minute and 13 seconds left on the clock for you, Jordan. Is it possible to checkmate Magnus in that time?
I hope so, but it's already slipping.
Watch out! Magnus is making a comeback.
Such a good defender, Magnus, just like he is these days as well.
From nowhere, that knight suddenly found herself in the white side of the board. And look at that, now he's set up a complete blockade on the dark squares and...
Yeah, look at Black's bishop. How is Jordan ever going to remember?
Oh no, I blundered.
What is the blunder?
A pawn has dropped.
And a bishop.
Got greedy.
Oh no!
Oh dear me, that's a devastating check because the queen is going to fall.
Do you think you'll lose it now?
I think it's going to be made in a couple of moves, yes. It's looking like it's already... I will play on just to make the most moves I can do.
As many moves as possible, and still 38 seconds left on the clock. Oh!
Magnus didn't even
He
want
could
to checkmate.
He could have made it in one. I don't know. I'm just gonna... Yeah.
It's over. Ooh, Magnus, 10 years old, beats you. How does that feel?
Not good, not good. I thought I was doing well, but then somehow it slipped and I couldn't find a way through.
Is it the clock that you're trying to play so fast, or is it just that Magnus 10 super tricky?
I think it's just too tricky. I didn't know. I mean, it looked good, but I didn't see how to break through, and yeah, he's just so tricky.
And if you play continue, we're going to take a look at how many moves you lasted, because you press the continue button.
Continue, yes. I think it's not going to be too many moves, actually. 50.
Lost in 50 moves. All right.
All right.
How do you feel about that result?
Usually I'm not too happy about losing in general, but maybe it was a lot of moves at least. I don't know.
And you can always beat Magnus in the actual Esports Cup.
I hope it will be easier. Probably not.
Good job, Jordan, and good result. 50 moves.
Okay, thank you.
It's good. 50 moves for Jordan. It was a loss, so he is in second to last place in the Play Magnus Champions Challenge. Jan-Krzysztof, so far the only player who's been able to win against Magnus, but Jordan, he could be about to win against Magnus in the Oslo Esports Cup. He is up by 1 point before the fourth and final rapid game. And so many chess tournaments going on here today. The Oslo Esports Cup, the Champions Challenge, and a lot of stuff happening out in the lounge as well, Sverre.
I think it's the lobby C3 night party, we can call this probably. The Lawrence Trent get together, and he's actually involved in the game right here on the side. If we could take a quick little look.
It's a bullet game. So
it's a bullet game here. So that's when you know that people really want to do a proper chat. So we're going to test something here to see whether it's possible to do an interview while playing bullet with 6 seconds. How's it working out, Lawrence?
not very well, and I'm about to get flagged. I'm about to lose as well. I'm about to get mated. Oh my god. This is horrible. That noise is my, you know, like that machine.
I won.
And there, it's done. And
I am the champion, my friend.
but does that mean that it was not possible to do an interview while playing 1 minute bullet?
When I was under a bit of pressure and the position, it was hard to, but it's possible.
You didn't play B6 actually. That was.
Yeah, and I didn't play my opening.
You
That's
have
the
to
real
play your
fault.
thing, yeah.
That's the real fault.
But when it comes to your opening, we've actually had that being played over at these tables for a long time right now. I want to take the time here to talk with Liam, who's coming in from his game as well. And Liam, how did you feel that the day is going so far?
The first game I played very well, I won that, and but then I started playing really badly in the second and the third game. I missed totally winning positions in both games, so it has been a little bit tough. But there's one more game to go, so I have to try my best. Yeah.
And it seems like white is really pressing in most games today, and that leaves you at a bit of a disadvantage before this last one.
No, actually, the second game I was black and I was completely winning too. So I wouldn't say white is pressing there. But yeah, it's just the main thing is I have to play better in critical positions, critical moments.
And do you have a good feeling before the last game?
I don't know. We'll see.
That's Liam who will see. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to step back to see whether we have some people with a good feeling playing this tournament, because the C3 game, as I call it, the Knight C3, how's it working out so far?
For me?
Sorry, the F3.
Oh yeah, that actually is C3. Yeah. But quite horrifically, if anything, I've gotten these like horrible positions after the opening. So if anything, I really should have taken a look at this court of Lawrence before I headed into this field.
That means that things are working out quite well right now. But we're just going to have a chat over here, because we have Magnus who's grabbing a hot dog here. And he's not quite up for talking right now. So what we'll do is we're going to put it back to the studio while right here, we're enjoying ourselves. Let's actually talk to Jordan van Forest.
Nice.
One last game now against Magnus Carlsen. Black pieces, you need a draw. How you go about getting that draw?
Yeah, it's going to be extremely tough. He will be throwing everything at me to get the win. I'm just going to try my best. That's the best I can do, and hopefully things go my way if I get a little bit of luck again.
Do you feel any sorrow that you didn't take this pressing opportunity with white, or are you just excited now for the next game?
Yeah, I was trying a little bit. Actually, I was surprised I got some chances to press because I didn't really like my position. Maybe in the end I could have pressed a little bit better, but I don't think it was anything much. And I mean, against Magnus, you cannot hope for too much in general anyways.
Do you get extra pulse? Do you feel your heart beating a little extra when you play the world champion?
A little bit, yes, for sure, especially when it gets tense. He puts extra pressure, like he plays faster and stuff. But I've played him several times before, so by this point I've gotten more used to it at least.
Not only played, you worked with him. And how does you working with Magnus so closely to the World Championship match affect these kind of matches here?
I'm not really sure. He usually beats my ass, let's say, in all these training camps, so it's never looking too good for me there. But when we play competitive games, I seem to be fighting at least with him, so that's good. But I'm not sure really how it affects me.
Good luck for the final game, and congratulations on what you achieved so far.
Thank you.
Jordan van Forest is in the lead in his match before Game 4 against Magnus Carlsen. And released tomorrow will be the Late Night podcast with Jordan van Forest.
We have to talk about the special Game 6.
Personally, I've watched all the games until the end, except for Game 6. I just got so tired and I had to wake up early next morning. Yeah, that game was just too long to finish. For me, I think I went to sleep at some point with the Rook Knight against the Queen position somewhere there, but
still went on for a couple of hours.
I was sure it was gonna end in a draw. My shock was big when I realized that he had won the game, and we have some chat, of course, chatting to everyone, and it was pretty. We were pretty happy with that game. So yeah.
Jordan talking about his role as a second for Magnus in the World Championship match. It's going to be released tomorrow, a special video edition for Chess24 Premium users, and of course available anywhere you watch your podcast. Jordan is playing some great chess today, and now we're going to learn from the Lisoveta Learning Point.
Another player playing great chess is Liam, and in his matchup against the birthday boy Duda, we arrived in this position. Liam with white, Duda with black, and the learning point is never make assumptions in the position. Here it's black to move, and black actually captured the white knight, assuming that white had to recapture and take back with his pawn. This would have led to a great position for black. Black actually has a nice open line here for the queen, which he can use later, but the assumptions come in here. White doesn't actually have to recapture. White had a very strong intermediate move, a Zwischenzug as we call it, instead of capturing the knight, attacking the black queen, pushing this pawn forward, unleashing an attack from the bishop, and suddenly we realize the queen has nowhere good to go. For example, if it plants itself in the middle of the board, white could flick in, pawn takes bishop, threatening the rook and threatening the knight, and because of this double attack, Liam won a piece. A blunder by the birthday boy Duda, but a great move there, a great Zwischenzug by Liam.
Great learning point. All right, I'm taking notes. I'm learning chess every single minute of every single show here, and we have some great chess coming up in Game 4s here on day 5 in the Oslo Esports Cup. What a dramatic day, you guys. Jordan van Vriest in the lead against Magnus Carlsen. It's a must-win situation for Magnus, losing Game 2. Liam Le and Jan-Krzysztof Duda, they won 1 game each. The third game was a draw, so if we have a winner in Game 4, then that player will win the match. If it is a draw, then tie breaks, you guys. And Anish Giri and Shakhriyar Mamdiyarov, they are also tied. Shak made a comeback with a win in Game 3. So will we have tie breaks or a winner? The only winner so far today is Pragnananda, winning 2 games, gaining all 3 points against Erik Hansen, and that really puts pressure on Magnus Carlsen. Before this day started, they were in shared lead with 9 points, both of them. If Magnus is not able to win today's match, then Prague will be in sole lead. We are waiting for Jordan and Magnus to arrive, and here comes Jordan. He's gonna have the black pieces. It's Magnus with the white pieces in this game. Simon, what will you expect from Magnus in that must-win situation?
Well, I guess he's just got to get back on form. He's not quite there at the moment. I mean, it's horrible. He mouse-slipped. Not mouse-slipped, he had that oversight, didn't he? Where he completely missed that bishop.
Like hallucination.
Hallucination, yeah. It was a complete hallucination, which I don't think I've ever seen him do before. And he's got to win this game. I mean, this is it. If he doesn't win this game, Jordan has a very memorable victory. So maybe we'll see a bit more aggressive Magnus here, or just trying to get in the game, I guess, to start with.
Yeah.
Now that Magnus knows Prague's result, he'll know that the tournament fate is out of his hands no matter what happens now. But I mean, if he doesn't win this game, take it to tie breaks, he can pretty much say goodbye to Prague. Prague is rushing off into the distance almost already, attaining an unassailable lead. So really difficult times for Magnus Carlsen.
So yeah, remember, if a player wins in the rapid portion, 3 points and $7,500. Tour standings are determined by prize money this season. And the loser, $0 and 0 points. If they go to tie breaks, the winner in tie breaks will get 2 points and $5,000. The loser, 1 point and $2,500. Magnus, he arrives, the computer. This is a must-win situation for the world champion, and he will have the white pieces. Here we go.
Here we go, and Magnus, wow, he starts with 1 G3. Not what we're used to seeing from him, not occupying the center, but he's freestyling the world champion. He's played this before on the tour, and okay, with his last move, he goes back into more well-known territory, the Reti opening. And here we see both sides finally starting to take control of the center.
I was going to ask, is it a little bit like 1B3?
It's exactly the same idea, just on the other side, kind of mirror image. White's whole idea by pushing the g-pawn forward is to create a nice home for the white bishop. And look how black has played copycat, a fianchetto for black as well. Both sides are about to put their bishops on the longest diagonals. But this last move by Jordan is very, very rare. Normally black there brought out the light squared bishop. That would have gone into what we call the Chigorin opening. And, okay, Magnus just taking a pause. Will he push a pawn? Will he bring white's light squared bishop out to that nice hole on fianchetto on g2? Simon, are you surprised by this opening choice by either side?
A little bit surprised, yeah. I mean, not so much from Magnus, because he kind of played this way in the World Championships, as I know you're aware, because you've had this kind of opening set up. But Jordan playing this last move is, as you say, a bit odd. Because you're going to move your bishop. And one of the long-term problems black can have in this kind of structure is that knight that he's brought out, because that black knight that's come out, it gets in the way of the pawn. And often you want to use the pawn behind the knight to either secure your centre or to play a bit more aggressively and attack white's centre, which he can't do now. So it's a different setup, but obviously been prepared because he's played it immediately.
He's actually, just checking the database, he's actually played it before, Jordan has. He played it in a blitz game against Gata Kamsky, a famous grandmaster from the USA.
Yeah, and meanwhile, both sides did develop their bishops, and white has castled the king. So Jordan maybe having predicted this, because Magnus did set up this way twice against him in Vaikanze in January over the board, and he also set up this way against him in the tour earlier this season. So Jordan not surprised, but he's surprising Magnus.
Wow.
And I've actually, every time I faced Jordan, I set up like this against him with white, because he's such a fearsome attacking player, and here white's king is so safe, it's unlikely he can checkmate you at least.
And Air Things telling us that the air quality inside the Oslo Esports arena is very good. The temperature is nice, 23 degrees Celsius, but Magnus has actually put on his coat. So does that mean that he is still a little bit sick and not feeling very well?
Yeah, for viewers who have followed the tour in the past, we've seen on his Air Things device, normally when he's at home, he likes it warm. He likes it 26 degrees and upwards. So maybe not feeling great, but also maybe just a personal preference.
That's true.
Okay, Magnus, meanwhile, just pushing a pawn is kind of, yeah, a bit of symmetry here. He wants to fianchetto his other bishop, potentially, put that one on the longest diagonal.
Yeah, and I guess we're going to have quite a manoeuvring game, which should suit Magnus quite well. All the pieces remain on the board. He's just getting his pieces out, get into the middle game, and then he's going to try to do his magic there, possibly taking advantage, as I mentioned, of that black knight that came out early. Could be misplaced in quite a lot of positions.
And meanwhile, Jordan just bringing his rook across. That last one's a bit mysterious. Maybe black can use his pawn in front of that black rook and push it towards the centre later, but that's not really an immediate threat. So, okay, Magnus slightly frowning, just coming up with a plan here. Will white push a pawn? Will white develop the queenside knight? The knight's still asleep. Magnus just doesn't look comfortable. And in his interview, were you guys surprised when Sverre asked, "Are you feeling ready?" He said no.
Yeah.
It's rare to hear that kind of thing from the world champion.
Yeah, that's true, actually. But normally you say those type of things anyhow when someone goes, you know, just to kind of give yourself that little pass in case things go wrong. But yeah, normally that we hear the world champion saying, "I am the best."
Yeah.
But okay. Well,
it does seem a little off, maybe, yeah?
Yeah, maybe. And anyhow, well, Jordan is playing in a very, very committal style. He's now exploding open, everything in the centre.
Yeah, and look at Magnus's body language. He just kind of put his head on his own shoulder right there. I've got to say, either this is great preparation from Jordan van Foreest, or it's just a big bluff, because black has sacrificed a pawn temporarily. The evaluation bar really not liking it for black, and we have to jump in to show what's happening here. It looks like Jordan, he's about to solve all of his problems unless Magnus gets greedy and takes this pawn, and he's got to take it, right? I'm assuming he'll take with his knight just to open up this bishop and to create another square that was previously occupied for this knight. And after we see a trade, Jordan's idea is surely to jump forward with the black knight and hitting this pawn in the centre. This pawn is pinned, after all. It cannot move. Whoops, me and my arrows there. This pawn is pinned along this diagonal, and actually there's no way to save it. If you march this pawn forward to protect it, to create this nice little chain, then suddenly you leave a weakness on this square and you walk into a fork, a double attack. And actually we're headed towards this position. This is the current position. Black's knight has indeed jumped forward. But here, what happens if white, for example, brings the knight over to defend this pawn in the centre? I think I've seen something very similar to this before, not this exact position, but now if we do see a bunch of trades in the middle of the board, seeing everything come off the board, then white does eventually have ideas such as pushing this pawn forward, maybe even pushing this pawn forward, destabilising the black rook in order to try and win this pawn later on. Some definite ideas here for Magnus. Jordan surely has prepared this position before.
Yeah, he must have done with his time, because he's actually up on time. And I guess he's got confidence in holding this position, only needing a draw. He's got lots of pieces off the board. I think the continuation you mentioned, David, is certainly the most logical continuation. But, I mean, it would seem to me that this is also a Magnus position, and Magnus has no weaknesses, and that pawn on the analysis board in the middle could be a real problem in the long run, with white being able to pressurise that. It's a little bit too extended, even in some situations. So will we see this? And if so, will Jordan be able to hold the position?
Yep, it's all about whether that pawn is a weakness long term. So in the current position, we're expecting this move from Magnus, bringing the knight over to defend this pawn. And even if there are trades, then still a lot of life left. It's all about whether Magnus can seize the moment and do something over the next few moves before Jordan really gets comfortable as black.
Magnus is not too used with being in must-win situations, right?
I mean, he's normally in the lead.
Yeah.
Usually he's in the lead, but we have seen some amazing comebacks by Magnus. I can remember, I think it was the FTX Cup, I want to say, when he won 8 times on demand. And I think he's the only player to have ever won, I mean, like this.
Yeah.
I mean, because he...
There have been a few finals against Wesley So where he needed to win just to stay in it, and sometimes he didn't manage, but sometimes he did.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, if anyone's capable of winning with white in a must-win situation, it is Magnus. But it's not easy for anyone at this level.
Yeah, I remember his dad. I talked to his dad, Henrik Carlsen, once, and he said, you know, people are just expecting Magnus to win, and even to just play a draw on demand at this level is actually very hard. Obviously, you're forced to not make any mistakes.
And the opponent has a say in it too. So if the opponent plays well, there's no guarantee you can win. Often you do depend on a mistake, and okay, the move we expected on the board. There wasn't too many other options there. White's knight coming to protect the pawn in the centre.
There was a very famous interview where Magnus lost his temper.
Oh.
And the interviewer kind of said, well, it wasn't so smooth for you. And Magnus said, well, what do you want from me? What do you want me to just play like a novelty and then I just win the game as easily as that? No, that's not life. And that's not what chess is about. Chess is sometimes a real scrap between two players. There's mistakes on both sides. And it's a fight. And the game is following the analysis that David showed.
Yeah, so very logical play by both sides, and this is the key moment. I think if Black gets one move or maybe two more moves, if Black can defend that central pawn that we highlighted a few moments ago, then Black should be fine, right? Or at least in a pretty safe position temporarily, but
yeah, there's a couple of options there. I mean, you can attack that pawn either with your C pawn or E pawn immediately. I mean, the slower approach maybe gives Magnus something to play against in the long run if he can still break, but yeah, Black's solid. He's only okay. So Magnus has gone for the more aggressive idea, and I feel in a must-win situation, it makes sense to attack the centre as quickly as you can.
Yeah, and I'm going to put this question to both of you, but also to our Twitter audience. Do you think Magnus will be able to make a comeback, judging from this position?
Simon.
All our viewers, what do you think?
I will.
Think he's going to do it?
I will say flip a coin again.
No, you have to commit yourself to decision.
Have to commit. Well, it is Magnus. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And now
yes.
David has to say no, probably.
Yeah.
So
David say no.
I'll let you go first so I can say the opposite.
Yeah. I was going to do that as well. I was going to go the opposite to whatever David said because it makes it a bit more interesting. So that's how close my decision is.
I always force you guys to disagree.
Yeah, disagreement is the spice of life. And tweet us, what do you think? Do you think Magnus will be able to make this comeback? And as always, we really love where you watch the selfies. Chess Champs. So tweet us using hashtag Chess Champs. What do I think?
Yeah.
Looking at this position, I'm going to side with you, Simon.
Okay.
I think he's going to do it.
So, right.
It's just the body language feels a bit off. He spent a long time up to this point, Magnus. He spent around a third of his time already, down to 10 minutes. Jordan, okay, I'm surprised Jordan is thinking. I was going to say we'll learn a lot by the speed of Jordan's next few moves, but it feels like Jordan, this is not the type of position you go into as Black, where it's very one-sided, you're just playing for the draw, unless you know everything there is to know, unless you have studied all the small details. I do know that in some kind of chats with other players, they have mentioned that Jordan, he's so creative, has so many ideas, but sometimes maybe forgets the tiny little details here and there, doesn't double check things as much as the other top players. I think they said this on the Chess24 video series with Peter Heine Nielsen, Lauren Fresnay and Jan Gustafsson, the kind of team behind Magnus. They said Jordan, so creative, comes up with everything, but they need to double check his analysis. And that could be the case here because he's paused and for 2 minutes now in a very natural move from Magnus. He should know what to do here as Black. Otherwise, you're just going to lose a pawn. Black's pawn in the centre under fire and not so easy to protect.
It's quite. I mean, a move you'd like to play is just to defend it with your bishop, to bring a piece out, defend it. Hopefully, more exchanges happen, but that just runs into a pawn push, which attacks the rook. So I don't think you can play this natural move because after this one, we see the Prague rook, don't we? The pragmatic Prague rook. and it doesn't have a good square. So I don't believe any exchange sacrifices will work here. So you can't play the natural defensive move. The other problem, David, I'm sure, is if you push the pawn on, well, now you get a real imbalance in structure. And again, this same push could be very annoying. I mean, black's king is a real target, and the black pawn in the middle is a bit of a weakness. So it doesn't seem straightforward to know what the answer is to Magnus's move, actually.
Yeah, and Magnus's last move, just to highlight it once more, pushing this pawn forward, it does create some tension here. As mentioned, the pawn cannot be captured because the black queen is actually undefended, so the black pawn is pinned. And yeah, you have to, surely, if you want to play this opening, you have to know what to do against an obvious move like Magnus's threatening to take this pawn. What is Jordan thinking about? I think he might well push on, but...
Probably has to push on. Yeah. I mean, I don't think he's got really any other option. I mean, you don't want to defend the pawn with your pawn. I mean, you're just going to be a lot, well, I say a lot worse, but you're going to be in a horrible position against the best player in the world in such structures.
Yeah, isolated pawn here would just be terribly weak. This white bishop as well, attacking it permanently. So Jordan has indeed chosen the other option. He's pushed on, and Magnus is going to try and destabilize this pawn first. Remember, this pawn's still pinned along the D line. So now you just have to protect it. You can't continue pushing this pawn. It would just go too far behind enemy lines, so you have to protect it. And we see a quick trade. And we'll see Jordan recapture this pawn, surely with his own pawn. And it's about whether this isolated pawn now is a weakness as well. I like Simon's idea of pushing forward, kicking back the black rook, and creating this really nice pawn chain. Also, this white bishop coming to life on the diagonal. Still not 100% clear, but imbalanced enough for Magnus to try and create some winning chances.
Yeah, I have to say I love that pawn pattern that you you showed. And I liked what you said about pawns. Like they need friends. I'm going to remember that now. They need friends to hold hands.
They need support when they go up the board, don't they?
Exactly.
Generally, they need their
much nicer than
brothers and
saying pawn chains.
Yeah, it's like a bike chain, isn't it?
Exactly.
I mean,
yeah, that sounds a bit boring. Friends sounds a bit more like
friends.
Friends. Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well.
In-betweeners, if you're not sure where that came from. Great TV programme, that.
It's a fantastic TV programme.
Oh. Yeah, meanwhile, Jordan's last move, the speed with which he played it, means that maybe he's still in preparation, maybe he studied this before or just needed a few minutes to recall what he'd looked at, because black's last move does look a bit weird. Yes, the black rook's on an open file now, the C file, but it doesn't help to protect this pawn in the centre that Magnus is going for. Look on Magnus's screen, he's about to bring his rook behind his queen, lining up against black's pawn, the isolated pawn in the centre of the board. That pawn is doomed. No way to save it now. You just have to look for tricks with black, and the evaluation bar liking black's position suddenly. But
do you think this could be a case of like a little bit of bluff from Jordan, that he's seen this position, he's going to whip his bishop out to like e6, and he knows that the ending, after a lot of whipping off, that's a lot of whipping saying, I don't know why I'm doing that, but he knows that the ending is going to lead to, well, the position is going to lead to an equal ending, and he's just sort of slowing down. Because sometimes if, you might have analysed something, and to kind of double trick your opponent, you don't want to rush the moves out because your opponent smells a rat. You want to sort of slow it down a little bit and just sort of, get him into the position you want. Is that possible here?
It's possible. That's the type of thing I notice a lot of young people do. I used to do it when I was younger myself. You pretend you have no idea what's going on, and then suddenly, once you've lured your opponent in, like you say, suddenly bang, 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 you show them, the next few moves of the plan going forward. But he's paused again, Jordan.
I've done that when I've set a trap. A prepared trap, I'm like, well, when I was a kid, not now. I don't do those kind of things anymore.
It's like, look behind you.
Like, I've never seen this position before. And then when they play, it's like, you kind of like immediately sit up and you're like, oh, you've fallen for something bad. Jordan developing the light square bishop.
Yeah, so white can go one pawn up. White's queen can just zoom up the board, 2 squares, grab black's isolated pawn in the centre, and white will be a pawn up. But that endgame, as Simon mentioned, black is very active in that endgame suddenly. Black's rook on the c-file on an open line. Not clear at all whether Magnus will have enough firepower left to win that one. So I'm expecting him to grab the pawn, to take the pawn, because why not? Why not go up on material and at least have something to hold on to for later? But a long, long way to go before Magnus can dream of turning this one into a win. Jordan, meanwhile, looking very calm, very relaxed. And it'll be interesting. That's the one difference, I think, with esports and over-the-board chess. It's harder to bluff your opponent maybe in the esport arena, especially with no time on the clock. in long chess, you can kind of sit back, you have 2 hours, you can say, oh yeah, I'm pretending not to know what's going on. You can...
Especially as a kid.
Gesture a bit.
I think we've all mentioned you do these things more as a kid, don't you? Like, for some reason, you're like, oh no, blundered my queen. They take the queen, you're like, checkmate. You're like, it's like, yeah. But it doesn't really work when you get older, does it?
You still
like,
do that, don't you, Simon?
Bring it back.
Yeah, you caught me out again. I'm like, oh no, the biggest, like...
It's the confidence of youth,
so,
I mean,
it is.
I remember one kid telling me, well, his opponent had a mate in 2, but his opponent decided to have some fun and deliver a mate in 3, because he had all the time in the world. So the kid just said, you know what, if he's not going to checkmate me immediately, I'm going to wait until my clock runs down, all 45 minutes of it. And his parents were like talking to me and saying, oh my God, what can we do? How can we stop this? But the kid was adamant, no, I'm going to make him wait.
I mean, what's the funniest thing you've done as a kid? I mean, I can remember... there's loads that I've done, but we won't go there. I mean, I remember one day when I was really young, and I offered my opponent a draw. I was like 8 years old, and he said, yeah, and I said, actually, I've changed my mind. and then he burst out crying. Yeah, I was only 8, he was 8. No, we're both 8 years old. If it was an adult, it'd be quite funny. And then he called the arbiter over, and I was like, oh, I thought I'd actually play on, and I was like, and it's like, okay, I'll take the draw. So, yeah, just burst out crying. I'm like, oh, my God.
That happened to me once as well. I offered a draw, and I thought it was perpetual check, but I was playing against an adult, so I was maybe 12 years old at the time. And he kind of said no, he'd like to play on. And then I was so happy when he said no, because I just realised I actually had more than perpetual check. I had checkmate. Ooh. And then, I made my move, and he goes, oh, yeah, it's a draw, isn't it? And then he tries to stop the clock, and I'm like, no. It was a one-time offer. Play. And I felt a bit bad, because it was an adult, and I was like this pretentious kid.
And then you won the game, right?
Yeah, of course I won the game. I think it was my only point in the tournament, but yeah.
Take it.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely.
And, I mean, back to the game, David. I mean, it looks like... Black has a lot of pressure. Is he going to win the pawn back? I mean, if he does, then it's looking fine for Jordan.
Yeah, I think Jordan's done a great job. So the queens did come off. White is 1 pawn up, but this last move by Black, extremely clever. Maybe Magnus missed this one, because now Jordan looks destined, as Simon says, to win his pawn back. And how is Magnus going to even keep his winning chances alive? Maybe Magnus, this is the key moment. Because if he doesn't find something now, he's losing his pawn. This is a pin, after all, and if White does nothing, for example, if White pushes a pawn forward, then Black can play bishop takes pawn, utilising the fact that this White pawn is pinned. If you take this bishop, then the White rook drops behind that pawn, and suddenly, whoops, also a pin on this file. So, yeah, it's looking scary. This is a big threat. Bishop takes pawn. You can't prevent it in many ways. You don't really want to put your white rook on a bad square because, OK, you're attacking a pawn, but after Black removes that threat, this rook is stuck, this rook is stuck, both defending pawns, and no way forward. Black has an easy inroads as well into your position. The Black rook, if it finds itself on the second rank, will lead to a great position now. Jordan here would be very, very happy. Magnus reluctant to put his rook on a bad square, but otherwise, do you have to trade off bishops? But now you give yourself a bad pawn structure as well. These pawns are weak. This pawn is weak. 2 isolated pawns there. Looking good for Black, to be honest. Looks like Black should be pretty safe. And I'm struggling to see a move even, Simon. It's all about this threat and how do you stop it? Not just that one, actually, but also the Black rook coming in.
Yeah, no, I agree. And he's also, Magnus tanked quite a lot of time here, probably realising that, some great prep, I feel, from Jordan, actually, and he sort of recalled what he was memorising. And he's probably just thinking now, how do I get, OK, I'm equal, but how do I get a position which has some imbalance in it? Because even if it's equal, I need an unbalanced position. How do I do that? And, well, I can't really see how he does it at the moment, to be honest.
If it's only bishops on the board with level pawns, it's a draw. If it's only rooks on the board with level pawns, it's a draw. Magnus's margin for error here is tiny, and OK, he decides to push this pawn forward. This is one that we didn't consider because it looks like Black is about to take a pawn now with the Black bishop. And Magnus, did he just react there? Did he yawn or did he say something to himself? Either way, I think Black is completely fine. There we go. That pawn drops. So now level material on the board. This is Magnus's idea, but I don't think it's going to get anywhere.
At least he's sort of, again, unbalanced the pawn structure at least, because he's got a majority on the king side against his opponent's majority on the queen side. Shouldn't be enough, I mean, can he win the pawn on b7 now, or does black just play bishop to some square like c2 here?
Yeah, he can also...
Or rook c3.
Yeah, bishops. Yeah, move the bishop and also maybe defend the pawn.
So there are some small traps in the position. You guys are discussing a few moves there. So this bishop attacked, this pawn also attacked, double attack there. And you want to deal with both of them. If you defend your bishop with your rook, then actually that loses on the spot. Because this, again, it's all about the pins, and this bishop is now pinned on the 3rd rank. You can't move the bishop because the rook behind it will fall. So this bishop now will drop. So that would be a losing blunder for Jordan. If you drop back your bishop, then suddenly white does have a small advantage because white can take a pawn back with a nice active rook now. White's a pawn up again. So maybe the move is this one, but you have to calculate well because this also walks into a pin. It's all about the pins in this game, and suddenly the black bishop can't move because of the tension on this file. You have to be super careful here. If you're careless and just push your pawn forward, then I think white is going to win by bringing the bishop forward. And, OK, we might be headed in this direction. Suddenly, you break the connection between black's rook and black's bishop with your own bishop here. And if the black bishop jumps out the way, then bishop takes pawn check is deadly, winning the black rook at the end, coming out with a rook versus bishop advantage. Wow, Magnus didn't go for this. What? I'm shocked. I thought this was the only way to keep the game going because now after bishop takes pawn, it's level material. And look how symmetrical it is, the position now. Dead draw, I think. How are you ever going to win this game now? OK, he offers a trade of rooks. Oh, this is Magnus's idea, but even if you trade, even if you give white, everything he wants, attacking this pawn, you can just defend with your rook, and this should still be a draw. Little bit of hard work to be done there by Jordan, but he should hold this one now.
Getting close to a match win. Has he won a lot against Magnus before, Jordan?
No.
Will this be a huge moment, basically, for him?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
He's, well, barring the win from earlier on today, he's never won a game, actually, against Magnus.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, he lost one game, and then there was a whole series of draws. But, of course, being his second, and I think they were joking that Jordan was Magnus's punching bag in terms of online, not online chess, blitz chess, and you know, trying out ideas. And
they played a lot of blitz chess in the run-up to the World Championship match as training. He was a bit of a sparring partner for Magnus, and I shouldn't give away my source, but I heard that the score was very one-sided. So this is going to be a big breakthrough for Jordan.
Wow. That is very cool. He is only 22, I think.
Yeah.
Jordan van Vliet, a very young chess player with a bright chess future ahead of him. And this is going to be a big moment in his career if he is able to hold the draw in this game and win the match, winning one game. It's looking bad for Magnus to get that win that he needs, I guess.
Yeah, if anyone can squeeze blood out of a stone, it is Magnus Carlsen, especially in an endgame like this one. He is an endgame expert after all. White has a small, tiny little advantage because white has a target. Black's pawn on the left side, very, very weak, and black's rook stuck defending it. And also white's king is closer to the centre now, but it shouldn't really be enough. It's hard to imagine a winning plan here.
No, I mean, if Jordan could exchange both the pawns on the queen side, that'd be just dead, completely dead. So I'm wondering if somehow he can try to liquidate and do that. So I don't think it's so easy, but maybe with the bishop coming back to attack white's pawn, and then putting more pressure on it with the rook could help him. But yeah, I mean, the white king's now coming towards the centre, and white has a slightly easier position to play. So it's not over. There's play left in this position, and I wouldn't want to defend this position against an extremely strong player. I think it'd still be tough.
Yeah, and we could also see from a lot of the tweets that were shown on the screen that a lot of people believed in Magnus's ability to win, and they were saying that he looks actually much better today than he did yesterday.
Yep. Magnus, at least this is the type of position that he can play on forever, right? You can play 50 moves, 60 moves, 70 moves, tire out your opponent.
Your favourite 180.
Grind like a grandmaster. That's the motto.
Grind like a grandmaster. That's quite an interesting name for a course, David. Where did you get the inspiration for that? From your own games?
Ooh, that's a nice chessboard course.
From my own games.
Any other grandmasters? Lots of grandmasters like grinding, don't they?
Boris Gelfand, the ultimate grinder, especially in endgames like this one.
Yeah.
Isn't grinding also a type of dance? So you're going to have a little gif then as your kind of cover. David doing a little dance
I meant
like that.
on the chessboard.
Woo!
Whoa.
We're tearing down the studio.
Destroy like a grandmaster. A wheel just came off.
Really?
That happened to me.
Well done,
as well
Simon.
at some point.
You guys, calm down now.
Get excited whenever David says grind like a grandmaster.
That's how exciting this endgame is, you know?
Yeah. And Black advancing a pawn forward on the right. And, Magnus developing his bishop, improving it. And, we did ask for memes. And, Erik Janssen did deliver. Because he shows a picture of Carlsen dressed for his game against Van Vries.
Oh, that's quite clever.
That's very good.
Nice one.
That's a good one.
Very,
like
very
good, Erik.
And female nurse, she references David's Hulk moment.
Ooh,
No! I mean, that's going to go down in the history books.
I haven't seen that before, actually. That's a good one.
I like it.
No.
Meanwhile, a couple of moves, no real progress for Magnus, but he's about to start pushing his pawns on the king side, on this right half of the board. I can't imagine him winning this one. Simon, you reacted to that one, though.
When you go passive, it's always makes it tough. And, I can see it's obviously still a draw, but I think Jordan's now gone for the policy of just sitting there. He's literally just going to sit here, keep his pieces where they are, and hope Magnus can't make progress. And it's a dangerous policy, that one. There's no way Magnus can get through. Jordan's gone back, but I don't know. Still, I've just seen Magnus do magic in so many positions like this. He does grind like a grandmaster. He really does. The ultimate grinder.
Yeah.
You and him, you're the grinding posse. I mean, I say David's a grinder because of his moves on the dance floor. No, because of his games, his long games. And you two are phenomenal at getting blood out of a stone.
Well, Magnus did kind of dedicate his Game 6 super long grinding win in the World Championship match to David. Being so inspired by those long games.
But you know, I do think David takes it to the next level.
I have nothing better to do than sit at the chessboard. So.
You love it so much.
I really do. There's something wrong with me. I don't know why. I can't explain it.
Who is your biggest inspiration, David? Where did you get this grinding style from?
I think maybe it's because I had some books about Capablanca, about Karpov when I was young. I played through some games with Ulf Andersson, another great endgame expert, and I just found beauty in those tiny little kind of tricks that they set, or their patience and their stamina, and I treat it like a sport. Sometimes you just have to tire out your opponent.
Yeah.
I know that when I play these guys, I'm not better than them, but maybe I have more energy or more kind of, maybe
Stamina.
Stamina, keep the games going for longer. So that's the strategy. And if Magnus wins this game, it will go down in, I think, his top 10 endgame grinds.
Ooh.
So
could make it in any year, no? Any books he does in the future or something.
Yeah.
Or any chessable courses.
Possibly, yeah.
He's made some progress. He's forced the Black King backwards, now trading a set of pawns. That's not great long term. You don't want to trade off too many pawns, but you have to in order to push forward. And Magnus taking over some territory.
And win and draw. No, sorry, loss and draw is the same for Magnus. He has to win this game to take it to tie breaks.
Yeah, and there we go. Jordan just making life as difficult as possible for the world champion. It's not easy to grind this one out because the white rook, no matter where it goes, will continue to get hit. And it can't sit on this dream square, the white rook, where it puts pressure on a pawn and kind of cuts off the 6th rank because it gets kicked away by the black bishop.
I guess one of the key moves that I see that Black's played so far is where Jordan has positioned his rook. I think that's extremely clever, cutting the white king off. You can see where the rook is, the black rook. It just stops white's king coming towards the queen side. Magnus would love to lift his king up and place it somewhere else, maybe all the way over on the queen side, but he just can't do that. So it is very hard to make progress. I mean, if he can't really exchange too many more pawns. So how does he actually do anything here?
That's the big question for Magnus. He can play around for the next 50, 60 moves. I want this to go over 100 moves. I don't think it qualifies as a proper endgame unless you get over 100 moves. But yeah, either way, actually making that final step, setting a trap, that's the hard part.
So a title for a book could be the greatest plus 100 games of chess. And you can, just like,
But then the best thing is, Simon, is that we should get David to annotate every single one of those moves.
Definitely. That will teach him a lesson.
Exactly.
No more long games.
He will never grind out an end game again after that.
I'll do my best 20 move wins and you do your best 100 plus wins. Yeah.
My book will be bigger, longer, because more moves.
And Magnus marched forward with the F-pawn, and that, of course, initiated a trade.
It seemed like the only way to make progress.
It did seem like that, but somehow, trading pawns takes Jordan that one step closer to the draw. Having said that, there's a big threat in the air. Well, the king and the rook, they can be forked if the white pawn reaches the f6 square. So you need to defend against that.
Yeah, that's a deadly check incoming from white's pawn. So you need to either block the advance of that pawn with your own pawn, but then maybe giving away control of some important squares, or you need to run away with the black rook or with the black king. You can't move your bishop right now. You have to do something about that white pawn stepping forward one more square. But if you can trade off one more set of pawns, it's basically guaranteed to be a draw now. Magnus not messing around. He's creating the threats, but Jordan stopping them at every turn.
And this final must-win game for Magnus started at exactly the same time as his favorite football team, Real Madrid. Semi-final against Manchester City, and it's going horribly wrong for Real Madrid as well. Well, actually, there they just scored a goal. Wow. Well, but they are down 2-1 to Manchester City. So Magnus will not be too happy when he sees that as well.
Can't believe you're watching the football.
I'm not watching, I'm just following the score. To give you guys some interesting...
Sitting there watching the football. It's like, wow. I know you're not. I just...
I can assure you I'm not too much drama happening in the Oslo Esports arena today to watch anything else.
Yeah,
but Magnus, I mean, if he ends up not winning this game, he'll be rushing off to watch that football match for sure. It gets him inspired. We've seen that before in the tour last season. He loves his football.
Yeah, he does. And Magnus, of course, needing to go for the kill. And Richard Harding on Twitter shares a selfie with his two GM grandchildren also going for the kill.
GM grandchildren?
Yeah. Potential grandmasters.
Ah, cool.
Yeah. I like to see it when a boy and a girl are playing.
Yeah.
Future generation inspired.
Absolutely. Very cool. Let's hope to see those two in a World Championship match in, what would that be, 20 years, maybe? That would be cool.
No. In this day and age, Kaja, it would be like
10 years.
10 years.
With what Pragnananda is doing.
Exactly.
2030, next World Champions.
Yeah.
Just get younger and younger. It's just how young do you think the next Grandmaster will be? What's the record at the moment? Is it 12 years old?
12 years and a few months. Yeah, 12 years.
Can someone be 11 years old and be a Grandmaster? It's only a matter of time, probably, isn't it? So,
I mean, Prag became an international master at 10 years old.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
And also, what's his name?
Abhimanyu.
Thank you, Abhimanyu Mishra, the youngest. It was during COVID. And now that the kids can play a lot more, might be a younger one coming.
Yeah, they have better and better resources. The chess engines are getting better, so they can train better. And of course, there's the chess community is growing, so there's more grandmasters. And of course, now the internet has opened up everything and made absolutely everything so much easier.
Yeah. Who will be the next youngest grandmaster? Who will be the next world champion if Magnus Carlsen decides to walk away from his title? Jordan van Foreest, could he be a future world champion?
It's possible. He's young enough. He's still only 22, but he'll need luck on his side. Of course, there are so many players in this generation. Whoever becomes world champion will need luck, need things going in their favour. I don't think we'll see an era of dominance like we have from Kasparov, from Carlsen now. I don't think we'll see that for a while. I think we're going to see lots and lots of different players fighting for the title, all similar strength. Unless we see Firouzja.
Do you think at the top it's become closer? If you go back to the days of Kasparov, he had quite a significant advantage over other players, as you could say Magnus does as well. To be fair, he is quite a lot better than the players, but they are kind of catching up now, and all the other players are just so similar in strength now. There's so many of them who are just really good, and the margins are so small. I mean, that's how strong people have become, I think, really, and they're just incredibly strong.
Yeah, but in a way, it's kind of a little bit of a pity if there's so many grandmasters kind of switching the title backwards and forwards. I mean, because we always remember the great rivalries, like, you know, you mentioned Kasparov. You know, for me, I grew up on watching his games against Karpov. And, you know, it was so close, so tense. And, you know, you're always rooting for your hero to win. And that's something that you can't quite get if there's so many good players at the top. So I really do hope that someone comes and starts challenging for the crown a little bit more permanently.
But we've seen that before, and it was very exciting with Botvinnik. He lost his title a few times, and then he always regained it. I mean, we talk about Mikhail Tal, one of the greatest world champions. He won it off Botvinnik, but he lost it 1 year later. Smyslov won it, lost it back. So, yeah, still exciting no matter what happens. But, OK, that's for generations to come. For now, we've got to focus on the current world champion. And he's trying, but not so far succeeding to win this game. Jordan, he's done a great thing. Look how the black pawns are on dark squares, completely blockading on that colour complex. Magnus with a light squared bishop can't break through. And, OK, he's gone active with the white rook. I'm expecting maybe the black king to start moving over now towards the centre, towards that white rook. The black bishop could also move. You could maybe even give a check with the black rook first. The only thing you have to really be careful of here is maybe trading a set of rooks off and allowing white's king to make a dash for that black pawn, that lone black pawn on the left. Because then maybe white is in time, but it's hard to imagine that happening.
I mean, I guess there's some checkmate nets that white could try. You know, or at least force the black king to... The black king is in a bad square. The white king is in the central board. The black king is a little bit boxed in. So if white can put his bishop on 2 squares forwards, for example, or then check the king, you can get the black king to the side of the board. So you can sort of play around with some ideas, but they shouldn't work, of course. But, you know, white has got slightly better chances, if anything, slightly.
White's still the one playing for the win, that's for sure. But that's why I like this last move, Simon. You mentioned the black king. There's a chance he would have got caught on one side of the board, so why not centralise it, if possible? And now it's heading towards that white rook. Chances disappearing. Jordan, he's looking a bit nervous, fidgeting there on the left, but he's played great so far, defended really, really well, the Dutchman.
Yeah, he has defended incredibly well. And we do have a question from Chris Paul Collin to David. And it says, what is the most satisfying endgame for you?
Let me think. There's been too many.
Just the way you laugh there was satisfying, you know. It was like just recalling them.
Might have to wait for my chessable course on endgames to find out. But a lot of satisfying endgames. Maybe one of them was beating Luke McShane, one of my kind of kryptonite players, one of my nemesises, a few years ago in the German league, in the Bundesliga, in a very difficult endgame. It looked very equal for a long time, but I had the 2 bishops against the bishop and knight, and I managed to grind him down eventually. So,
how many moves?
I think it wasn't 100, unfortunately. It was maybe only 70 or 80. It was just a light workout that day.
But Magnus, he is playing a long game here. One game has finished here in this round for today. Duda and Liemle a draw, so that means we will have tie breaks today. They tied the rapid match, and now they're going to play blitz tie breaks. Duda, he won his blitz tie break yesterday against Mamedyarov, so he will be feeling confident on his birthday today as well. Giri and Mamedyarov as well. If they play a draw, they will head to tie breaks. The bar is in the middle, so maybe we will have 2 tie breaks and even 3 if Magnus wins this game. But the bar is just not moving away from 0.
No, that's right. And now the black king has got active, so even more difficult here to imagine a win for white. White's rook might well go after black's pawn on the right half. The f6 pawn, there we go. That white rook about to take a pawn. But black's bishop can also take a pawn now as well. And that would just be a trade. Not too much to get excited about there for white. Black does have the option, I was going to say, of marching his king towards the centre, but maybe that's not so... maybe that's not so practical. You don't need to get too ambitious with the black king here. I think that maybe is fine as well, but you need to do a bit of calculation. The safest move is to pick up the black bishop and go and grab this white pawn. And there we go. It happens. A pawn trade, and with the more pawns that disappear, the closer we get
Don't
to
go
the draw.
forwards here.
Yeah,
Don't
one
go
trap.
forwards.
Don't go to the centre.
Oh, he went forwards, but if he went the other way, it could have been, well, it would have been checkmate. So
maybe we can just show this on the board. You can never relax too early. Just one small trick that the world champion set for his young opponent, checking the king. And as Simon mentioned, if you went forward, you normally want to centralise the king, but this would have ended in checkmate. You get caught in amongst white's pieces. So, of course, he didn't fall for this, Jordan. Instead, he went the other way. He marched this way, and now this black pawn, whoops, sorry, me and my arrows, this black pawn is about to start pushing forward. So both sides have a passed pawn. They're going to balance each other out, and we're headed, most likely, towards a draw. Let's go back to the players. It's, desperate times now for Magnus and all his fans.
Yeah, looks like he will lose this match. Magnus Carlsen. Drama in the Oslo Esports Cup. Pragnananda, sitting in his hotel room, has been there for a long time. He finished after 3 games today, Prag, with a win. And he will be in sole lead after day 5, with only 2 days left to play in this major. Imagine if the 16-year-old wins the first major in the Multiple Champions Chess Tour 2022. I know you said it, David, but it's just so incredible if it happens.
Yeah, I mean, that'll be history-making, groundbreaking, incredible achievement if it happens, and he's looking odds-on now to do it, maybe. Who can stop Prag?
I wonder who he has left to play. I mean, he's got some tough games, I think. Is it
Jan-Krzysztof Duda?
Duda's
in
really
round 6.
dangerous, yeah. So,
And I'll just check.
Yeah. Oh, Magnus there, you can see, look at that face. He knows he's going. I think he realises he's just going to lose this match now.
Giri in round 7.
2 tough matches then for Prag, basically. Very tough matches, those ones.
Okay, and Magnus, he repeated the position once, but remember, a draw is basically the same as a loss for him. So now he's trying everything. He's pushed the white pawn, but this is a really classy move by Van Foreest, locking down completely the position. Black's bishop and black's rook completely stop that white pawn from advancing, and Magnus, he's got to be the one who's careful here to save the draw. He gives a check. The black king can move pretty much anywhere, and nothing to be done. That black pawn is too dangerous now. You have to keep your white rook behind it, and we will see the position repeat itself. Okay, Magnus still playing for the win. Brave guy.
Wow, he might as well.
Might as well, right?
A loss is the same as a draw, I guess. So, you know, I mean,
doesn't care about the tour ratings. It's all about winning the match. And black's pawn 2 squares away from promotion now. The problem is the white king, anytime it goes towards the black king, it just gets checked away by the black rook. And okay, Magnus stopping the pawn with his bishop instead. Clever move. He's keeping the game alive, but it's hard to envisage anything going wrong for Jordan here. He gives a check.
Maybe king c3 can even come if you want to try that at some point. You don't need to, but
give a check. He can go after white's bishop. He can go after white's pawn.
Actually, if he goes after white's bishop, then the king and the rook have aligned themselves in
what's happening?
really inconvenient diagonal.
The bar just shot up.
Yeah, I think actually black had a really strong move there. He could have gone after white's bishop, but no, we see a trade of rooks, and a draw is almost inevitable now. Nothing to be done. There we go. Bishop only on the board, but it is a draw.
It's over, a win for Jordan Van Foreest in the match against Magnus Carlsen. We did see a congratulation, I think, from Magnus to Jordan, but that is a big result in the tournament. Magnus Carlsen lost now his 2nd match here in the Oslo Esports Cup. So let's head out to Sverige. Will Magnus stop for a comment?
We'll see here. He's stepping into the area right now. It's been a bit of a tough day, and it seems like Magnus perhaps has been a little bit under the weather. And how do you feel physically right now, Magnus?
Same as yesterday.
And do you feel like you just played poorly today, or do you feel like you got really good play from Jordan against you?
Yeah, he played okay, but I mean, he just gave me a great position out of the opening in the 2nd game. Admittedly, he fought well after that, especially after I went b4, which was insane. I should just have castled. So he found this g5 idea, which was nice, at least practically speaking. And then also there's knight f4 idea, and after that it was not clear. And then I guess in the last 2 games he played very reasonably. I mean, the fourth game was an opening disaster, to be fair. I mean, I played a little bit too quickly, and then I realized after e5 I could just pretty much give up winning the game.
I mean, obviously the second game ends up being deciding today, but is it more frustrating or less frustrating that the deciding game is an oversight of a bishop?
I mean, doesn't really matter that much, but yeah, usually when I lose these matches, it's pretty avoidable. So that's, but yeah, I don't know how even to explain that. I generally know how the pieces move, but with some notable exceptions.
Thank you for actually taking the time, Magnus, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
It's Magnus Carlsen who feels he could have avoided that one move in the second game, and I think obviously it's somehow it's not him getting outplayed today. He's outplaying himself a little bit.
And it was nice to see a smile on his face, but I'm here with someone with an even bigger smile. Congratulations, Jordan.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's been a really hard and tough day, and especially also a lot of fun as well.
You win a game against Magnus, you win a match against the world champion. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, I'm not really sure how I feel. I mean, it's just complete shock right now. I mean, didn't expect I would beat Magnus in a game, let alone in a match ever. So it's yeah, just complete shock right now. I have to, take in the feelings for now.
Can you describe that moment in your career, basically? You're 22. He is such a dominant player, and the way you're playing today.
Yeah, no, I mean, I was definitely very lucky. I was lost in, I think, 3 of the 4 games, but he has been feeling ill here, and he blundered a rook in one game. So, of course, you need a lot of luck to beat Magnus, but still, it's a major achievement in my career, and I would rate it very high. I have to think exactly where, but it's for sure up there somewhere.
And especially that game too, that you end up winning. Is that a game you will remember for the rest of your life?
Yeah, I think I'll remember all the games here for the rest of my life, but especially that one, because I felt I was just getting completely blown off the board there. All his pieces were flying at my king. I was down a full pawn, and suddenly I managed to find a little trick, and he started to think, and I started to think, oh, maybe I get some really vague chances, but I didn't really believe in it. And then suddenly he just hung his rook. I was so surprised. So yeah, that's just a crazy game.
Yeah. And David, you had so many compliments for Jordan's play here in the studio today. What is it that has impressed you the most?
Yeah, it's just that one move. You mentioned the word trick there, Jordan, and I was really praising it here in the studio, this one kind of sacrifice of your knight, and it kind of led eventually to that blunder from Magnus. Maybe you can talk us through it in this position. It looked like you were in big trouble.
Yeah, well, sure. I had no idea what to play here. I was looking for a way to complicate the game because his knight on g5 is stuck a bit, but I just didn't really see what to do because his knight is coming to c5, and I saw I could, I mean, it's a typical idea in the Sicilian defense to sacrifice a knight and you get a square in return, and this is basically sort of a Sicilian reversed. So I had this idea in mind that sometimes I can sacrifice the knight and I can get this outpost on d4. So that was basically the idea. Of course, I didn't really believe in it, as it does give up a full knight, and it doesn't really work as it turns out objectively, but it does, I think, a very good practical try by me, and it got him confused at least.
And that led to the blunder, as you mentioned, in this position. How shocked were you when he did kind of put his rook on this square and forget about the bishop?
Well, my first thought was I must have missed something, but then immediately I figured he just missed I can take the rook, because it actually took me some time as well to see that I can take the rook. Like when he was thinking, I thought like maybe he has rook a2 winning the game, but it's like, oh no, I have this bishop on g8 all the way and it can take the rook. So yeah, just pure shock and surprise for sure.
Did you see his reaction immediately when he realized you could take his rook?
No, I saw it on the internet later, because it's very hard to see the opponent's face because the monitors are quite big. So I just heard him, yeah, I don't know, maybe some noises, but I didn't really see his face.
Yeah, we saw your reaction, and that was his reaction when he made that blunder. We know you're working here with Johann Sebastian. That seems to be working very well for you. How are you doing here in Oslo?
Yeah, we're having a fantastic time here. We had a lunch with a couple of friends, for example, today, and we're sightseeing in the city a little bit, and of course preparing for the games mostly, but it's just a very nice time we're having here, and of course when the chess goes well, everything's especially good, but I've wanted to come to Oslo for a long time. I wanted to go actually 3 years ago, but then COVID came, so I couldn't come. But now finally I'm here, and it's, I think, the best time to arrive.
And with this win, 3 points, you're definitely climbing on the standings in the Oslo Esports Cup. How do you feel about now the 2 final days in the tournament?
I have zero expectations, but I had zero expectations coming here. I was happy if I would win 1 match, and let alone I already won 3 matches, I think. So it's been going very well, but you know, everyone is so tough here. I cannot expect anything, but I just hope to play some fun chess, and that's about it, I think.
2 match wins in a row, one of them against Magnus Carlsen and Ishigiri yesterday. Tomorrow, Mamedyarov. You guys are so entertaining. What should we expect when you guys clash tomorrow?
Yeah, I hope for some entertainment. I don't have the best of scores against Mamedyarov, but I guess I don't have a good score against almost anyone here. So, you know, I just hope we provide some entertainment, hopefully some fun chess, and that's, I think, the best we can hope for. And we'll see who wins, but it's gonna be fun for sure.
Definitely. We're looking forward to it. Jordan, so much congratulations on your big win today.
Thank you so much.
Thanks
Bye.
for joining us. All right. Yeah. 2 matches have finished, but 2 matches will go to tiebreaks. Liam Le will play Blitz tiebreaks against the birthday boy, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, who won his Blitz tiebreak yesterday and will be maybe a slight favorite when Blitz tiebreaks start in 6 minutes. So let's head out to Sverige. What's happening in the lounge?
Well, I mean, we're still following this tournament, Lawrence Trent Invitational, as I've chosen to call it. Looking at the people hanging around here, we see Jordan heading back from the studio and giving a little knock 5 with his second here, and I think it's quite excited, the second, who's taking a big win, even though it's against Magnus's teammate. So it's a bit of a conflicted emotion here. If we look to the other side, we're meat enough to go into the guy who's eating right now, who's trying out the hot dogs. We'll have Harry come on later. I think we caught him at the worst opportune moment that is absolutely possible. But I want to actually want to talk to Johan Sebastian here to just how you would summarize the match today from Jordan's side.
I think it was a perfectly played match. I think he played very good in all games. Even though in those games he was having a bit worse position, he was fighting extremely well and showing him from the best side today, I think.
And the best side, that is good enough to beat the world champion.
Yeah, that's what I said to Jordan all these years I've been working with him, that his potential, I mean, his best chess is just on top, basically. He can play extremely well chess at Magnus level, I think. Yeah, he's an amazing player.
There's also some tie breaks going on later on today, and I had a chance to get a chat with both Liam and Duda after they finished their 4th game of the day. Going into a tiebreaker now, Liam, how do you view that?
Yeah, to be honest, this is already a disappointment because with the positions that I got in game 2 and game 3, I should have finished this match earlier. And I know Jan is very good at tiebreak. He won 2 matches in tiebreak already, so definitely very tough for me.
So you feel like you gave him too much of a birthday present?
But this last game, I think it was equal throughout the game, so I'm okay with a draw. But just that allowing him to get to this point is already not so great for me.
I saw you grab some sushi now. How important is it to have energy before these tie breaks?
Yeah, definitely very important.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Yanni, it's your birthday and you're going into a tie break, and that's you like to be in these tie breaks, don't you?
Yeah, I don't have a feeling I played particularly well today in Rapid, so I think going to tie breaks makes sense. It makes perfect sense because yeah, at least 3 of my games were pretty bad actually. So yeah, I guess it just makes sense.
But you deserved a bit of a birthday present today, didn't you, from Liam, if you played poorly?
It's difficult to say, but I feel I already got a present. I mean, mostly in the 3rd game, but not only. I mean, it's difficult actually to play in a birthday. No, I know.
We know you're a strong blitz player. Do you like playing these blitz tiebreakers?
Yeah.
Good luck to you.
Thanks.
Duda on his birthday heading into tiebreaks because the match with Liam Le has ended with a tie. winning 1 game each and 2 draws. Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Liam Lea will play blitz tiebreaks, and so will Mamdiarov and Anish Giri. They too won 1 game each and played 2 draws and are heading into tiebreaks. But the big shock, Jordan van Voorhees with a great match today, winning 1 game against Magnus to win the match and gain all 3 points, 0 points for Magnus Carlsen. At the same time as Pragnananda takes all 3 points, winning in only 3 games against Erik Hansen in that match. 3 points for Prag to take the sole lead in the tournament. But now, all focus on the blitz tiebreaks. And David, regulations. What will happen now with the blitz tiebreaks?
So the blitz will take place over 2 games. Each side will have one white, 1 black. And on the clock, it's down to 5 minutes this time for the whole game, but they do gain 3 seconds after every move. It's best of these 2 games, but if the score is 1-1 at the end of them, we will head down to Armageddon chess. We'll explain the ins and outs of those if they happen.
And Duda, with success in blitz tiebreaks yesterday against Mamdiarov, has chosen the same strategy today. He will start with the black pieces and have the white pieces. In the second game, he is higher ranked on the tour standings and could choose colors, and so could Anish Giri in tiebreaks against Mamdiarov. And Giri, he has chosen to start with the white pieces. We will follow as much blitz chess as possible, but we'll start out with a game between Duda, turning 24 today, against Liam Lea. Liam Lea, former blitz world champion. Who would you say is the favorite, Joanka?
I'm going to say Duda is the favourite, just because Liam Lea, he sounded so disappointed in the interview, and it'll be difficult to shake off the fact that, he should have put the match away. He should not be sitting in this chair having to play tiebreaks.
And of course, Anish Giri against Mamdiarov. Giri had a devastating time in blitz tiebreaks against Jordan yesterday, playing mouse slips or blunders in both games to lose that blitz tiebreaks. What do you think about him in today's blitz tiebreaks, David?
Well, his jacket's off, he looks focused. I think he'll want to make amends for yesterday. And Mamdiarov, as we know, great player, really creative, very fast, good at blitz, but maybe less experienced in this kind of esports online format. So I think Anish will start as the slight favourite despite struggling in previous days.
And here comes his opponent, Mamdiarov in blitz tiebreaks. It's going to be interesting now to see who gains those 2 points. The loser in tiebreaks gains 1 point on our tour standings. We are waiting for Duda and Lea to arrive. And there he comes, Liam Lea. How strong is he in blitz though, Simon? Being a former world champion.
Well, they're all incredibly strong.
Yeah.
I mean, every single one. But you're right, Liam Lea has won the World Championships, and to win the Blitz World Championships is an incredible feat, just beating all the other best players in the world. So you certainly can't write him off if he can just get into gear. He does everything right, he calculates well, he does positional play well. But it does seem, I agree with you, Vanka, that Duda, he had the experience yesterday, is a bit more sort of in tune with this time limit.
Yeah, Duda will want to celebrate his birthday on a high, that's for sure. And okay, the game has started. Liam starts with the white pieces. He pushes his pawn forward in the center. It's a queen's pawn opening. We'll see. Okay, we don't see the queen's gambit. Instead, we see the queen's Indian, which means black pushing this pawn forward, getting ready to bring the black bishop out and fianchetto it, as we see on its longest diagonal. And okay, a trade of knights very early on. This is not the most common way of handling the opening for black, but it's a solid choice by Duda, already forcing them to think. And this trade of bishops is normally a precursor to black just trying to lock things down and kind of curl up into a ball. White's bishop coming out, black's dark square bishop is likely to do the same, develop itself. And yeah, stable start to this game, Simon.
Yeah, pretty solid start. I mean, as you say, black's knight move into the centre is not completely normal. This is the Petrosian variation of the Queen's Indian, named after the great world champion Petrosian, who liked little moves like this one on the side, which stops black, stops your opponent doing the things he wants to do. And I think this will be quite a long game here. White generally should always have an advantage because he has these 2 strong pawns. But apart from that, black is very solid and can develop with ease. So early start at the moment. And black, this is a little surprise, actually, moving the bishop there. I do recommend this in the Dutch setup, actually, to going for this move, but it does unbalance the situation.
Yeah,
This
adding
is
some spice.
Yeah, I mean, also I think Duda is showing his flexibility here because he's using an idea that is often used, like when White plays the London system, which involves developing the bishop to the square that Liam did.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Liam just dropping his bishop back. He's happy to allow a bishop trade, but on his terms. OK, first Duda goes for a really ambitious, really controversial trade there. He takes off the white knight, so now White does have the bishop pair. Also, some lines have opened up towards the black king, so White's pawn structure is not ideal. White has doubled pawns there, but an open line towards the black king could lead to danger later on.
Really risky what he's doing. I mean,
Really
I mean, just look at it. Bishop takes bishop, and after that, lock the pawn structure down. Get the bishop to the long diagonal, and, well, only White will be using the open G line.
Yeah, a weird pawn structure for both sides. Both sides have doubled pawns, now centralising their rooks there. The one downside for Liam is the white king. I'm not sure where he's going to put it. Maybe he will castle over to the king side at some point. He doesn't really have a safe long-term home. Meanwhile, the black knight is very flexible in positions with odd pawn structures. When doubled pawns exist, you nearly always want a knight rather than a bishop. So I'm less pessimistic about black's chances, but this last move, we love to see it. Pushing pawns, launching them up the board towards the black king.
Yeah,
Always
love
a good
it.
move. Always a good move. And black now, I'm probably trying to concentrate his forces on the half-open file. Maybe he's going to swing his queen even 2 squares across and get the other rook over there. I mean, it seems quite blocked as well. You might say that favours the knight, a blocked position, but White's bishop is a very useful piece and a good piece there. And look at that pawn. Look at it go. Go, Johnny, go, go, go. Well, it's not really Johnny, is it? It's Harry. Yeah, we're getting the song in eventually. It's got to happen.
Actually, Anish said in the podcast, the rapid fire questions, that he liked those cartoon songs, and he mentioned Frozen.
Yeah, let it go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, he didn't like Baby Shark so much. I did ask him about
You
that.
suggested that. And I sang Baby Shark for the rest of the day after hearing that.
No, that's a
What is
terrible
Baby Shark?
song. Yeah, exactly, Simon.
Gotta Google it, Simon, later.
You don't need this.
Baby
You don't need this in your life. Just,
Is it one of those songs
Kaya.
that was just going to stick in my head now?
Yeah.
Oh,
So
yeah.
when I go to sleep, I'll just be like, oh no, what have you done to me?
Just like also, so today we sang the birthday song for Duda, but we did have a suggestion to sing Everybody Sing a Song.
Doodah, doodah.
Thank you. That one also gets stuck to your head. Anyways, chess.
Yeah, talking of Doodah, he really has some questions to answer now, because look at this pawn. It's marauding up the board. Liam really trying to create some holes around the black king. No matter what you do now, whether you capture this pawn, this white pawn is going to be super strong. If you take it off the board, you open up lines for the black king. If you just bypass this pawn and not allow any captures there, then there will be holes. White's queen will try and snake her way in later.
Wow.
And
That
Doodah
looks
nerves the
so risky. To allow the opening of the H file is incredibly brave or risky. So, yeah, I mean, I'm surprised by that. I thought he'd lock it down, but he hasn't.
But maybe it works.
Yeah. And then he's got
I mean, look at that rook move that he's playing. You know, note that he didn't capture that white pawn sitting there on G7. The black king is using that pawn as a shield, and instead, all the firepower is going to be happening along the C line.
Yeah, and
Wow.
Liam, he actually made a facial expression there, Liam. He just looked off to the side as if he missed this last move. Maybe he thought White was winning, but as you guys mentioned, that white pawn in front of the black king, it's a double agent. White doesn't even want it on the board because now it just protects that black king. If the white queen comes out attacking the black king, then the black rook is just a great defender. So
very exciting position, and of course black has all this counterplay on the queen side, so which we're going to see now if black just recaptures that pawn with his rook. Unbalanced, incredibly unbalanced.
Very wild position, and Liam did have to take a time out to deal with that strong black pawn. I'm surprised Dudah's thinking now. I guess he can choose which pawn to take. Black's 2 rooks, each of them can choose to grab one of the white pawns.
Can he also just put some pressure in the centre? And, you know, pile on. I'm just thinking of advancing the central pawn 2 squares.
Yeah, black's d pawn can march forward. If you look at the c file where black's queen, black's rook are, they are pinning this white pawn. So you could definitely imagine black throwing things forward. First, he takes away that double agent. The double agent is gone. But black gains a bit of time against white's bishop.
I wasn't sure about that. I mean, that pawn could have been taken whenever, wherever, to quote Shakira. But
yeah, you're right.
Oh, dear. I like it. How many songs can we get in this one?
So I have to go down the karaoke bar later. But meanwhile, the reason I don't like this one and the evaluation bar reacting in White's favour is because this move, White's bishop suddenly protects everything. It looks counterintuitive, retreating all of White's pieces pretty much on their starting squares, apart from one White rook. But looking good for White. White's pawn structure now very nice in the centre. This one could still go either way, and a time scramble imminent. Both sides around the 2-minute 40 mark. Okay, oof. This is such a high-quality game so far.
Wow.
And it's yet to be seen how Duda tries to break through to that White King still on its starting square.
Yeah.
Don't think either of those pieces have moved, right? The White King or Queen.
The Queen, the King, the Bishop, the Rook.
Yep, well, this is as if they haven't moved.
Exactly.
But he's actually doing okay, so this is the new way to play. Put your pieces back where they start. So
Pawns doing all the work, basically, now?
The pawns are doing the heavy lifting. They're carrying this game for Liam right now. But at some point later, the White Bishop will spring to life. The White Rooks, they're decently placed. White's Queen, despite starting on her original square, she has a lot of potential on both sides of the board. Duda, I want to say Duda now, but Duda, he's thinking for 1 minute in this position.
Yeah, that's a long time.
Ooh, okay.
Well, this is an interesting move. He's trying to get some squares for his knight in the centre, but as you mentioned, White's pawns are so dangerously placed here. And can Duda get his knight into the middle? I mean, whose king is weakest? This is really important when the time control gets shorter. I mean, I remember Malcolm Payne, English international master who runs the chess and bridge shop.
Wow.
This is a way to get
incredible chess. Yeah. You know, out of all the pieces that could have chosen to develop, Liam centralises the king, which is a fantastic move because potentially, you know, it gets ready to connect the rooks.
I really like it
it
for White now because everything's coming over to attack the Black King. A fianchettoed rook, just to finish the thing that Malcolm said, he said this is the best defensive piece you can get, but it's only one piece. So yeah, White looking good here, Dave, what do you think?
Looking very, very good. And that White King move in front of the White Queen is really reminiscent of Van Foreest's genius move earlier in the tournament a few days ago. So yeah, really counterintuitive, but the White King's safe for now, protected by its bishop. The thing for Black is, how is he ever going to fight on either colour complex? White's bishop controls the light squares. Anywhere the knight jumps in, it will just get captured by the White bishop, and White's pawns completely dominate the dark squares. And look at this, White's Queen jumping out now as well. And you're right, Simon, that Black rook in front of the Black King, if it gets traded off, the Black King is in big, big trouble. Yeah. So, yeah, it's hard to imagine the Black Queen jumping into anywhere active.
Yeah.
I mean,
all one-sided now.
Maybe Black needs to go Queen to try to get it out on the dark square to check the king somehow, and he's gone for it. So he's moved his Queen here with the idea of moving the rook and then getting the Queen towards White's king. This is the only counterplay I could see. So
slow plan, but better than no plan at all, right? Yeah. For Duda.
And another king move.
Yeah.
King steps out of that idea.
Yeah, definitely, and parks itself on a light square, and still the idea of trading off the all-important rook on the G line is in operation. And, you know, I really dislike that capture, you know, rook capturing the G7 pawn all the way back. I thought it was the wrong pawn to capture.
I think Duda just missed the idea that White could reroute the White bishop, and suddenly White has complete control. And Liam, what I love about him and the reason he's so good at blitz is he keeps things simple. He plays complicated moves, but they cut out all calculation. They just cut out any of the opponent's plans. And right now, big time advantage as well for Liam. He's got double the amount of time of Duda.
He's playing very well, isn't he, in this game? I mean, everything's sort of keeping control is so important.
For now, at least.
Yeah, for now, yeah. I mean, in a blitz game, anything is possible. Black can still jump in at some point. That wouldn't surprise me if Black won this game even, but it's White who seems to be having the control. He just needs to get those rooks lined up. Black's got quite a good defence on the king side. It's going to be very hard to break down, but it is Black who's defending.
And that's the thing. Right now, White has complete control, but Queen and Knight together, we've seen it so many times on the tour. If Black's Queen and Knight can combine and break into the White position, then anything can happen. And now, look at this. Duda is trying to break out. He's trying to break through, trade off some pawns, open up the Black Queen. Okay, Liam, with his last move, losing a little bit of control, maybe. I'm not sure what the White Queen's doing out there on the side of the board.
She's going to zoom up and start to attack the knight, I think.
Very easy to defend, though. Okay, she does attack this Black Knight. And up to Duda now, how is he going to proceed? Is he going to trade one set of rooks at some point? Is he just going to defend his knight now? with his rook.
Really in the balance, I think, there, because the white king, you know, I'm not sure which king is weaker. I'm actually thinking that black king, it's so well defended by black's pieces. I don't see how you attack it. The white king, the black queen can get near it, can come down. You know, anything's possible.
Black knight can jump into the centre now. OK, we did see a rook trade very quickly. And
grabbed a pawn. What does that work? Well, there's a draw here. If white wants to draw, he has a forced draw. But does he have something more?
Can come down and give check.
Yeah, if white wants to draw, he will take the black knight off the board with the white queen. The white rook will disappear, but then the white queen will be able to give a lot of checks, and that's why that game would end in a draw. But if Liam wants to win, he won't take the black knight now. He'll move the white rook. So the white rook, if it moves, it means Liam wants to win this game. 45 seconds for him. Maybe he can bring his rook up to the top of the board, as you guys mentioned, but really complicated position here. Could still go either way. Looks good for Liam, but
I mean,
if
he's playing for the win. He's
playing for the win.
Going for the win.
Nice. And I have to say, a little bit of a surprising result in the other first Blitz game. Giri Mamedyarov, a draw, because I've seen the bar been all the way over to Giri's side in that game. But it is a draw.
It looks like he just missed his chance. He had a big attack on Giri, but couldn't break through. Great defense from Mamedyarov. Meanwhile, back to this one. Black's rook defends its knight. But suddenly, it feels like as long as you can find a safe square for the white king, which is no given, then you might be doing well.
Look at that move.
Queen retreats.
That's an alpha zero move. I remember like bringing the queen back to come to the other side of the board. Black getting the check in first, so maybe to stop that. But look at the time. They're so short of time. Keep an eye on that one.
Yeah, Duda down to around 10 seconds. Liam around 20 seconds this one.
This queen is dancing around.
This queen has done a lot of exercise in this game, using both corners of the board, trying to find an angle.
Okay, but the A pawn is going to drop. And what is black's threat? I mean,
Black wants to bring the knight in to attack the white king.
But can you ignore your king?
It's all about timing.
I mean,
It's a race now. Who's going to get the attack first?
Liam grabs the
5
pawn.
seconds.
2 seconds.
He's got to move.
He's got to move.
OK, he pushes his pawn. That is not the kind of move he wanted to play. Black's knight now will act as a defender, but Duda wanted to go on the attack. And now Liam, whoa, nice move, attacking the black queen. And where's she going? She has to retreat. Feels like it's so close to winning now for Liam. If he can break through and attack that black king, how does he do it?
OK, well, he's played it to... The knight now comes in, so black is now trying to attack as well. That knight threatening to jump in. It could still go either way, this.
Liam, so brave, ignoring the white king and the threats to it, going for the black queen now, centralising, big
But hang
threat.
on a second, there's a big check on the board.
There's a massive check. And, he's got the queen. He has pinned the queen to the king. That is the end. That is the end.
So a win for Liam Leden in the first Blitz game with the white pieces. They now have 5 minutes to prepare for game 2. Duda will have the white pieces, and he has to win it to take it to Armageddon. Any other result? And Liam will win this match in tie breaks. Duda on his birthday. Let's head to the lounge. They only have 5 minutes, so I don't know if they will stop Sverre.
Might be a little tough, but we'll see. We've seen, Yanni just walking by. It's his birthday. We'll give him the chance to not be bothered after this first, but I'll talk to Liam very quickly. What's your assignment for the next game now to try to win this tiebreak?
Yeah, I mean, it's Blitz, anything can happen, so I would just try to play normal and see what happens.
Are you happy that you're able to play such a good first Blitz game?
I'm pretty sure that we both made a lot of mistakes, but it's the nature of Blitz, so always happy to win.
And it's always something special to also beat a very good Blitz player.
Definitely, yeah. I don't think he ever lost a Blitz game before in this tournament, so this is a very good start for me.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
And there's always a first, and unfortunately that first seems to come on Jan-Krzysztof Duda's birthday.
Yeah, that is unfortunate, but he can make a comeback. Thank you, Sverre. All right, the second Blitz game with Anish will start very shortly. What do you expect from that one? The first one, what happened actually in the first one? Ended in a draw.
Between Anish and Mamedyarov, it felt like it was all Anish the whole game. He had quite a big attack, but Mamedyarov just defended well, traded off all the pieces, and no way through for Anish in the endgame. Disappointment for Anish there, for sure. And now it feels like momentum on Mamedyarov's side with the white pieces.
And there's been a bunch of stuff happening in the lounge today. They've had a C3 tournament in honor of Lawrence Trent's chessable course. And can we name a winner in that tournament now, Sverre?
We can. The winner with 8.5 out of a possible 10 points, Tor Fredrik Kaasen. It's not Lawrence Trent who actually invented, I like to say invented even though he didn't, who has the chessable course on the opening that they were forced to use. So to give out the prize, we have the director of the tour, Arne Horvei.
Oh, it's a great pleasure.
So a quick word, how does it feel to beat Trent?
Yeah, it feels great. Yeah, yeah. Okay, I was a bit lucky against him in one game, but okay. So the other game was very good. So.
But I have to have a quick chat here with the original creator of this tournament format, Lawrence Trent. I mean, you released the course on the opening.
Yeah.
We hold the tournament.
Yeah.
I see you finished third.
Yeah, it was underwhelming. I didn't play my best chess, but I can tell you this. Everybody else who did really well, they did it with the opening. The course, go and get it. It's fantastic. Ask Tor Fredrik. He's just got a new pair of Puma pants, and that's what you can get. That's the reward. No, it was good fun. I want to thank all the guys for coming because actually a lot of guys came just to play today for one day. So thank you for coming. It was good fun. And yeah, thanks for the organizers. Thanks to Askild. Thanks to you where did he go? Where's John? Yeah. Thank John and everybody.
And thank you for organizing this also, Lawrence. I'm going to give it back to you, Kaja.
Some fantastic fun in the lounge today with Lawrence and Sverre and the offers spill, guys, in that tournament. Congratulations to the winner, getting some new Puma pants, apparently. All right, the Blitz tiebreaks continue. Anish and Mamadiyar, they have started game 2. The first one was a draw. Duda and Liemle will now start game 2. It's a must-win for Duda on his birthday with the white pieces to take this to Armageddon.
Yeah, and Duda has started with a transposition now into the English opening, the symmetrical English opening. Duda, I hope for his own sake he didn't look and analyse the previous game, because actually one move before he lost the previous game, Liam blundered and Duda could have fought his way back. He missed that opportunity, and okay, we've gone into a symmetrical position now. We've seen this position a few times on the tour so far. A trade of pawns and white's bishop coming out. A quick trade there. Very sensible play. This is the Tarash variation now. And
Magnus versus
Pragnanda.
Yeah, Prag from yesterday, isn't it?
Yeah.
Same stuff.
Exactly, where Prag lost with the black pieces. Magnus endorsing the white pieces in that game.
Yep.
And okay, a slight change. Yesterday we saw black's bishop move. And okay, white's bishop retreating. This isolated pawn in the middle of the board, it's all about that guy. That's where the battle will revolve later.
So far, we haven't seen Armageddon at all this season, right?
No, just we've seen a few blitz tiebreaks between Duda and many players,
Yeah, that's
including
true,
Magnus
actually.
Carlsen last month in the Charity Cup. But yeah, Armageddon would be fun.
Armageddon would be a lot of fun. Duda, he has to win this game to take it to Armageddon. Is this the opening he's chosen? Is it very ambitious?
I think it's nearly exactly the same as the game Prag against Magnus from yesterday, where Prag actually got a bit of an advantage, but then got a bit optimistic. So they're following that same idea, this night jump. I remember David pointed out, and we could see it happening again here. So it's yeah, I mean it's a good way to play for the win with white pieces, right?
Yeah, a slightly different move order, maybe giving black more options this time. It feels like black's got a better version of what Prag had yesterday. For example, the black bishop could enter the centre of the board right now. Duda shaking his head already. What is he unhappy about? Looks like a standard position. As you guys mentioned, the white knight can jump into the f5 square, but first it's the black knight jumping into the centre. Really nice post for it. White's knight on the edge of the board actually attacked by black's queen now, so it has to retreat.
Yeah, you don't really want to move the knight back to that square. I mean, the whole point of white's manoeuvre is to move it to the more aggressive square, 2 squares forward from that. But there's clearly some issues with that, with the queen coming out. So a little bit passive, a little bit of a passive retreat from Duda, who needs to win this game. But OK, I mean, it's a blitz game.
Yeah.
Loads of time left, so...
And also, White's advantage is not going to run away. All he has to do is just focus on neutralising the black initiative. So by advantage, I mean, take a look at Black's isolated pawn in the middle of the board. It's got no friends, and that's going to be an issue.
Yeah, and Liam will try and compensate for the fact that he does have this ugly isolated pawn in the centre of the board by going active. That's why the black queen has aligned herself with the white king. And, OK, Duda just shuffling his rook. It definitely feels like Duda mixed up his move order in the opening. He's basically got a typical position, just a couple of moves down. So now Liam, he's centralised all of Black's pieces. Look at the black pieces, actually. They're all on pretty much their ultimate squares. The question is what to do next. It's not so easy for Duda to improve either.
No, I mean, I guess White would like to make some exchanges of pieces because that would make the pawn in the middle weaker. So if you can go about doing that, get rid of some of Black's dangerous pieces, that would be great. But Black's pieces are dangerous. I mean, he'd love a light square bishop. OK, he's making some progress over there. But there might even be some attacking possibilities that Black can use a bit later on in this position.
Well, usually, whenever I've played this type of position and kind of made a little bit of a mess of it, you know, I've just tried to react to whatever Black does.
Yep.
And, you know, I don't necessarily make any committal moves, just simply keep on making small little moves like Duda's just played.
Yeah. And this is a very typical idea now, bringing the bishop back here, clearing it out the way. And in some ways now, sometimes you can bring the black queen to where that bishop was placed to get it on that double power diagonal, create some threats. But the isolate pawn's still there. I mean, just got to try to find a good plan here for Duda to make some piece exchanges. I can't see how that's easy to do at the moment, David.
Yeah.
Any ideas?
I think, I was about to say, maybe the only way to trade pieces is to plant the knight in the centre of the board, and that's what Duda is going for. If knights disappear, bishops disappear, queens disappear, then Black's weakness in the centre of the board, that isolated pawn in the middle for Black, will count. So Duda knows exactly what he wants long-term, but short-term, maybe some threats against White's king. I wouldn't be surprised at some point if we do see that idea, Simon, not right now, but Black's queen swinging across, lining itself with lining the black queen and bishop up together on the same diagonal. First, a knight trade offered, but on Black's terms. This black knight, if you don't capture it now, maybe it will jump in towards the left side of the board. Some weaknesses there for White. I really don't like what Duda's done with the pawn structure on the left side of the board. That's normally what we're told not to do.
Again, we saw Prag do this as well. I mean, this is one of the mistakes that maybe Prag made against Magnus Carlsen. He actually did the same advance with the same B pawn, leaving the same square weak. And that knight that's just moved can jump next to the white pawn, which is now a hold. So it's strange that this advance is very common, but it's often a mistake, David, just weakening squares.
Yeah, I think it's just human nature. You think, OK, pawns further forward are always better, but you do leave weaknesses behind. And that's why Duda's paused right now, down on the clock, under 3 minutes, because you have to trade a set of knights, which he wanted, but he's activated Black's bishop in the process. Black's bishop now on a great square, Black's knight also on a great square. OK, nice move, though, there by Duda, improving the white queen.
It's also getting ready to drop the knight back as well.
Oh, I was getting carried away with some knight move there, but I don't think it works. I'm always trying to keep an eye out for any attacking possibilities here, but this is a much more sensible move.
Yeah, Liam is quite good in these types of scenarios where he can just kind of keep these one-move ideas here and there, stop the opponent's plans. He's very good at stopping his opponents from playing. And this last queen move by Black lines up the queen and the black bishop on the same diagonal, pinning White's knight and putting some pressure there. So some tricks on the central lines. The black rook's perfectly placed. Duda has to be really careful he doesn't fall for one of those tricks. He's playing very slowly, Duda, 2.5 minutes now.
Yeah, but the problem with this type of position when you're playing with the white pieces and against the isolated pawn is that you have to be always mindful of all of Black's tricks, because you make one wrong move and that's it, you're busted. So, I mean, a move that I would be thinking about, if it didn't lose on the spot, is actually just nudging the rook, the C1 rook, one square forward, just to overprotect the queen.
Yeah, I can tell you've played these positions before, Ivanka, because that's the first move that came to my mind as well. Duda, I think, has much less experience in this type of position. And, OK, he's going active with his queen. That cost him a lot of time, though. He's 1.5 minutes down on the clock. That's a significant time disadvantage. And where's that white queen going? It's not 100% clear. Maybe just stopping the black rook from challenging for the open file, but this is the type of thing you allow. Black's knight jumping in, attacking one of the white rooks.
And coming to that square we mentioned.
It's coming to that beautiful square, and it's there.
This is the one we mentioned, that if white hadn't moved the b-pawn, this would never have been an issue. So, OK, but, you know, now you can get rid of the bishop. You can start making exchanges if you want as black. But why would you exchange off that knight at this position? You wouldn't do it quite yet. So just keep improving position.
But hang on a second. Liam only needs...
He only needs a draw. But that knight is just too good to exchange for the bishop, I think, at the moment. The black knight.
Yep.
Keep the black knight there. White can never get rid of the black knight now.
Oh, and Duda, I don't know, sounding the treat. It's not great. It doesn't make a great impression.
Keeping pieces on, though, that's what he's got to do. He's got to keep as many pieces on the board and keep chances alive. It's a blitz game. Black, I like this move. He's trying to gain some space on the king side, using the pawn next to it, next move, the h-pawn, to kick the queen away, probably. So gaining space nearly always a good idea, well, unless it weakens certain squares.
Yep, and I think we're going to see that move next by Liam kicking away the white queen. Meanwhile, I'm looking at the bottom of the screen. Giri, big advantage for him right now.
Can he put it in the back of the net, though? He's messed up a lot of chances when he's got a big advantage. So, yes.
It's looking very, very good for Giri, but not over yet in that game. Meanwhile, the white queen kicked back to her starting square. This one is looking like Liam's doing very well, but the question is, what next? One beautiful knight for black isn't quite enough yet to turn the game on in his favour. OK, the black queen switching sides, maybe focusing her attention now on the queen side.
Maybe black wants to move a pawn on the queen side just to try to get some chances to open things up over on that area. And Duda's just sort of shuffling around at the moment. There's not
really
much more he can do. Yeah, you know, his position has just got worse. But he's.
But I mean, even if Liam were not to make a single active move here, and speaking about an active move, you know, retreating the bishop, clearing the line for the rook, what is Duda's plan?
I think he's got to try, I don't know, moving the knight, swapping the bishops and trying to gang up on that pawn, but it doesn't seem like it's gonna work greatly. OK, well, Liam's now moved that knight away from his great square, maybe just gonna keep going backwards and forwards even, and he has.
Oh, he only needs a draw,
in
this one to win the match.
And that's the second time we've seen this position, so Duda cannot repeat moves. Now, OK, black challenging for the open file. Duda put his rook on a worse square just because he has to play for the win. So that's interesting. Liam is going to try and bully him with a thought of a draw in order to worsen the white position. And, OK, a trade of rooks, it's not clear who that would help. It's still not clear what their plans are.
Another move. I mean, it's so strange, moving both your rooks away from the open file. It seems very, very unnatural, that.
Yeah, but he does have an idea. White maybe wants to push pawns on that side.
Yeah.
It feels like Duda definitely trying to worsen his position, but in order to keep the pieces on the board.
The good thing about Duda's position, which is always the good thing, is that white knight, and we haven't really talked about it in the centre of the board. I remember Spassky said it was not the isolated pawn which is the problem. It's the square in front of it, because you can never attack that square. So that white knight can never be budged, and you know, it really does make a bit of cement in the middle for white to sort of move around and try some ideas around.
And in the other game, David, the bar all the way over to Magnus' side.
Complete turnaround, Giri lost control again.
He does this. He's doing it all the time, isn't he?
Yeah,
unbelievable.
Lack of a killer instinct for Giri. He's had many opportunities in this tournament so far, but just putting the finishing touches on, it's deserted him completely.
Yeah.
And Mamedyarov with a golden opportunity to take that match.
But I see Mamedyarov has, he made a move now with 13 seconds on the clock. Giri more than a minute on the clock.
That means the position is just wild.
Yeah.
And talking about wild, well, looking at the clock times, this position is going to get crazy because both players, you know, don't have much time and they're just maneuvering, and it's so tense.
Yeah, incredibly tense.
This one, I mean, nothing much has changed over the last 5-10 moves, but it will come down to a bit of a time scramble. Maybe Duda's best shot here is to just maneuver around forever, gain a time advantage, and then take a big risk. Meanwhile, it does look like Shaq has found the winning move with only a few seconds left on his clock. Giri struggling for his life. Ooh, OK, this game, though, still Black's rook coming in now. Liam doing well, but do you think he's going to get it? Do you think he's going to get the draw?
No, well, I do think Liam is going to get the draw. His position looks to me a little like it's overwhelming. But, OK, this is a great idea, doubling rooks on the C-line. And once again, there's no active plan for Duda. Everything has a consequence.
But he's still got that knight in the middle, and he's got his rooks on a better square. He's got his bishop on a better square. You know, those white rooks were very badly placed. And
Ooh, what happens on the bar?
If he, oh, well.
Wow, maybe there was a trick in the position. It wasn't entirely clear why the evaluation bar reacted so much.
No.
It still looks completely level to me, or at least balanced chances. And, OK, Black's queen placed herself on a bit of an odd square in the centre of the board. Eyed up by the white bishop, but no way for the white knight to jump out of the way safely right now. White's bishop is undefended, so I'm expecting Duda to move it or protect it.
Such a tense game. I mean, not much is really happening, but they're just getting shorter of time. 30 seconds. We have a result in the other game.
We have a result. Oh, and it's another devastating loss for Anish Giri. Losing here, game 2 means he loses the match. Great win for Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, our favorite entertainer. He has pulled off a great win in the second Blitz game to win the match.
Yep. And meanwhile, no progress at all in this game. The queens are just moving back and forth. Duda is completely at a loss for a plan. He has made zero progress. And likewise, Liam just bringing the queen back and forth, and finally, the white pawn commits and kicks away the black knight, but that weakens White's position. OK, Duda, he had to do it at some point. He's just playing on Liam's nerves now. The black knight will retreat.
I quite like this. I mean, if you go rook d2, which he's played, now, at last, he's ready to move that knight, unleash the bishop. So it does seem like Duda's finding some harmony in his position here. He's got his pieces to pretty decent squares now.
Yeah, I'm surprised Liam kind of took his knight away from that square we were praising so much earlier. I think maybe he's regretting that, and will try and rearrange for the black knight to get to an active square. Meanwhile, Duda creating a big threat. Actually, White's knight wants to jump to the f5 square, starting to create some threats against the black king. Liam has to be really careful now. This white queen just sneakily trying to create those attacks.
Both under 30 seconds. It's really tense now.
And, well...
He's going for the attack with f4 as well. He's
definitely.
Committing.
And that idea is still in the air. You know, now the white knight can jump to the f5 square, but he's pushed the pawn. Now the fireworks starts when both sides have just over 20 seconds on the clock.
The birthday boy trying to create a real attack, and Liam's trying to shut the door in his face. He's trying to force the queens off the board. If the queens disappear, black is doing OK. And we just saw a trade of pawns there. Queen trade or no queen trade?
I think you have to exchange queens. I don't want to, but what else can I play here?
Anything.
I mean,
queen.
I mean, I can.
I
think he had to play this, and you know, he's still got that knight, but it's just, you know, it's the same thing going on here. They have to manoeuvre about.
But now this endgame kind of, it feels like black is OK.
Black's certainly OK. I mean, I think it's just really been equal most of the way through, pretty much, this game. That knight also coming back to one of the good squares, the bishop stepping out the way of a knight jump, and here it comes. It coming back to it's gone all the way around the board, hasn't it, that knight? But it's going to find its home again, and White making some exchanges. Very tense.
Very tense, and Black's rooks are getting active. And all Black needs to do is to bring the black king into the game, and I think he will be safe. Oh, the position repeats itself once there. Duda can't take the draw, though. Look at the white rooks. They are such sad pieces, and the black knight is coming in for the kill, going for some pawns.
And everything is pointing towards e3 pawn. It falls off the board. OK, still a lot of danger for the black king.
Looking very good now for Liam Lido. He has won a pawn. His piece is very nicely centralised. The only slight danger is the black king. If White can somehow get the other rook around to attack that king, but it seems very safe, the black king at the moment. OK, here comes the rook, but where's it going? Liam Lee looking big favourite at the moment.
What's happening with Duda's clock? Okay.
It looks like he had a couple of seconds left with just a small delay there, but Duda in big trouble, about to get checkmated, is he?
And now there's going to be a fork.
That's the end, I think.
It's over for Duda. He loses the match to Liam Le in Blitz tiebreaks. A handshake, of course, between these two. What a win for Liam Le in those Blitz tiebreaks, winning both of the games. Heartbreak for Duda on his birthday. but he did take it to tiebreaks, and that, of course, was difficult against the former Blitz world champion, Liam Le. We're going to head out to Sverige to get some reactions.
They're on their way, so we'll see if it's possible to get a bit of a chat with these guys. Firstly, I can say to Jan-Krzysztof, it's a shame on your birthday, but happy birthday, and I hope you're able to take the positives from this as well.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's sad. It's very difficult actually to play in this day. Yeah, I think that Liam overall played better chess today, so he deserved a win. Yeah, I just think that Blitz games were better by my standards. My play was better than Rapid actually, but it wasn't enough. So yeah, that's life.
But now you have the experience. On your 25th birthday, you're gonna crush everything.
No, I'm not gonna play.
Thank you for taking the time, Jan-Krzysztof.
Thanks.
And happy birthday.
Thank you.
We're also here with the winner of this match, Liam Le. It's been a bouncy day for you. It's been some good games, some not so good games, but you finished up with some great Blitz games.
Yeah. First of all, I would like to apologize to Jan for ruining his birthday, but I mean, I once before I lost on my birthday, so I know that it's very painful and it's not easy to play on your birthday. Anyway, the match was really interesting, and I think I played so badly in the second and the third game, and after those two games, I thought I deserved to lose, because normally if you don't convert those chances, I was like +4, +5 each game, and I couldn't win, and I got only half a point out of these two games. So I thought if somehow I lost this match, it could be on me, on my fault. But somehow I didn't lose, and I managed to play some good games in Blitz, so very happy about that.
That's good. How do you look at the last 2 days? Now you're suddenly up there in the standings.
Yeah, I'm just trying to play good chess, and I'm not really looking into the standings. I mean, Prag won today, right? So he's leading again, and Magnus surprisingly lost. So, I mean, it's still a very, very interesting tournament, and anything can happen in the last 2 rounds. So I'm just going to try to do my best and enjoy.
That sounds like a good plan. Thank you, Liam.
Thank you.
And I like that the man who beat Magnus says that Magnus surprisingly lost again today, because that's a vote of confidence here from our friend who's currently doing very, very well in this tournament. There was another Blitz game being played very recently as well here, Kaja, and Mamadiyarov ended up taking the win in that one. I actually got a chance to speak to Mamadiyarov shortly after he was done with his match. Congratulations, Mr. Mamadiyarov. You beat Anish Girir today. Are you happy with your play?
Okay, I mean, last few days I played not so bad. I mean, just I missed so many winning positions, but today I think I was a little bit lucky because some positions looks very bad. But okay, it was very nice, very good match, and thanks for Anish for this beautiful, very good match. Okay, of course, when you won, of course you are happy. I mean, I'm very happy because after 4 days I won again.
You play another player who won his match today, Jordan van Forest, tomorrow. How do you look at that?
Okay, I mean, here is every match is not easy, and okay, he won today a very good match against Magnus. Of course, it will be a great match. We will try.
Thank you, Shak.
Thank you very much.
We're so happy for Shakhriyar Mamadiyarov winning his match to gain 2 points. What a great player and person Shakhriyar Mamadiyarov is. Here's the results from round 5 in the Oslo Esports Cup. That shocking result in the match between Jordan van Forest and the world champion Magnus Carlsen. 3 points for Jordan. Magnus losing a game and the match. Mamadiyarov in Blitz tiebreaks to gain 2 points. Anish Girir. Second day in a row he loses in Blitz tiebreaks, gaining only 1 point. Liam Le winning the Blitz tiebreaks against the birthday boy Jan-Krzysztof Duda. And then the big one, Pragnananda, winning in only 3 games again against Erik Hansen to gain all 3 points. How impressed, Ivanka, were you with Pragnananda, who is now in sole lead with 12 points. Magnus 3 points behind with 9, and Duda now in shared third with Liam Le and Jordan van Voorhis. But how impressed were you with Prague to be able to come back that strong today after losing a devastating match to Magnus yesterday?
Yeah, and defeat Erik Hansen, who is a great chess player in just 3 games, and to do it with sheer class. What can I say? I'm super impressed by Pragnananda, and I think it's looking really, really good for him, actually.
Definitely. With only 2 days to go in the Oslo Esports Cup, what do you expect now from the final of this major assignment? Magnus 3 points behind Prague, and we also have Duda, Liam and Jordan there.
Yeah, I mean, it's down to Prague, isn't it, really, now? Because if he wins, he wins. So it's like he's got 2 very tough games. I think he's got Duda tomorrow, and then he's got Giri, Anish in the last round. So tomorrow, I feel, is the big one, because Duda is a fantastic. Well, they're both fantastic players, but can he keep the momentum up? We'll have to see.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the games and the matches coming up tomorrow, you guys. What a day. It's going to be Magnus Carlsen against Erik Hansen, and Duda against Pragnananda, Giri against Liam Le, Jordan against Shakhriyar Mabdiar. That one will be entertaining. We do love the styles of those 2 players. But Magnus, Erik, what do you expect from that one, David?
We've got to say Magnus is the big favourite there. Erik, great player, of course, but lowest seed here, and he'll be up against it tomorrow.
And let's hear from Erik what he expects from facing the world champion tomorrow.
Erik, you're playing Magnus Carlsen. How do you feel about that matchup?
Just trying to play spoiler. Typically, I play a bit better against Magnus because, I mean, probably it's just you're the most motivated when you're playing the world champion. Hoping to get a bit lucky. I mean, he's had a couple days where he lost, where he played well, and he just had a blunder or something. Kind of relatable for me, except for him, it's a bit more surprising. But yeah, I'm just hoping I need to fix my own chess, and tomorrow is a really good day to begin that. Usually it's the biggest challenge and the biggest honor to play Magnus, so yeah, I just have to, but for myself, I can't play like the way I did today, because Magnus, he usually recovers from a bad day really well, so I'm not counting, I'm expecting his best tomorrow.
Can we expect your best?
Yes.
Good, I look forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Erik has done it before. He won a game against Magnus Carlsen in the Air Things Masters a couple of months ago. And tomorrow, well, Magnus, he needs to win that match to have hopes of winning the tournament. Pragnananda, he is on fire in this tournament. It's going to be an interesting day again tomorrow. So we hope you guys will be back. We definitely will. But for now, have a good night or day, wherever you are. Bye.